This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Rewritten by J.R. Gray, narrated by Joel Leslie and John Solo. 1. January. Hail. I woke up wrapped in Kel's arms. We were home. We'd been here for weeks, and I still wasn't used to it. The light streamed across the foot of our bed in a fractal pattern. I could smell the ocean, or maybe it was my imagination. How easy this was. We had a ticking clock, but it had been a small taste of how our time off would be. How waking up with Kel would be when we didn't have to be on set 18 hours a day. Our life was slow, and I loved him more every day we spent here. Our demeanor had changed with the pace of our life. He was lovely, lying there still asleep. I'd never seen a more beautiful human in my life, and he was my partner. It was hard to believe we had a week left of this. And then uncertainty. I didn't like going into a drastic change in our relationship without building up to it, but we didn't have much choice. I guess it was going to be trial by fire, because for as many times as I'd tried to talk to Kel about it, he hadn't seemed to want to. So I left it. We loved each other. We'd find a way to make the time apart work. I had nothing booked for the next 9 months, and Kel had 2 movies. I was about to detangle myself to go make coffee when Kel's phone started to ring. I reached for my phone to check what time it was. After 7. I was shocked he'd slept so long. More often than not, since being home, he was off wandering the house before I was even awake. I'd gotten so used to it, it was strange to wake up in bed with him. Maybe he was settling into our life here. I pressed into him and kissed along the back of his neck. Maybe I would stay a while. Kel was better than coffee any day. "Is that my phone?" Kel mumbled, sleep evident in his tone. "I think so." He groaned and rolled toward me. "Who would be calling me so early?" "No clue." "What time is it?" "Just after 7. I'm shocked you're still in bed." I pushed my fingers through his hair. He turned and kissed my palm. "I am too. I slept hard." "You needed it. More than I even think he realized." "I'm sure I did. Maybe it'll be a trend." "I hope so. At least until he left." The phone quieted and he kissed me. I lost track of time in Kel's lips and soft touches. It was an entirely new way to wake up. One we'd not even had filming Pirate Night. Then we were eating, rushing off to call, or Kel had been up on days off. Lots of training sessions. I liked that he'd moved them to a different time. I stroked my fingers down his sides and over his back. He grabbed me in a hug so tight I could feel his heart beating against mine. We laughed and kissed, and I was happy. Happy felt good. Not that I'd been particularly not happy before meeting Kel, but this was a whole new level of the experience. Now, if only my career was less uncertain, I'd feel a whole lot better. But I guess that was the nature of the job. Kel would get a contract for another season of Pirate Night before he left. I had faith. The vibrating started back up. "Who is calling me this early?" Kel said through a yawn, rolling half out of my arms to grab his phone. He squinted at it, then answered. "No idea. Who is it?" I asked before realizing it might not be the best to expose the fact we were in bed together, although anyone calling his cell would probably know. He put his hand over the speaker, as if that did anything, and said, "It's our publicist." We'd shared one now since he'd left his other because of the conflict of interest with Rachel. Mark was good at his job, and more on top of things than Kel's last one had been. "Yes, Hale is with me," Kel said with a chuckle, and I was sure I knew what was running through his mind. Naked wrapped up with me. "I'm gonna put you on speaker." Kel clicked the button and held the phone between us. "Hey, Mark." "Hello, Hale. Since I have you both," He wasn't one to beat around the bush, so he dove right into it. There are some pictures from last night I woke up to questions about. They're already being widely run, so the concern is more, do we have a comment? There wasn't judgment in his tone. He was a gay guy himself, which Kel and I really liked when picking a new publicist. He wasn't going to tell either one of us our career would burn to the ground if this came out. He knew we were a couple, and our stance on things. There were pictures, innocent for the most part, us out to dinner, but as their divorce had been made public not too long ago, I was sure they'd be big news and keep the discussion on his divorce front and center. I don't think we are going to comment at this time. Kel looked over at me to confirm. Fine with me. No comment? Or do you want me to write something up from one of you, like, Kel Christ King doesn't comment on issues involving his private life anymore? Sure, Kel said, glancing at me again. That good with you? Yeah. Are we both putting out statements, or only one of us? Would we both if we didn't have the same publicist? I asked, having no idea what the standard for this kind of thing was. I think one response, unless I'm asked for one for just you, will do the trick. I know you're less private than Kel, so it will probably be less off-putting to your fans if it comes from him. We want people to feel like they have access to you still, if that makes sense. At least until you've booked your next project. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It was easy. I felt good about it. Kel looked calm. Do you want to see the pictures? Mark asked. Yes, Kel said before I could reply. What are they printing about them? What we expected. His words were clipped, a little tight. What did we expect? I asked, realizing I probably hadn't been around for that conversation. Probably something he and Mark had talked about. That Kel left Rachel for his co-star. Speculation about why. Speculation Kel has always been gay. Lots of talk about your, dick, Hale. He sounded hesitant. There are some close-ups of bulges in your costumes being shared around Twitter saying that your dick would turn anyone gay. Oh my God! I draped an arm over my face and laughed. You're kidding me! Not at all. There's even a lesbian comedian saying you've made her consider dick again. Mark sounded like he was about to burst. All good-natured. Wow. What even was life? We might be able to get you a spot reading thirst tweets on one of the late-night shows with the buzz from all of this. I'm going to try and book you two around with how well the season is doing, and better if we get an announcement from Righteous, Mark said with a laugh. I don't want to jinx that, I said. Righteous was like a stone in my gut. I'd never wanted to book a movie more in my life, and at the same time was worried it would blow up my relationship. I know, but it'll be good publicity for the show. I'll get on it. Thanks, Mark. I realized Kel hadn't said anything in a long time, and looked over at him. He was shaking with silent laughter. Talk to you later. I grabbed the phone out of his hand and ended the call, before climbing on top of him to kiss over his face. Asshole! Your dick is bigger news than me being bi. Kel was almost choking, he was laughing so hard. Next I'm going to start getting offers from gay mags. You'd better not do 'em. He started returning the kisses. It was the most glorious way to wake up. We settled into slow kisses after a few minutes, taking our time to explore one another's mouths, soft touches and sounds. His body with mine made the rest of the world disappear. Never in a million years would I have expected the photos coming out to go this well. When we went to sleep, I braced myself for a bad couple of days. This was much preferred. I need some coffee, Kel said when we broke apart. Coffee on the deck, and we can see what Twitter is saying about my dick? I asked, already slipping out of bed to find a pair of shorts. What a morning. He grabbed a robe and slipped it on, leaving it untied as we headed towards the kitchen. What, because you're internet gay, or because my dick is being talked about on TMZ? Both. I really do want to see what they're saying about you. He started the coffee pot and turned to lean against the counter. I already had my phone out and was pulling up Twitter. I have a shitload of tags. They are tagging you in this shit? He looked a little annoyed on my behalf. Oh yeah, and hashtag Hale's package is trending. I turned my phone around to show him, and we were back to laughing. Mark wasn't kidding. This has turned into a monster. I know what your next birthday gift is. I'm not sure I want to know with that look on your face. I stuck my phone back in my pocket and got down mugs. I'm going to find the best ones and print them and get them framed for the office. I scrubbed a hand over my face. The sad part is, I know you probably will. Fuck yes. It's the gift that keeps on giving. His joy was contagious. I wanted to take pieces of it and save it for rainy days. I etched it into my memory, knowing I would keep it all close to my heart. For you, I said. You should do it for your own birthday. I took the coffee he set in front of me and followed him out to our deck. He took a seat in one of the chairs and kicked up his feet. I sat in the chair next to him and ran a hand over his shin. This was intimacy. Little moments with him. I'm going to dig through this tag, Kel said, pulling out his phone after smiling over at me. Of course you are. Don't favorite any of them. I pulled up TMZ instead. I wanted to see what kind of things were being said. It was probably the worst thing to be doing, but I couldn't stop myself. I was curious, and I knew it would be eating me alive if I didn't. Why not? He asked, already laughing. Are you serious? Do you realize that'll be top news if Kelchrist King is faving thirst tweets about me? Oh, good call. Maybe I'll wait a few weeks to do that. I glanced over, blinking at him. A few weeks? He shrugged. We'll see how public stuff goes. I was going to leave it there. I didn't want him to feel pressured. If he was happy to be out in public, it was good. And if all this scared him off because they got intense, I was fine too. I'd made my peace with it. They got some photos of us through the glass. In the most published photo, Kel is leaning in on his elbows, staring at me. I hadn't even realized he looked at me like that. I'm laughing, and my hair is falling in my face. If the photo weren't through glass, I'd be having it framed for us. I wanted a daily reminder of how he looked at me. I saved the photo to my phone. We spent so much time together, it was easy to forget the small things. Let me see. I held out my phone for him, but didn't say anything. Well, they won't be happy. They paid a lot of money at that location for glass that pictures couldn't be taken through. Are you upset? I asked, not sure how to take his tone. No, I felt safer, but maybe the key to take away from this is we can't feel safe anywhere. I frowned. I hated that he was finding any negative in all of this. I guess so. It's probably only a matter of time before they figure out where we live, too. He sat back and closed his eyes. Shit. Hopefully it'll last until we leave. Then it won't matter so much. We'll only be here for short bursts. You know, this kind of stuff is fine for a bit, but we really shouldn't be focusing on what they're saying, he added. Huh? I asked. These people print all kinds of lies. They printed Rachel and I were cheating on each other. I just want you to know what it could look like. I stared at the mug in my hands. I guess I know, but I didn't think about it in terms of us. It's hard to imagine it before it happens. He lifted his shoulders like it was nothing, but his eyes told me so much more. Are you sure the pictures are okay? He nodded and shrugged without opening his eyes. I choose this. You choose this. We'll deal with it. I hoped so.
2. Kel. 1 week left together? 1 week. I wasn't sure how I was going to navigate any of this. Hale and I were coming off months of living together, filming Pirate Night, then a little over a month off together at our new house, and we were going right into 9 months, or most of them, apart. It felt like we had an elephant in the room at all times. It was hanging over us, and there in good times and bad. It tainted everything. We'd barely had any discussions about it over the last month. We seemed to have danced around the topic for so long, I wasn't sure how to bring it up now. We both knew we were doing the long-distance thing, but how were we doing the long-distance thing? "Does it feel weird?" Mel asked as he came out to my back deck where we were sitting. He set a fresh cup of coffee in front of me, which I gladly took. "Does what?" I asked, looking out towards the beach to see if Hale was still visible. Mel had come over to work on our pitch for Season 3. The streaming service wanted it, and they'd said as much. We just had to hammer out the details. We had great ground with them. Pirate Night had debuted higher than any other show they'd ever aired. Bringing in so many viewers, it put a lot of other recent fantasy shows like coughs, Game of Thrones, coughs, to shame. It gave us the best bargaining chip to ask for more money, and for a contract for Season 3, and maybe 4 to be signed now, if we jumped on it. And, to ice the cake, I was booked so far out they'd have to sign a contract soon to get a Season 3 out on time. Our position could not be better. So, Mel and I were rushing to get a deal before I left to film my next movie, Max Carter. Then, we had to figure out when to write Season 3 while I was booked for back-to-back movies. At least Mel was working on the second movie with me, so we'd have some face-to-face time. "Does it feel weird to be about to sell another season?" Mel asked. He didn't sit. He walked over to the edge of the deck to look at the ocean. The view was perfect. This place was everything I'd ever wanted in a home. "It does, but I'm happy about it. It will give Hale and I some guaranteed time together." "How's all that going?" He gave me a backward glance. "The paparazzi all over you since you moved here?" "It's not going." What was I going to say to him? "No, they haven't figured out where we live yet. We've only been out the one time, so of course there are tons of rumors about us. I don't know what to say about it." "Are you two going to start stepping out more?" I could tell he was really curious about all of this, as this wasn't the first time he asked me how I planned to progress with my relationship. I guess, since he was on the edge of all of it, it was still fascinating to him. People knew directors, but most didn't know them by sight. For directors, it was much more name recognition than anything else. He would never have to deal with the level of public interest we were generating, and he was hooked on the drama. I don't know. The idea had been swirling in my mind since we'd settled into our new lives, and I couldn't decide what I wanted, or what my motivation was behind wanting it. "You two haven't talked about it at all?" "We haven't really talked about anything." I could feel the weight of it pressing on my shoulders. We hadn't talked about much. We did our jobs and fucked and slept. Since we'd been home, I'd slept more than I ever had. I was comfortable in this place. I loved it. "Why not?" Mel asked. He hasn't brought it up. I searched my brain. I don't even think he's hinted about it. "Wasn't that a big deal-breaker for him? That you weren't in the closet?" Mel's brows were pulling together, and I didn't like the feel of the expression. It felt judgmental. "No. I think he's changed how he feels about things. We aren't hiding it. We just aren't making our lives public. I think it's different contextualized that way. We've been comfortable here. We've been out on the beach. I guess no one is paying that close attention." He came over to sit next to me, leaning far back in the chair, almost to the point like he was going to tip. "Well, if you two are happy, but don't get complacent about it." "Do you think us settling into a routine will make him feel like Rachel did?" A stone formed in my stomach. It didn't seem like we were unhappy, but was I checking in on his needs as much as I could be? I wasn't sure. From my perspective, it felt like we were doing what we both wanted to, but what if he was going along with all these things to not rock the boat? "I don't know Hale well enough to tell you if he'd be so passive he'd never bring up what he wanted. You've been working next to him for 9 months, I said. But work relationships are different than outside of work. You and I are different because we went outside of work and formed a friendship. But it's even become closer since we started doing this project. We spend a lot more time working so closely together, not filming. It's different. My time with him is getting the best performance from him on camera." He shook it off and lifted his hands, palms up. "I don't know, it's so different. I'm getting Seaver, not him. I get you when we work." "Do you think he seems happy?" I asked on a whim, terrified of the answer. I don't know that I'm qualified to judge happiness, but I can tell by the way he looks at you he's still entirely in love with you. He's acting. No, Kel, when we're cut. He looks at you when you don't even realize he is. He watches you from across a room, and it's not possible for me to put into words how he is when he has his eyes on you. I wish I was a writer so I could explain better the romance in a single look. His words soothed the rock in my stomach. It didn't go away, but it lessened. You have the means to create art with those expressions, and they're just a different kind of art, I said, but I knew the footage we had. I could see the looks in the early episodes in Season 1, but more than that, I could feel them. I could feel each and every word Seaver said to Flint. I actually had to laugh about it because I must have been so dense and in my head to not have seen it in him then. But I guess the same could be said about him. I had been in love with him long before I even knew what the feelings were. I do, but those long, smoldering glances he gives you didn't fit for the first 2 seasons. The early drafts of your Season 3 work, I think, will give us a place for them. I don't know. I have to read more of the drafts you've been sending me. I'd love to see Seaver really fall for Flint in Season 3. He clearly has a thing for him, but after their parting at the end of Season 2, it starts to hit. This is more than a fling. I agree. I am adding that to my notes. I'm still feeling it out myself which direction we should go. You have time, but we haven't sold it yet. Mel sat back up. Part of my pitch is going to be locking everyone back in. I'm booked almost solid for the next 9 months, and I have a break with enough time for a Season 3, but then I go back for another Max Carter movie. Mel laughed at me and shook his head. Let me guess. You already have shit trying to book that time and you're holding out? I have a lot of deals on hold because of it, I admitted. I'm actually avoiding my agent right now, for both before and after. I think, with as well as Pirate Night is done, even after the divorce, I'm still hot. What? Mel's lips parted and one of his brows went up. What is the deal she's hounding you about? She thinks I really need to lock in some of these high-paying jobs while they're being offered. She said I can't keep pushing projects who want me back on a maybe. These are real offers, and Pirate Night pays me less. I can see, from a conservative standpoint, why she'd advise you of that. Pirate Night could totally miss with booking a Season 3, as we are asking for quite a raise. Then you have all that space. I don't think it will, I shrugged. But maybe the space would be good. I know you don't. It's your job to believe in this, which is fine, but it's her job to keep you successful and to guide you into making good career decisions. This wasn't a bad career decision for you because you had blocked this as off time anyway. Now, since you don't plan on blocking off time anymore, she wants you to take the best projects and not leave a hole in your schedule. His words made sense to me, but they also sparked other feelings that have been building in the back of my head. I know you're right. But that's the thing. Maybe I want to keep booking time off. I'm confident about Pirate Night, but also, maybe I want to block time still. Mel stared at me. What? I don't know if I want to fully book myself. I have enough money. Do I want to do back-to-back projects and have no time with Hale? I'm not The Rock. I wasn't sure this was the time to talk about it. Hale was going to walk in at any point, and I didn't want him to know what I'd been mulling over until I was ready to talk to him about it. I knew he didn't like the idea of me hurting my career for him, and there wasn't a thing I could do about the next 2 projects I had to work on. Either way, we needed to discuss it. But how? All of it terrified me. Even as good as we felt right now, I was so scared to go away. I thought you and Hale talked about not hindering your career. I let out a long exhale, trying to come up with the best explanation for how I felt about the entire situation. I think he feels like he needs to push me to not fall into the same patterns I did with Rachel. Why would he be so focused on Rachel? Do you think this stems from his original issue of not being public with you? I thought it over for a moment. No, I don't think it stems from that at all. I think he was my friend for so long and saw how I was suffering, so he's mindful of the pain and problems I was having. more so than I think a new relationship with a stranger would be, because he was the person who listened to me for so long before we were us. Too mindful, but he's trying to do the right thing. I don't think it has to do with anything other than wanting the best for us. But I don't think that was the part of you and Rachel that didn't work, Mel said, his face all scrunched up, looking confused. I don't really know. I'm not sure when we went from being in love to not. Obviously, I was still in love with her when things crumbled, but I have no idea what parts of me made her fall out of love with me. It could have been me insisting on the way we booked things because it hurt her, not me. I'm not sure if it would hurt Hale or me if we did it. I don't even know what he'll be doing for the next 9 months. He hasn't booked anything yet, and the chances are getting more unlikely he'll find something that shoots before we go back. I'm honestly shocked he hasn't found anything. Not even like another television show. I am too. I want to do what feels good with Hale. I want to do what's going to keep me out of the dark. He frowned at me. You're going to have to do what you feel is best for your mental health. And your relationship is going to have to be able to handle that. But what if it doesn't? I asked, finally voicing what had been building in my mind with our impending separation. Then it doesn't. You can't have all your happiness dependent on him. I don't know how to not. I know how that sounds, but I've always struggled with creating my own happy, and I had none of it with Rachel. But then what if you two break up? The concern showed on Mel's face. I don't know, Mel. I don't want to lie to all of you, but I'm not sure what everyone is expecting from me. I want to focus on what's important. I can't play the what-if game. Mel put a hand on my shoulder. I ask you those questions because I don't want you to be left with nothing. I know working is a big part of your mental health, even if you think Hale is more important now. I wouldn't want you to hurt that. He was right. It was a huge part of it. I buried myself in my work when I was depressed, which was how Pirate Night had come about. And I had buried myself in work and Rachel before that. I was repeating my patterns. But was that so bad? I felt better than I had in a long time with the show and Hale and my friendships here. I felt a balance that I'd lost in my focus on Rachel. I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know how to be happy because I never have been. But this is close. And I want to keep feeling this. Understandable, Mel said. I returned to my coffee, now cold, wondering how I was going to be able to talk to Hale about all of this.
3. Hale. I stood on the beach, staring at the water as the tide rolled out. I wasn't sure what I was feeling. It came in waves, like the ocean. Maybe it was the pictures, or maybe it was the uncertainty of our future, but something had been bothering me. I wasn't avoiding Kel, but I had taken some space to call Ella. "Hello," she said when she answered the phone. Hey, you." I could hear her smile coming through the line. "Any news?" "No, but that's kind of what I called to talk to you about." I turned back to look at the house. "What's up?" "I guess I just needed someone to talk to about the Righteous movies. Kel brought them up again, telling me I needed to take it if I was offered the part." "Okay." I could tell she didn't know what I was getting at. "I guess I'm just hesitant about the whole thing. It's a 4-movie deal, which is big, but it's a lot of time. A lot of time that's already conflicted with his overpacked schedule. Maybe Kel had been right about constantly working, so we didn't have time to think. Or maybe I'd feel better if I was booked out for 3 years like he was, but something in my gut made me uneasy about all the work and not enough time for us. He's never done well alone. He told me that himself. I didn't think not allowing time to think could compensate for that. It is a lot, but it's not healthy for you to just not work because you're worried about your relationship. It's more than that. That much time apart is not going to make me happy." I wasn't sure I was making any sense. The uncertainty of it all is daunting. It was going to put a strain on our relationship. We both knew it, but it was hard to have our future up in the air. I had a small window, less than a year to make something happen before we'd have to film again. It is daunting. All of it is. I think relationships in this business are hard without someone suffering from depression. I just keep wondering if it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if I didn't get anything before then. I'd thought a lot about going with Cal. I'd even brought it up once or twice. But every time I did, he told me there was no way I wouldn't book something. Like he was dismissing the idea of me being on location with him. He said I should be building on the momentum of the first season. I'd had plans to only book stuff after a third season if it was greenlighted, but Cal kept saying the righteous deal had to happen. What is this all about, Hale? You're in the running for titanium. Is any of this stress going to change anything? I can't see you saying no to Righteous if you get it, so you have to stop stressing about it. Is there more to this? This felt like the worst point in our relationship for space. Working different jobs was fine. We didn't need to spend 24/7 together, and we were good, so good. We'd never been better, but after spending so much time together, I didn't think going to the opposite sides of the world for months would be good for Kel. Or me, for that matter. I wished we could be like some semblance of normal and have jobs that only took us away for the day. It was getting harder not to put my energy and focus on the impending departure. At first, Christmas was here, and we had something else to focus on, but with the holidays over, it seemed my overthinking had returned. Time was running out, and I'd have an eternity of alone time to think when Kel left. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I've brought up going with him to location a few times, and he dismisses it. Like he knows I'm gonna get the movie, or he says I'll need to be here for auditions. I guess it feels like a brush-off because he doesn't want me there. That's what I think you need to talk to him about. I knew she was right. I wasn't sure what I'd do with myself for months while Kel was gone. And if I did go with him, he was probably right. I'd be too far away to have any real chance of catching auditions for smaller roles. Until I booked another project, I had to assume I was only gonna get smaller stuff, and I wasn't yet proven. The success of Pirate Night, no matter how good I was, could be fully attributed to Kel. Thank you for listening. You two are amazing together, and I know this is going to be hard, but I have faith in you. Thank you. Maybe Kel was pushing me because he knew I needed to do something for myself, not because I minded living in Kel's shadow. I was happy here. I was happy with this level of success. Steady work mattered to me, so I didn't go stir-crazy, but I was happy to be Mr. King. I was starting to think the way he and Rachel had arranged their schedules was smart, but maybe Kel hated the idea because it didn't work with her. I was so torn about bringing it up with him. I ended up pacing when he wasn't around, torn in indecision. Did Kel want that with me? We talked about visits, but we both knew I had nothing going on yet. There had been no talk of it at all. I didn't want to rock the boat and bring it up. I didn't want to doubt him, but between the tabloid stuff comparing me to Rachel and this, it was hard not to. I know he told me to not let it get to me, but I was having a hard time not letting it when he'd always split time with her, and that didn't seem to be a consideration for us. It was stupid. I felt stupid, but I was worried. So I'd keep overthinking the audition I'd done for the Righteous movie. I knew what it would mean. Their other stars were on Kel's level, household names, but it was 4 movies minimum. They booked all their actors that way, in the beginning, to keep down on costs and to confuse fans about their projects and who would die and who wouldn't. They had an entire cinematic universe of superheroes and Righteous team movies where they came together. Lots of box office money. Too much, maybe. But could I voice these concerns? I went in search of him. I walked back from the beach, expecting Mel and Kel to still be hanging out on the deck. Neither of them was in sight. I guess I had been out running longer than I'd realized. I found Kel in the kitchen alone. He had an apron tied around his waist, and he was elbow-deep in prepping food. I couldn't help but smile. It was entirely domestic, and I loved it. "Can I help?" I asked. "No, your need for order jacks with my flow." He gave me a smile. "I like my mess. There is a way to do things." I took a seat at the island across from him, laughing. "I like when you cook." "Because you don't have to?" "Sure, I will not discount that reason, and I'm terrible at it. But you are sexy when you do." He pointed a knife at me. "If you distract me now, dinner will surely burn." "Might be worth ordering in for that reason," I said, not making a move to distract. "And risk setting our brand new kitchen on fire?" He acted offended. "What made you want to start cooking?" I leaned on my elbows. "Too much Great British Bake Off?" He laughed. "I don't know. One of us should so I don't piss off Reiner." "True, your trainer is savage. I wouldn't want that dude kicking my ass after a week of falling off the diet wagon." I shuddered. I'd seen how Kel reacted after sessions in our home gym. It was not pretty. "I have a feeling the first 2 weeks on set are gonna be rough. I have let myself get out of shape." He gritted his teeth. "And I have to learn all the action sequences and moves." "You're out of shape?" I asked, horrified, remembering how Kel looked after his workout today. "For an action movie? Yes." "Remind me to never book action movies." "If you get the Righteous movie, you're going to be doing the same thing." I glanced up at him. I hadn't even realized. Shit! And I thought I'd be able to keep working on this layer of fat over my abs until I had to be Seaver again. "Not gonna happen," he said. "They are gonna snap you up." "Don't jinx it." "Do you really think they won't?" he asked, returning to cutting vegetables. "Maybe you should let Reiner work you out." "I don't know what to think about any of it. I didn't think I was the type," I admitted. "It wasn't real to me. I didn't think I'd get the part." "Titanium isn't the superhero type." "I know. I loved him as a kid. I'd grown up reading the comic books. He was iconic, a real anti-superhero with the best heart. And if you don't get it, you know there will be something. This isn't the be-all end-all." I put my head in my hands. "I've had this talk with myself a few times, but it isn't easy." "I know," he agreed. "The time would be the big deal. The distance, not the part. I'm sure you went through it. Probably not in ages, but he had to start somewhere like I was." "I did, and I still hate when I really want a part and people go a different direction. Not everyone's vision will be the same as yours, but it doesn't make it any easier to be told no, at any level." He was smart about things, and so easily centered. I'm sure it came with years of doing this, but it sucked I was having a hard time getting there. But he didn't know the real reasons I was both dreading getting it and not. I wanted to open my mouth to share my concerns, but it was hard to take that risk. Was he already sick of spending the time together? I almost said as much out loud. But after Kel not mentioning anything about wanting to see more of me if I wasn't working, I didn't think it was the time or the place. I hated not knowing what he wanted. Limbo sucked. I understand that. You will find the perfect fit. And if I don't find it before we film the next season? I was hedging, not fully putting myself out there, but I was gonna dip a toe in. I don't believe that'll happen. We are short on time. How many things will start in the next couple of months? All kinds, even if it's the right indie. Depends on the production. He wasn't taking the hint. It seemed like he didn't want the hint. He was determined to have me work. Maybe if I don't get this, I should take off the time and start looking for stuff to film after the next season. There it was. I put it out there and he could take it how he wanted to. I was leaning that direction anyway. It would give us time to solidify our relationship. The season would air and I would still be popular, especially if I started booking things for after. I had my agent so intently looking for something now, she hadn't even looked at the offers for after. You can't bank on a third season. It's not booked, and that long not working wouldn't be good for you. He waved me off. But there isn't a chance you won't get it. I hated the way he said it so matter-of-fact, like there was no room for anything else. It had to be that he didn't want room for anything else. What else could it be? Don't talk like that. He laughed. I'm not gonna jinx it. Have more faith in yourself. Even you don't get stuff sometimes. I wanted to return to my pacing. But those things were different. There isn't anyone better suited for this. I'm sure they'll see it. He acted like he had some insider information. I was going to chalk it up to wishful thinking. There was nothing else that made sense. He needed it to work out this way in his mind. Would it be so bad if I didn't get it? Maybe we could split time. His face jerked up and his brows creased. The energy between us changed. You need to focus on your career. We can talk about those things in the future. You're on fire right now. We have the #1 show. I can't let you waste it. Can't? Or he didn't want me to. I guess it didn't matter. He was so firm on it. But what if I don't get it? I had to get these things off my chest. You will. He returned to chopping. Please have a conversation with me. I knew pushing it wasn't always the best thing for him, but I needed to talk about this. Pilot season is coming. He nodded like he was thinking through the possibilities this time. Worst case, you can have stuff booked for after and do smaller things between. Would you want me to be with you more? Another brow pull. Of course. We are going to spend as much time together as possible. I know how both our careers are looking at the moment. His words made me feel a little better. I know you have a ton going on. Not only me. You will too. Did I dare tell him I was happy with the level of fame I was at? I needed to think about it more, go over it in my head. I wanted to tell him I was terrified of what the separation would do to us, but I kept my mouth shut. Come here. When I looked up, he had put down what he was doing and came around the island to stand in front of me. He nudged himself between my knees and moved into my space, draping his arms over my shoulders. I want as much time with you as possible, but I also want you to be what I know you will be. I don't want to hold you back in any way. I know you don't. I'm not positive I will get this, and I don't want to get my hopes up. I still wasn't convinced, even if he was. I would have to trust he was handling his mental health. No matter how many hints I dropped, only he would know what space would do. I might be the only one worried about the distance. I felt stupid. If he could handle it, so could I. I was going to have to work out the space in my own head. I missed him already. It might always be this way. I might always be starved for his touch. We had this connection I'd never experienced before. He filled me in ways I couldn't put words to, and I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize it. It was possible that's where all my fear was coming from. I had to trust us. But today, trust felt impossible.
4. Kel. I told you yesterday we were out of coffee, Hale said as I laid on the floor in the living room. He was standing over me laughing and towing me lightly. You didn't tell me we were out. I kept grabbing at his foot to try and drag him down to the floor with me, but he ignored me. I told you as I was making the last of it yesterday. Now I remember. I threw a hand over my face as a light blinded me. I offered to DoorDash coffee. Nothing is going to deliver out here. I'd actually slept the last 2 nights, and of course, because my body was always in such a sleep debt, a good night's sleep made me feel like I'd been hit by a train and then set on fire and ran over a few times before someone wrote tired in the ashes. I think they would. You need to remind me to not sleep. Look what it does to me. I am sleep hungover. I wasn't kidding. This was dumb. Or maybe you could try this thing some of us do called sleeping regularly. Seems like a trick. I knew I was being dramatic, but I felt it in my bones. Let me go grab coffee. You stay here on the floor. I will be fine. I tried to open my eyes, but my head ached. Someone turn off the sun. I do not have that ability. He was on his knees next to me. I grabbed him by the shirt blindly and pulled him over me. Shield me, then. I would, but there is that whole being all over you in public thing which might make it hard. He planted a hand next to my head and leaned down to brush his lips over mine, smooth and soft. Kissing him never got old. Can you imagine what they'd make of that? I can't even imagine the rumors. Oh, it would probably be horrible, no matter how happy we look. I opened my eyes and looked into his. Have you been reading the gossip? He lifted one shoulder and sucked my lower lip into his mouth. That's a yes, I said into his mouth. His smile stretched over my lips, and my lips mirrored them. Yes. You shouldn't do that. I like to know what's being said. It's hard not to look. I want to be mentally prepared for it. There was a hesitation to his voice, and I realized why he'd probably been hiding the fact. Why? I asked. Because if I know, I can be prepared. Nose rubs and small touches accompanied his words. Know what? Maybe I wanted to stay like this all day, but then my head throbbed and I knew I wouldn't be able to go without some caffeine much longer. Nothing prepares you unless you are good, and then it still hurts sometimes. I can't imagine. Some of it feels like it would if we weren't doing good. It's still new and funny right now. His eyes fell closed and his breath was warm on my cheek. What was funny? I've got you involved in a cult, which is why we hold hands. I have to keep you close as per the cult leader's instructions. Can't let go of you. Are you a Scientologist now? I laughed. I couldn't help it. It's what all the cool celebrities are doing, he said, caressing my face. Indeed. When is my induction? You know, they didn't say. He lowered his weight onto me and I accepted all the kisses he gifted. I'm not going to tell you not to look, but it might make things hard when we are apart. It's really easy to feed on doubt when you miss someone. I didn't exactly know by experience because of the way my past relationship had been, but I could feel it coming like a tidal wave I couldn't stop. I knew I couldn't give in to looking. Maybe it was part of the dread I'd been feeling. I can see the merit in that. He sat back. Come on, we should get coffee before you die. I think I died last night in the coma I slipped into. You stayed in bed all night again. He got to his feet and offered me a hand. It's a miracle. I took his hand and he pulled me to my feet. I shoved my feet into my shoes and followed him into the garage. You drive. I held out the keys to the Tesla, which he took gladly. He adjusted the seat and we were off, driving down the winding road towards town. I loved everything about Malibu. I rolled my window down and let the wind blow in my hair. I was at ease. Maybe sleep was good for my brain, even if waking up didn't seem to be happening. Want me to hit a coffee shop? He asked as we neared town. We'd only be screwing ourselves for tomorrow. He glanced over, a laugh on his lips and joy in his eyes. I mean to get you through the store trip. Gods, yes. You really do love me. After a stop at Dunkin' and me chugging half a black coffee, I felt a little more human. We strolled into the store, only looking a little haggard. He grabbed a cart and we lazily chatted as we strolled the aisles. Let's grab some stuff for dinner, too, unless you were thinking of ordering in. I'm still sick of takeout, and Reiner is going to kick my ass after all the stuff I ate yesterday. I think I've gained 3 pounds. I grabbed my middle, mourning my abs. His brow knit and he looked me over. You could stand to gain a few pounds, I think. I'm staying lean for this role. You know it's the MI6 stuff. They want lean and cut. If I show up there all bloated with my abs covered in a layer of fat, they aren't going to be happy. Might even delay shooting. It wasn't entirely true. I was sure I'd lose weight fast once the depression of being apart hit. He nodded. Chicken and broccoli it is, then. We grabbed the necessary supplies, taking our time to shop. It didn't happen often. Even when we had days off on set, we'd taken to ordering our groceries because going to the store seemed like such a waste of time. When do you think you'll hear about the Righteous movie? Did your agent give you any idea?" The silence from the studio was getting inside my head. More than him, it felt like. She has no idea. Their process is super secret, so she's asked around, but no one seems to know, or they aren't saying. We walked towards the checkout, and I wondered how we looked. I hadn't caught anyone taking pictures yet, but that didn't mean it hadn't happened. Cell phone cameras and getting recognized everywhere led to zero privacy in public. I shivered, getting the feeling like we were being watched. Was this always how it would feel until we came out fully? Maybe it wouldn't even stop there. We hadn't been out in public since the photos had surfaced. They probably have everyone sign NDAs about the process so nothing is leaked until they cast, I said. True. Remember, I had to sign an NDA to audition, and there is still speculation. I was on a blogger list of people they are considering a couple of days ago. I turned to gauge his attitude about the speculation. You didn't tell me that. I didn't want you to know I was reading all the stuff about us. He was a little pink in the cheeks, and I loved it. I think they leak who they are looking at so they can gauge how the public feels about it. They don't want you talking about it, but they will let others. I've been in the business and realized a long time ago studios will do a lot for early buzz, including making their stars act like they are dating. I can't imagine they would want anyone to know unless they control it, since their Righteous Team movies make into the billions. So it's an auction for Rise of the Righteous? I asked, figuring it was the case, but wanting to clarify. He nodded. So they test you out with the other superheroes to draw the crowds and see how it plays. Then what? I think it's a 4-movie deal either way, and maybe if I do well, I get my own movie for Titanium. If not, I do the other Righteous movies, or so my agent says. This is a lot. I'm not sure I know the scale. You've played action heroes your whole career. He laughed it off. I don't think he understood the difference. There are action movies and there are superhero movies. This is a different level, baby. I don't know. Let's drop it. I might not even get it. He'd been nervous about it. His body language screamed it. We'd talked about our careers the day before, but I kept getting the feeling he wasn't telling me something. I thought talking would help, but maybe it was better left until we knew. They had to get back to him any day. I couldn't imagine they'd let it go much longer. Sure. I knew deep down he'd get it. There wasn't a doubt in my mind. He nodded and started to load our stuff onto the belt. This feels so domestic. Does it? I asked. I guess I'd gotten so used to all these things in a relationship I didn't think about how they'd feel to someone else. I like it. It makes it feel more real. His arm brushed mine as he turned towards me. Do you think this stuff will die down? He gestured at the tabloids in the checkout racks. It's hard to avoid them when they're in your face. We'd not been in a store since we got back to Malibu, having our groceries delivered, so I hadn't seen much of anything, and I'd stopped turning on the news. It was too depressing, and the last thing I wanted to see was anything about Rachel or me. The only time I'd looked was on Twitter, and that was tweets, not pictures. They really did have our night out plastered all over everyone. I also liked that he didn't need to be seen at every event. We had a week before I had to leave, and I didn't want to waste any of it. They will use old pictures if they have to. We haven't been out at all except that one time, I said. And here they are, still using those. And look at this one. I picked up another cover. This is us from set our first month. How do you remember? He squinted at the photo. I spilled bleach on that hoodie the next day. It was one of my favorites, too. It's better to pay them no mind. I don't know how you don't look. I can't seem to stop. Practice. Not wanting to know, not having the room in my brain for anything else. I picked up the magazine he was gesturing at and flipped to the story about us. The headline read, Trouble for Kelchrist and Fling? Great, I stole you from your wife and now I'm a fling. Hale rolled his eyes. It's a little amusing they don't even name you, I said as I skimmed the article. It's because I'm nobody. Hale started to unload our groceries but kept side-eyeing me as I read. You going to tell me what it's about? It's a little too close to home. I groaned as I read. This says our sex life is dead. Is it? He shook his head with a rueful grin. Could have fooled me last night. And this morning, apparently you're buying bearskin rugs and trying to up the romance, and I keep shooting you down and laughing at you. Shit. He looked at the ceiling. I wish you would have told me those things aren't working. I couldn't stop reading now. I guess living together didn't work out for us. News to me, Hale said. I'm making you move out. Rude. I thought we were going to have a nice week together. I smacked the paper with the back of my hand. Clearly not. He leaned over like he was going to kiss me, but stopped short. They are too curious, so they make things up. It's probably true. I smiled at his closeness. It's bothering you, isn't it? Maybe a little. They could have said something nice. Ease me into this shit. Hale rolled his eyes. Nice doesn't sell as well. I brushed a single finger over the inside of his wrist. These sightings are probably driving them to drink because it's pictures, but not enough for more than speculation. As it has been. You think? He asked. Maybe we should give them less fodder, I said, not parting us. Any space was still too much space. I was trying to work on my need for codependency, but it was one of those things that was going to take time. Can we get a price check? Our clerk called over the intercom. Maybe we should move lanes, Hale said, pulling back much too soon. He glanced around and sighed as they all had longer lines than ours. This is what we get for going out on a Saturday morning. It's not my fault we are out of coffee, I said, grabbing another magazine with my face on it. This one with the headline, Inside Kel Chris' Dark and Twisted Love Life. Hale snatched it out of my hands. What do they mean by your dark, twisted love life? I laughed, glancing over as he flipped it open. Look, it says here I got you into it. Whips and chains and Kel's inner pain. Hale read out loud, his eyes getting massive. This isn't even good writing. It's a little funny. I lifted a hand to my mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. It's like a fucking train wreck. I can't look away. He held it out. I guess you're my daddy, Dom. I'm going to have a stroke. If anyone's a daddy, it's you. I said a little too loud, causing the cashier to stare. Don't put that pressure on me. I hate making decisions. Hale tossed the magazine back and grabbed another. So, no hard BDSM for us? I asked. He cringed a little. I would try it, if you wanted me to. I cupped the side of his cheek, realizing too late there would be a picture of it. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not my thing by far. I loved the feel of the scruff on his jaw under my hand. He puffed out his cheeks, then blew out a breath. Good. Me either. We should probably not be talking about any of this in a checkout lane, I said, looking around. I wasn't sure the feeling of being watched would ever fully leave me, or that some part of me wouldn't care. I wanted to not care. I wanted to enjoy being public with Hale, but it felt tarnished. You're cheating on me in this version of reality. There was a sparkle in his eyes. Hale was easy. He was working his way through it all, even if it had bothered him at first. He was back to smiling and laughing at the tabloids. I loved that about him. Never. I know. He opened the pages and gasped. They're claiming I'm crying. Look at me, I'm laughing. He held it out for me to inspect. What dicks. Ella had me in tears over an online dating story. There was no crying. I leaned over to look at the picture and laughed. I mean, there are tears in your eyes. He jammed the magazines back into the rack. This stuff is going to give me nightmares. I think it's a little funny you're more upset about the possibility of a picture of you crying in public than my alleged cheating. Because I wasn't. I think thou doth protest too much. I had to tease him after he said that, and found another with a headline about us. Sources close to the couple talk about all-night fights and constant breakups. His eyes went wide. We are worse than Brangelina. Maybe we should be seen in public more, I admitted, not wanting to give up on our alone time. You said this shit sells. Do you think that would help? We haven't even confirmed our relationship. You're right. Maybe it was time. Or was it? before we were apart for a year? What if we broke up? Then I'd have to go through all of this again. I don't care about what they think, and I'd rather spend our little free time alone. I smiled and nudged my shoulder against his again. I couldn't agree more. Also, I do believe if we are more public, it will give them more fodder. He lifted his shoulders with a shrug. We are big news right now because of the divorce. It could go either way. People will either get sick of us or will sell papers and be constantly on them. You know which way it's going to go, he said, giving me a look. What do you mean? With the amount of fame you have, it's always going to be this way. I nodded, wanting to press my face against his shoulder. Are you going to get sick of it? That's like saying I'm going to get sick of you. It's not possible. I'm going to have to learn how to ignore it when we are bad. Bad? I asked, a lump forming in my gut. I'm not so naive to believe we will be perfect all the time. You know we will have issues. We have to remember to trust each other and talk about this. I know I'd thought about it, but I hadn't realized he had too. It's going to be hard when we are long distance. I know, but we are going to figure it out. I believe you. And I did, but I was worried about how I was going to handle it. I probably always would be. I knew how I got, and it wasn't fair to him to ask him to always come and stay with me and let his career suffer, so I was going to have to do some hard work on myself to make sure my own issues didn't come between us. 5. Kel. Do you want to walk with me? Hale said in the late afternoon, around the time he usually went to run and take some time for himself. I was sitting on the deck rolling a joint. It was a strange request, as he'd been doing it daily by himself. Some normal space was healthy, and I knew on my best day I wasn't easy to be around. Why? I think it would be nice to walk and spend time together. I felt a little like I was losing it, more than normal. I didn't like the feeling. It was like there was something sitting in my gut and I couldn't quite suss it out. I couldn't put my finger on what was off between us, only that something was. We'd talked about Hale's career, and I thought we'd worked through it, but over the last couple of days, Hale was still off. I felt like there was more he wasn't saying. I kept almost asking him, then I would wonder if it was my anxiety and chicken out. I was starting to feel like I was making it up. Not being able to trust my own instincts was scary. I hated the feeling, but I didn't want to put my insecurities on Hale. It wasn't fair to him for me to keep checking in on us, or at least I didn't think so. I didn't want him to feel like I didn't trust him. I did. It was dumb. I felt dumb. Sure. Want to smoke this with me before we go? He nodded, and I passed over what I'd been rolling. We lingered over the joint. Once it was finished, we headed towards the beach, and finally, my words were free. Or freer. I wasn't sure I'd ever have the courage to say all the things in my chaotic mind. But I couldn't hold some of it in anymore, and the drugs were a good catalyst to ignore my fears about bringing it up. Something's bothering you. His brows pulled together, but his lips parted, confirming my suspicions. I'm not going to lie to you. There is. I breathed a little easier. I knew I carried baggage from my previous relationship. All humans did. It was impossible to come out of even the best relationship without insecurities. Rachel didn't always tell me, even when I asked. It left me feeling like I was making things up in my mind, and I hated when I was made to feel that way. It only added to my depression. I could sense something was off, but after she adamantly denied it, I always felt like the issue was me, which didn't help with how I was already feeling. I had to trust him. I needed to remind myself of these things. He wasn't Rachel, or anyone else for that matter. I did trust him. Can we talk about it? I asked. He could also deny me. I knew he didn't owe me his words. But if he didn't tell me, it was going to be a long night. He glanced over at me and then slipped his hand into mine. Of course. I was trying to work it all out in my own head before I talked about it. Stoned, with my feet in the sand, Hale's hand in mine, there was little else so perfect. The ocean calmed me. Buying this house with Hale was the best decision I'd ever made. Sometimes I had to remind myself of those things, because even if he wasn't here or if I was filming for long periods of time, I had this to come home to. The breeze blew my clothes and made them cling to my body. I glanced over, hoping it was doing the same to Hale. I was rewarded by the outline of his dick. Twitter was right about his bulge. I loved sweatpants season, something I'd never known the joy of before I'd explored my sexuality. I'd been missing out for so many years. Neither of us said anything else. We walked and walked, probably over a mile by the time Hale stalled. His hand tugged in mine, causing me to have to turn back to where he had stopped. A wave crept up the shore, higher than the rest, wetting my bare feet. The ocean was cold, chilly winter wind. My toes sank into the sand, but I didn't move. "You know we are going to be okay, right?" Hale asked. "What?" Concern filled my chest, something I hated about myself, but overthinking took over immediately. It was something I never expected to be able to control. My therapist told me I'd have to learn to talk myself down when I started, but baby steps. I had more pressing issues at the moment. "We are," Hale insisted. "Why are you saying that? Did something happen?" My mind was already creating possibilities of things that could have gone terribly wrong. Hale turned towards me and put his other hand over our clasped ones. "Nothing is wrong. But you leave soon, and I don't know what the future holds for either of us. I've spent a lot of time stressing about it, and I want you to know we're going to be okay. We have to be. The universe isn't going to jerk us around. We found each other for a reason." "I know," I muttered. "Fucking Secret Agent sequel 200 that will never end. You enjoy being Max Carter, and it got you to where you are." I pressed my chest to his, desperate for the feel of his heartbeat against mine. "I know. I hate the uncertainty." "You think the distance is going to be an issue?" he asked. "I thought you were okay with it." "Of course I do. You remember how I was without Rachel, and we were broken up. I've never done well alone. And maybe it would cause him to see a side of me he wouldn't like." The voices in my head whispered so many lies. It was hard to sort between them and the truth, between them and the good feelings. And I wish we could be like we are when we're shooting together all the time, but we have to be able to make this work with both of our jobs taking us to different places. "And if you don't feel the same way, with the distance?" I asked. "How could I not?" He stared into my eyes, and it was easy to believe him. Every word he said was etched in his expression as truth. There was love in his words. "How could you not?" I asked, unsure of his meaning. "You are," he considered his words before going on, "more real than any other person I've ever met. You are intense and meaningful and real, and that was before I got to see the parts you don't let anyone else see. There isn't a damn thing that will make me want to let anyone else have you. I feel so fucking special to get those parts of you no one else gets. So how could I not worry about the distance?" I absorbed his words into my chest, feeling them creating a warm glow there. "You always know how to make me feel better." "I know I'm just getting in my head and nervous." "Don't ever think that about yourself. You have reasons to be worried, and you should allow yourself to feel what you're feeling. Everyone has shit to deal with. Not one of us is immune, and if someone says they don't, they're lying or in denial. It's okay to do whatever you need to do to make this life as good as it can be. If that includes pills or therapy or cutting people out." He shook his head. "I'm getting off topic. You're you, and you're perfect for me." There was nothing to do but believe him. I had mourned the loss of comfort I felt with Rachel, but I had to wonder if that was complacency more than ease in our relationship. If Hale and I ever reached that point, would he want to leave me too? "And you're perfect for me." in more ways than I could ever express to him. My thoughts were never gone, but pushed back into a space where Hale wasn't touching me, and for now, that had to be enough. I had to trust we loved each other enough to make our chaotic lives work. I threaded my fingers through his. We only have a few days left. You aren't at all terrified of what comes after? I wasn't ready to let the fear go. Even if he seemed to, I still felt it choking off my breath late at night. And then what? He asked. Hale stood there facing the water. I didn't press for his thoughts, even though I wanted them. In part I knew, but I didn't think it was the same. He seemed to have settled it out in his head much better than I'd been able to, and maybe that was because of my anxiety and depression. I hated feeling like I was out of control. The wind blew my hair, and I had to detach our hands to catch it and tie it up in a sort of messy man bun. I'd have to get rid of it soon, until I started growing it back out for the next season of Pirate Night. It felt like I was going to part with a friend. I'd only let my hair grow when Rachel had ended things with me, and it seemed to fit Prince Flint, so I'd kept it for shooting. And now that part of my life was over, for the time being. It felt like if I had to part with Flint, I would also have to part with Hale and Seaver, neither of which I was ready to abandon. Hale wordlessly took his seat, and I followed suit. I realized he hadn't answered, or maybe I hadn't answered. What? I said, trying to drag myself out of my own head. And then what? He repeated, and I remembered Hale had asked it. We figure it out, I guess. I didn't know. I was terrified of letting it all go. Do you have any suggestions? I don't know. His words came out with a hesitation, and I felt like he was holding something back. I guess it depends on what your next project is. My words sounded calm, but they twisted inside me and swirled around like a hurricane in my mind. I was going to spin off tornadoes and destroy everything we'd built if I didn't get a hold of myself. True. He took my hand again and rubbed his thumb over the knuckle of mine. So simple and so intimate. How long do you think Righteous Studios will take to finish casting? I stared into his eyes, wanting at that moment to feel his body against mine. It was an instant rush of endorphins. I could feel the serotonin flooding my brain. I needed more contact. As much as I could get before I left. My personality was addictive. I was self-aware of that much. I was becoming addicted to drowning myself in sex, because not only did it give me a flood of happy, but it also pushed all the doubt out of my mind for hours at a time. Sometimes the doubt felt like an avalanche, and I kept preparing to be buried alive. I feel stupid. I curled my toes into the sand, trying to find some semblance of grounding so I'd stop spinning out of control. I'd come out here thinking something was bothering him, but maybe it was both of us needing to talk. I don't think you're stupid. I chuckled softly. You may if I let all my crazy spill all over you. I hate that word. Don't say it. You're right. That was a terrible use of the word. But I feel ridiculous when I say the things out loud, no matter how much they screw themselves into my brain and make me fear. He released me, and for a second I thought he was pissed. Pissed at me for having a hard time sharing, but he grabbed my hand and tugged me to my feet, taking me towards the water. He paused when we neared the waves and released my hand, bending to roll his pants. Once they were sitting below his knees, he took my hand again and led me into the water. Neither of us spoke as the cool water washed over our feet. The silence was comfortable. Maybe this was how we got through it. We didn't always need words. Walks and safe space, a version of self-care with his help. People stopped and pointed and took pictures, and still he walked. We didn't stop, and he didn't pay them any attention. I inhaled the salt in the air and closed my eyes, feeling like I could breathe for the first time in days. He lingered near the pier. We had walked far, 3 miles roundabout to the pier. He turned to face the setting sun, bringing my hand to his lips to brush them over my knuckles. He didn't speak until the sun touched the sea. I won't ever push you to talk to me. I just wish you would talk to me. And that's all I'll say about it. I turned towards him, pressing my body into his side while resting my chin on his shoulder. I'm not used to this. It's funny how this started as me getting you to talk about what was bothering you, and it's turned into me talking, I said, knowing I had to talk. We both need to talk. He smiled softly. Can I keep touching you? My brows pulled. What? I don't want to make you uncomfortable in a place we might have photos taken. He studied my face, waiting for permission. I think we're past that after the recent tabloids. I chuckled because I loved that he asked. There aren't any pictures of us kissing yet? He lifted his shoulders, staring down at me. I don't want to cross lines and make things worse, if that makes sense. It does. Thank you. My smile stretched as he took me in his arms and cupped my cheeks. Long distance is hard for everyone, but this, you, are worth it to me. Are you worried? My insides warmed, and he rested his forehead against mine. Of course. What are you worried about? I asked. He brushed a thumb over my cheek. I'm scared distance will make you forget you love me. His words were like water for my parched mind. I'm terrified of that. You're terrified you'll stop loving me? He said with a grin that told me he knew what I'd meant. Yes, I said with a joking glare. No, I'm scared you'll realize how hard this will always be and not want to do it anymore. He nodded, and by doing so, rubbed his nose over mine. I know you see yourself as work, but I've never seen you that way. I know without all of you, depression included, you couldn't be this incredible person I've fallen so hard for. I put my hand over his and turned my face to kiss his palm. Thank you for this. What? The walk? The being patient with me? It's the joy of my life to get to spend this time with you. I closed my eyes as I turned back towards the sun, which had nearly disappeared now. His reassurance made me feel worse. I couldn't say it, but it did. It made me feel like I was the only one with doubts. He was better than I was for being so sure of me when he shouldn't be. I was one piece away from falling apart, and it was getting worse. I was waiting for the bottom to drop out any moment. Shall we head back? Or do you need more? He asked. He knew. It's about 3 miles back. I think that will be enough. He nodded and started in the direction of home, but it wasn't as peaceful as the first part had been. I felt the photogs following us before I saw them. I had a sense for them. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. This was the beginning of the end of our privacy. They'd follow us home, and they'd learn to camp out on the beach while we were there. Places celebrities lived never stayed secret for long, even with the blind trust. I'd hoped it would last longer. But how could it with our public display? I wouldn't take any of it back, because even if I felt worse after his reassurance, I would play back his words in my mind. Maybe if I put them on repeat, I'd eventually believe them, and right now I wanted to drown in them. So we walked, side by side, not holding hands any longer, but close. It was enough in those moments. It was enough to still my head. His phone rang as we neared the pathway to our house. He pulled it out and frowned. Probably a scam call. I don't recognize the number. Can't hurt to answer it to see. He pressed connect and held it to his ear. Hello? Yes, this is he. He turned to me, eyes going wide. What? I mouthed. He shook his head, clearly listening. Yes, sir. More listening. Thank you." I couldn't read him. He was up on the balls of his feet, but his shoulders were rolled forward. He was coiled, waiting for something. "I would be honored." There was a catch in his voice, and at that moment I knew he'd booked the Righteous movie. He was going to be their next big star, catapulting him higher than my television show ever could. These movies made $1 billion in a box office run easily, and I knew he'd be away filming this year. And the distance grew. We were splitting off already, both needing to take our own paths, and I didn't know if they'd ever reconvene, and it terrified me. We would never be the same.
6. Hale. I dropped my phone. Time slowed. I felt every blink. The phone bounced and clattered into the sand. Kel covered his mouth with his hands. I didn't know what to do. My brain was buzzing. I felt like I couldn't draw a full breath. He wrapped me in a hug. There were people watching us. I almost pushed him off to tell him, but had the sense somehow to know those pictures would be worse. "Congratulations," he whispered in my ear. Or maybe he was shouting. I couldn't process words or emotions. The world was too slow and too fast at the same time. There were very few moments that changed someone's entire life. I felt my path fracturing. I'd had to make maybe 2 such choices before. If I did this, I knew there would be no going back. It was a scary prospect to face because I wasn't sure it was the right choice. I'd wanted this so bad, but it had felt like such a far-off, impossible concept. Now that it was here, it was staggering. "I'm so happy for you." He pulled back and rubbed the back of his neck. "Maybe we should go in and celebrate before they think we've gotten engaged or something." I nodded, thankful he had the presence of mind because I was unable to do more than blindly follow him up the stairs. As soon as we were out of view, I collapsed into a seat. I felt lightheaded. It was too much. Kel dropped to his knees before me. "You don't look so good." His smile read amused, but I couldn't fully tell. "I think I'm in shock." I put my elbows on my knees and my face in my hands, trying to take calming breaths. He ran his hands up my arms and stared at me. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Yes. Shocked. Overwhelmed. I'm trying to get it sunk into my brain." "Let me get you some water." A few moments later, he was pressing a plastic glass into my hand. I took the cup and muttered a thank you before I gulped it. I had calmed significantly. I looked at him, trying to gauge his reaction now that I was getting outside myself. They were going to start leaking things on purpose now, and I was to act purely oblivious, denying I knew anything until the announcement. But they wanted me to keep the late-night spot, reading thirst tweets and do some other appearances under the guise of promoting Pirate Night. It was all about keeping my name hot, which I was sure any pictures of Kel and I embracing on the beach would do. As the character was bisexual, it wasn't going to be an issue either. They wanted me catching as much attention as possible, so I was at the pinnacle when they announced. It was smart marketing. Rumors swirling around me while I told talk show hosts I had no idea. The buzz would be intense by the time they released my name. I was a little sick thinking about it. I was starting to think Kel was right about the level of fame, and I wasn't ready. My brain kept coming back to one thought. Life will never be the same. There was no coming back from this. Good or bad, it's forever changed. I wasn't complaining. This had been what I wanted. It was more the stark realization this was such a pivotal point. I didn't think most people got to see those moments, except maybe after they happened because they were usually little things. Like Ella taking me to Mel, small moments. This was a big one with big consequences. "We should go out to celebrate." Kel was beaming now, wrapping his arms around me again. He seemed genuinely happy. Maybe it would be a good thing. "Sure. I gotta tell Mel. He's gonna flip his shit." I nodded as he pulled back. "Are you sure you're okay?" He was already dialing. "Perfect." I offered him a feeble smile, which he took, and I was grateful. They talked. I processed. I was excited. More than I'd ever been. Maybe even more than I'd been to be in Pirate Night. Okay, maybe equally as excited. He hung up the phone. I grabbed him and pulled him in for a kiss, sliding my arms around his neck to stand there, forehead to forehead with him turning in a small circle. Wow is right. His smile stretched. My smile mirrored his. What did Mel say? Mel wants to go out with us. Okay. I could feel the joy spreading over my face. This was real. This seems more excited, he said over my lips. I had to process. Did I dare tell him? I didn't want to spoil his glee. I think it's finally settling in. Good. You deserve to bask in this. The joy written on his face was so genuine. This was what he really wanted. Wow, we need drinks. We need champagne. I am slowly realizing how it changes everything. What does it change? I can't go back from being this level of fame. I told you, he burst out laughing. But it's cute you think that. You were already at the no-return point. My cheeks heated and I shook my head. Kel, I'm serious. They booked you for this because they know, like I knew. Even if you turned down this movie, you're here. Okay, I'm here. I pressed my eyes closed, letting the idea of it fully wash over me. It's a lot. You never get used to it. Every big thing you book will still feel like this. I opened my eyes to give him a questioning look, but he was serious. I could tell with a glance. Really? He nodded, shuffling his feet. It still blows me away. Wow. I guess I didn't think of it like that. Which is why I can stand here further in my career and tell you that you were already there, my love. I slipped my hand into his. What did you say? I can stand here. I cut him off. No, you called me your love. Yes. Such a simple yet powerful word. Do you not like it? I love it. Do you really want to do this? I asked. What? He replied. Go out. We can stay in if you'd rather. You deserve a night of celebrating. He put a smile I wasn't sure was genuine on his lips. A night out won't kill me, and I want to be able to celebrate with you. But I don't want to drag you out if it's something you don't want to do. There will be tons of people with phones there, and I know pictures make you uncomfortable. I was still worried I'd end up pushing him away with those things, even after months together, and it basically not being a secret we were together, even if we didn't acknowledge it. I think the ship has sailed with pictures after our behavior on the beach. He was laughing. True. I'd nearly forgotten how we'd acted. It seemed like a year ago. Are you okay? We were hugging on the beach, which I pulled you into. He took my hand and pulled it to his lips. I do want to celebrate with you. And if there are pictures, they can't be as bad as the beach. I nodded, swallowing. Those are gonna be something. They are already trying to sell them. He gave me a thin smile, and I still couldn't read him. Bad? He lifted a shoulder. I don't know. Mel told me they were circulating. We decided to call a car, since neither of us should be driving if we were celebrating. When we got out at the curb, Mel was already there waiting. He came up to Kel and wrapped him up in a massive hug. Did you tell him about the pictures? I suspect you two were celebrating, Mel asked. You're gonna have to tell us what you saw, Kel said with an eye roll, coming off like he didn't care, but I could tell by the way his body coiled he was tense and nervous. I got a call asking if I wanted to comment on my two leads dating. The usual stuff. Anywhere they can get an angle. We got asked as a production if we condone you two in a relationship. He laughed with a coy smile. As if you were the first two actors to fall in love on set. Like anyone in our industry cares. First gay ones, maybe, but I doubt that even, Kel replied, pulling Mel into another hug. Oh shit, are we dating now? We hugged. I blinked and laughed. Was Kel making light of this? It made me relax. Stop trying to lock me down. I told you I don't do relationships. He laughed and hugged Kel tighter. You two are probably the first ones to be outish about it. It made me feel so much better for Kel to be joking about all of this. "So, why didn't you see the pictures?" I asked, scared to look, but I knew myself. The first moment I wasn't in Kel's sight, I would. Mel laughed. "They won't share those. They are worth too much money. But the words were wrapped up in one another, if I remember correctly." "Sounds accurate. We knew they were there and got overwhelmed with the news." "They had been following us. It's my fault," Kel said with a shrug. If his nonchalance was an act, he was really selling it. Mel clapped him on the shoulder. "Loosening up about it?" Kel merely quirked a brow. It didn't reveal his answer either way, other than to show he wasn't freaking out. "I'd take it." Ella waved us over, and she led us to the entrance, skipping the line. I knew this was a thing that was done, but it made me uncomfortable. I didn't think I was at the level to get into a club before the rest of the line. The bouncers glanced at her and raised a brow. "Can I help you?" She stepped aside, sighed, and gestured at the two of us. "Holy shit, Hale Evans!" He got to his feet to move the rope. "Me?" I turned to Kel as we walked past. "What the hell was that?" "I'm old in this industry. You're the hot young gay guy who was single. Of course they want you in here." He nudged his shoulder into mine. "Get used to it." I knocked my shoulder back. "Never. I'm fully enthralled with someone, and I don't think it's possible to move on." Kel's face brightened, and it felt like a spark in the heavens. Being able to get him to smile like that was food for my soul. It reminded me how much I loved him. Not that I had a habit of forgetting. We were escorted to the VIP lounge, and Ella ordered table service. It was a dream. I was still in awe that this was my life. It was solidifying. And not because I was Kel Christ King's boyfriend. "See, this is nice," Ella elbowed Kel. "I didn't think it wouldn't be." He rolled his eyes. The champagne came and Mel held up his glass. We all matched him. "So, because I have you all here, and we're already celebrating, I thought I'd give you two some other news." "Oh?" Kel asked. "We got the offer approved for Pirate Night. They agreed to all our demands with only a little pushback on the salary, which we got squashed fast. So, we are booked for a third and fourth season." "Fuck," Kel stared. "Why didn't you call me?" "I got the call from our lawyers and project agent on the way over. Since we had everyone on board to do the season and they didn't want to fight with everyone, they swallowed the whole deal. It was so fast I figured I'd tell you here." Kel put a hand over his mouth. "Holy shit!" I came up and wrapped around him. He slid his arms around me and had tears in his eyes. "Is this gonna change the movie I was offered?" "Shit!" Kel shook his head. "Since you were already tentatively on a submitted contract, your agent will know. I'm sure they'll be working out shoot timing in your contract with her." Holy shit! I was over the moon. I don't know about you three, but I haven't had a night out in ages or gotten laid, and I made a lot of money tonight. I am gonna go celebrate by dancing and looking for a pickup. Mel shot down his glass of champagne and got to his feet. And unlike you famous people, I don't have to worry about photos of it getting leaked all over the internet. You do you, asshole, Kel said with a laugh. You have seemed a little pent up recently over our video chats. Work it out. I don't have a built-in stress release in my house or at my work, Mel said, laughing more. I need to use my time off to find it. It is rather nice to have. You should get one. Kel was smug and seemed to be relaxing. Maybe I'd misread his deflation, or maybe it was anxiety. He did tend to relax when he got places. I plan on dancing too. I'm floating. I need to get my energy out. I turned to Kel. You want to come? I fully expected him to say no. Maybe for a couple of songs, since I don't want to be left alone at this table. Really? Shock coursed through me. I grabbed his hand, and the smile on my face must have told him enough. I like making you happy, he admitted, stepping closer to me. And pictures? I asked. You keep bringing up pictures. Are you concerned about being seen with me? He asked, meeting my eyes. There are already pictures. You know I'm not. I'm concerned about being seen with both of you. Mel gave Kel's shoulder a shove as he headed toward the dance floor. "Come on, I'm buying shots before we go dance." Ella followed after Mel. I was already a little tipsy from all the bottle service, and shots might put me over the edge. But I was enjoying myself. My life was good. I wasn't sure how I'd been so lucky, but it seemed like in that moment nothing could go wrong. The shots Ella picked burned down my throat and lit my body on fire. I closed my eyes as we moved to the dance floor. A song I didn't recognize started, and the crowd was jumping. It was easy to lose myself in the low light, surrounded by my friends. We didn't seem to be noticed in the middle of people like we were. Kel's hat probably helped. We could exist with the music and let go. Kel grabbed my hip and stepped into me. Our bodies moved together, not touching, yet still erotic. The lights flashed around us, and there was probably 500 people in the club. I didn't see anyone but him. A bead of sweat dripped down his throat, and I leaned in to lick it off. He shivered under my touch and ran his fingers through my hair before whispering in my ear, "If I were younger and cared less, I'd be making out like a teenager in here." "When we get home," I replied, letting my eyes fall closed again. "Will you be up for it?" he asked, getting close enough so his hip brushed against my groin. I wasn't sure if it was on purpose, but my dick took notice. "I'm up for it now." A grin spread over his lips. "I can see that." I grabbed his wrist, bringing his hand to brush over my bulge. "Can you see it in this light?" "I can see how tight your pants are in the front, but I'd much rather feel it." "When we get home," I repeated my words. He leaned closer, his lips touching my ear. "I've never met someone who turned me on this much. I don't plan to stop." I rubbed my cheek over his as I pulled back. He groaned and threw his head back, dragging his teeth over his lip. We danced for a few more songs before he got my attention. "I'm gonna go find some water, so I don't have whiskey dick when you drag me home." He pulled away and turned to work his way through the crowd. I was elated and high on life. My shirt clung to my chest, and Ella moved in to dance in front of me. I don't know how long we were out there, but soon we were gathering a crowd. There were flashes and shouting. It drew me out of the haze I'd been in. I slowed and caught her attention. She shrugged and kept moving. I got closer so we could speak. "What are they doing?" I asked, but spoke too soon. "Hail!" some yelled. More and more people gathered. "Do they know who I am?" Ella laughed and rolled her eyes. "It's time for you to go back to the VIP area." She grabbed my hand and dragged me away from the building crowd. We were followed by a swarm of people. They were all jockeying for my attention, and we had to push to get through. Soon there were hundreds of blinding flashes, and I had to squint to not run into people. Kel's gaze was on me with a concerned look when the bouncer finally got involved. "You need to stay in here, or we're going to end up with a riot," the bouncer said in a gruff tone. "Sure," I said to him, then turned to Ella. "What the fuck was that?" "You got recognized, and then people worked themselves into a frenzy. But we were out there so long." She shook her head. "You are too innocent for this. It only takes one person, and then it spreads and compounds. Even if people don't know who you are, they hear celebrity and lose their minds." We reached Kel, and I took a seat next to him, pressing my arm into his. "But Kel was out there with me, and people didn't notice." "I'm a generation past most of the people in here," Kel laughed, picking up his drink. "I ordered another bottle." "What happened to not having whiskey dick?" I asked him, taking the glass out of his hand to steal a sip. He grabbed it back as soon as I'd taken my drink. "I figured you'd be out there a while. You two looked like you were having a blast." "Until his fame ruined it," Ella scoffed. "It's gonna get so much worse. We won't be able to go anywhere anymore, Hale. I'm gonna have to go dance with Mel now." "Sorry," I said. Everything my friends were saying made my realization easily that much worse. How do you feel about it? Kel asked when we were alone again. I don't understand it. Wait till they announce your titanium. I'm expecting as much backlash as praise. You know how people are with those beloved characters. Think about when they got Rob to play Batman. I wanted the words to be true as I said them. We'd know as soon as they started leaking it. As popular as he is, I'm sure there will be quite a few people who don't approve. Cal studied me, drumming his fingers on the table in time with the music. I think you'll be surprised. We didn't have any major backlash with Pirate Night. I think a book is a little different. But the truth was, I hadn't looked when I was cast, too terrified it was a dream and I'd wake up. I was sick to my stomach over the role until I showed up on set, and then I was a little too wrapped up in my co-star for anything else to have come into play. You still with me, or too drunk to process? He laughed, pushing my hair out of my eyes. I was thinking about how I hadn't noticed anything while on set with you. Why not? He asked, confusion showing on his features. I think I was too concerned with controlling my feelings for you, and, well then, fucking you. I didn't have to stalk the tabloids. I laughed. You had me entranced, and we've stayed in so much the last few months while filming. I lifted both shoulders and traced my finger over the back of his hand. And now I don't have you so entranced? He asked, and I couldn't tell if he was joking. It was too dark and too loud, and I'd drunk too much to read him. You do, but it is settled. It's easier now. We stay in and have more time not filming. Am I keeping you in when you don't want to be? I shook my head. This is fun for a night, but I'd much rather absorb all the time we have to ourselves. We don't have much time left, he said, suddenly melancholy. No, I agreed. When did they say you'd start shooting? He turned his hand over to let me play over his palm. They were sending it to my agent. I'm sure I'll hear from her tomorrow. He nodded, and all the feelings he'd been giving off came back. There was something bothering him. I wished he'd tell me what it was. I hoped it wasn't about my fame. We might be apart this next year, he said softly. We will take breaks and fly to each other, right? I asked, this all getting too real. Of course. He closed his hand around mine. We have to. Lots of video calling. I was dreading it, and yet I'd known what I was getting myself into with this. There was no other way to go about it. We weren't in a place to do what he and Rachel did. I'd miss him, but we'd be so busy with work I was sure time would fly. It was going to be weird to spend so much time away from him after nearly a year of always being together. Even before we started dating, we'd spend every night together and all day on set. I knew I had to have trust, and I trusted him and us. You two? Mel came up and took a seat, breaking the moment. His shirt clung to his body and his hair was damp. Are missing all of it. They have guys and girls dancing in cages now. Why don't you go ask to be put in one? Kel said, a slight smile on his lips. It'd be more entertaining to put the two of you in a cage. I'd watch that, Mel replied, all sly. Can you imagine? Kel shook his head. Might be hot, though. Too bad. With fame comes many restrictions, like no one believing it's actually you on dating apps. Mel had his phone app out and was busy swiping. At least I can get a date. I don't need one. Kel looked over at me with a rueful smile. And why aren't you meeting someone out there? Why are you on your phone? I know you're an old man, Mel said, looking up from his phone. You're older than I am, Kel shot back. At least I don't act like it. But this is the way of the young people. I don't know which of those people are gay or looking for a hookup. I don't know who's going to be interested in me. With the app, I do. We can both figure out we are in the same place, both looking for a fuck easy. Like, here is one now. I'm going to go see if we have chemistry, and if we do, there you go. Way easier than going up to people. Kel shook his head as Mel practically skipped off. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with any of that. I don't think I could. It gives me anxiety thinking about it. It's not fun. I'm glad to be done with it. And I was. Apps weren't for me. We should start scheduling trips to see each other as soon as I have my schedule. I didn't want to not have things set up. Filming changed and things got pushed and weekends could get fucked up, but I wanted concrete things on the books. It would make me feel better, and I assumed it would him too. As soon as you know. His shoulders hunched forward, and he leaned his elbows on the table. Take me home? I wasn't sure if I'd killed the mood or if he was done with the crowds and people, but I didn't like the sudden change in him.
7. Kel. As much as I hated to sit down in front of my computer week after week to talk to my therapist, I knew I needed to this week. Therapy made me feel weak at times, but there were times that I knew how much I needed a space to get out what was in my head and what it felt like was in Hale's head. So I reluctantly sat in front of my computer and opened the chat program. I stared at the blank screen before I clicked on the touch screen to call my therapist, David. "Slacking on your appointments," he said when he answered. I know. It had been a couple of weeks. At first I canceled due to the filming schedule, or so I told myself. We were trying to get in a lot those last couple of weeks. Then it was Christmas, and I was home, and I was happy. I didn't feel like I needed them. You're avoiding something. I am. That's a step. I pushed both hands into the hair falling in my face, shoving it back. I'm trying. And yet still avoiding. David wasn't going to let me get away with shit. He was good at his job, and after dozens of therapists, I knew he was the one for me when he called me on my excuses. I can't help you when you're avoiding. It's not always for the reasons you assume. I relaxed a little as he started in with his tough love. Please do tell me the reasons. I'd love to hear them. He stuck his pen in between his teeth and stared. His warm blue eyes were like a calm sky, and they were immensely comforting. He was made to be a psychiatrist. At first I wasn't avoiding. I was busy with filming. I'll be the judge of that. More often than not, we are avoiding long before we realize it. I had to give him that. I was trying to process it myself. I know you will help me walk through things, but I usually at least know how I feel when we talk. I can't decide how I feel. But I seem to be in a spiral. I can't crawl out of this hole I'm in. I decided last night that's what was going on. Maybe it was the liquor, or maybe it was seeing how good Hale was without me, or maybe it was the daunting separation. I probably had been avoiding it the last couple of weeks of filming. Everything was ramping up to it, and every day we got closer to it, the more I was terrified of being alone. Again. A hole. His thick brows pulled together. Why do you feel like you're in a hole again, Kel? I didn't, at first. I was happy to be off work and getting time with Hale. And I am happy, but once I started to think about everything, my anxiety is out of control. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. It was hard to start talking to David, but once I did, it poured from me. He had that effect on me. And what made you realize? I was out with him last night. Photos? He asked, probably as it was something that bothered me in the past. No, actually there are pictures from before we went out. And I'm okay with it, I admitted. Did that surprise you? It did. I've been dreading it for so long, but it has felt good to get them out there. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last, as I get more comfortable. He smiled, and it was warm. That's a huge accomplishment. I hope you have commended yourself. No, but it is nice to hear you say. I see it, and you deserve to feel good about it. He tinted his fingers. If it's not photos, what are you concerned about? I feel like I'm surrounded by walls, and I feel like I have no choices. I can't fight to find the good, and I think I'm going to end up pushing Hale away. You were pretty bad when you two started off your friendship, if I'm correct. Mm-hmm. I thought back on how easy it was then, and not that I would trade the sex for anything, but there was something to be missed about the simplicity of how things used to be, without the fear a relationship brought. Do you think you are worse now? I internalized the question and searched myself for an answer. Comparing bouts of depression wasn't easy. They were similar and entirely different. I wasn't sure what I was. I can't tell, if I'm honest. Everything is infinitely more complicated and yet less. I get to wake up to my best friend, but now I'm terrified of losing him. But it's not just losing him. It's pushing him away. Finally, there were words to how I was feeling. It was a start. Baby steps. Maybe worse now. Why would you be worse? I thought you said things were good with Hale. I got a rare frown. I think it's worse only because I have something to lose now. I was at rock bottom then. There was no going further down. But this is worse than rock bottom? Yes, because now, along with happy, I have fear. Knowing the pain is coming is harder to deal with than being numb. Sometimes I wish for numb back. Did you worry about losing Rachel? He asked. I shook my head before the words were even fully out of David's mouth. No, it was different. I felt secure, and since our careers grew together and apart, we had more control. And yet it fell apart. His words were like a bucket of water. I was left shaking and grasping for what I felt. Am I wrong? He asked when I didn't say anything. I reached out, adjusting the laptop screen as if doing something with my hands would ground me. No. So you felt secure and things ended. Now, I'm not going to say you were totally innocent in that relationship. As we've talked through the ending of that relationship in our sessions, we touched on areas you failed and areas she failed. It wasn't just her, even if she reacted poorly at the end. Relationships fail because of both people. It's rarely as single-sided as people think it is. I knew I failed her in ways I didn't know I was, and probably contributed in her falling out of love with me. It was hard to swallow with as much animosity as I'd carried for her after it all fell apart, but it was also freeing to be able to let go of some of the hate and take my share of the blame. I didn't want to make the same mistakes with Hale, so I had to see my own actions as painful as it was. Relationships fail for all sorts of reasons, and unfortunately, with your chosen line of work, they have a higher risk of failure. But since you've recognized some of your mistakes, you can control your part of the equation. But what about his? I pressed my eyes closed, fear eating my insides raw. You have to trust him, and that's the hardest part of all of this. Continuing to put yourself out there daily and trust that he will meet you. And when I can't? When I fail again, I can't bear the thought of pushing him away and making him hate me like Rachel does. There it was, as open as I could be. I did trust Hale. I didn't trust me. Sometimes I wish we could go back to being friends so I don't ever have to risk losing him, risk him hating me. I don't think I could live with him hating me. Relationships aren't always 50-50. Sometimes they are 99-1. He will have to be everything at times, as you will have to do it for him. David glanced at his notebook and began writing, a practice that used to freak me out, but now I'd grown used to. It's okay to not be able to give 50% every day, and the right partner for you will know you struggle. Do you think I am with the right person? David smiled. That isn't for me to decide or pass judgment on. My job is to help you work through your own issues, partner or not. That means issues with him and issues with yourself, but not passing judgment. I also only see one side, so it wouldn't be professional of me to do such a thing, as this isn't couples counseling. I nodded. It made sense, but I hated the ambiguity. Do you not think he's the right person for you? No! It was almost too quick a response, a defensive response I felt come from inside me. I think he's too good for me. You realize feeling inequality towards your partner on either side leads to issues. You have to see what you bring to the table, or insecurity is going to eat you alive. It's always been an issue for me. Not always. You said you felt secure with Rachel. Fuck. I exhaled, trying to get the weight off my chest and the pain out of my heart. Do you think I'll ever get there? I believe if you want to, you will. I know you are capable of extraordinary things, Kel. You have done so much with your life, things some would consider impossible, especially with depression. Some of those things feel easier than others. Acting, for one. We can't be good at everything. Laugh lines lingered on his face. I know. Or I thought I did. Are you going to keep avoiding sessions? He asked like it wouldn't bother him at all. I opened myself up to full disclosure. I don't think I can afford to with all the things I have ahead of me. It wasn't saying I would, but it was the truth. I knew I needed them. I can't get worse. That's a sure way to destroy Hale and I. I would agree with that assessment. You were doing well, and you're self-admittedly slipping again. No. Have you talked to Hale about your insecurities with being alone? A little. I closed my eyes and leaned on an elbow. We talked about it as friends, so he knows I hate being alone. And I've told him some, but not all of what I realized last night. Don't you think that's a necessary step into ensuring you get the care you need from your partner? Probably. It seemed redundant. You don't think he should know it after the way we started? I opened my eyes to look at him again. I think too many times in relationships people assume their partner should know how to take care of them, and then are resentful when it falls short. He leaned forward, writing something on his notebook before going on. I think expressing your needs and what would help you will only benefit a relationship as long as it's done before you're in the resentful stage, and it's not meant to be argumentative. When these things come from a place of love and self-care, they are taken better. But how do I even say that? Hey, you're not doing a good job. Can you do this? I slid my fingers into my hair, playing with it as I blew out a breath. You're going about it all wrong. It's not about telling him he's failing, it's about telling him you need help. David was way too patient. Can you give me an example? Of course, and don't feel bad, I can see the look in your eyes. He chuckled. Like you could go to Hale and say, I'm worried about how I'm going to feel alone again. I know we talked about it as friends, but it's making my anxiety bad. It would really help me if we made a plan on how we can work through this when we are both on location. See how you frame it about yourself? It would help you. He loves you. He's going to want to help you. He paused as his expression changed. You believe he wants to help you, right? He has said we need to make a plan, I admitted. Why didn't you take him up on it? I don't know. I'm scared to make it too real, I guess. I understand that, but he's asking you for it, right? David asked. I nodded. Yes, but I also don't want to feel like a burden. The healthiest relationships come from knowing you deserve to be cared for as much as him. You'd do this for him if he was suffering. Of course, I said before he finished speaking. Then know he wants to do it for you, David said softly. He might not always understand how. Okay. It was going to be harder to get there in my head than I let on, but I didn't think continuing to talk it out with David was going to help. How were the meds? I was thankful for the change in direction and the pressure being off of me. We chatted about life and projects I had coming up and if I'd been taking care of myself. I felt better when I hung up the call. I hoped it would last. An hour on the phone with David felt like 5. I felt stiff when I pushed to my feet and opened the doors to my office. I wandered down to the kitchen to see if Hale was home. I loved the all-white we'd done in here before moving in. white cabinets, white with silver flecks, and the quartz countertops. The skylights did the rest, keeping the room one of the brightest in the house. I loved big windows and knew as soon as I saw how many this house had, it was perfect. I was glad Hale agreed. He wasn't home yet, which wasn't surprising because of the LA traffic. It's why I hated to venture over there and opted to call David instead of going with him. He needed to do this alone anyway. I made myself a sandwich and took it to the deck to process the call. I put my feet up and leaned back, letting my body absorb as much of the ocean air and sunlight as possible. I was going to miss being here when I left. I wanted to pause time for a year and solidify everything with Hale. Solidify myself, get better. I didn't know if it was possible, but I wanted it. I wanted to work on myself, but life didn't work that way. Who could simply walk away from everything to heal? We couldn't put things on hold as much as we wanted to. I was going to have to figure this out, going headlong like I always did. Only this time, I had to make sure not to let everything fall to shit around me while I was busy. Nervous? Didn't begin to describe it. I spent most days in that state. I was happy, and it was hard to be happy with depression and anxiety. I spent entirely too much time worried about what could go wrong, and not enough time enjoying the present, enjoying Hale, enjoying the little downtime we got in our house. Happiness sometimes seemed like this impossible concept, so far out of reach I wasn't sure I'd ever get there. "You seem pensive," Hale said when he stepped outside to join me. "How could you tell?" I glanced over my shoulder at him. He looked young and handsome, tanned and relaxed. The beach had been doing him good. He stood in slacks that were an inch too short for my liking. I did not understand the look the kids were into these days. His hands were tucked into his pockets and the first two buttons on his shirt undone. Who wouldn't want to make him a superhero? "The tight mouth and expression on your face?" he offered with a smile as he came to sit next to me. "Lots of thinking after talking to David." "You signed a contract yet?" I asked, excited but fearing it at the same time. I couldn't ask him not to work. I wouldn't ask him not to work. I still wasn't sure how Rachel and I both managed to adjust our schedules and not suffer. Maybe, eventually, it could work for Hale and I, and he would be famous enough to dictate dates, but with me having overbooked myself and him being so new, he needed to take every opportunity that came his way. "We start filming in April." "So soon?" "They want to get it in before our next season. They were already going to do the first Righteous Team movie then, and they're taking it right into Titanium's first movie instead of breaking it up. They said it can't wait until after, and they'd rather have Titanium in production early than late." He lifted his shoulder. "It's only pushing it up a little." It was all evidence he was their only choice. If a billion-dollar company was moving around production schedules and making things happen, they wanted Hale bad. I'm sure with as many movies as Righteous has put out, they have things down to a science. Hale nodded. "Then it will be a press tour as soon as we finish season 3, right before the movie comes out." "Shit," I said. It was a lot. He didn't get closer to me. I didn't like the body language. It made me wonder if something more was wrong. "Do you think doing our TV show and movies is too much? Maybe I should back off," Hale asked. "No!" I put my feet down and turned towards him, horrified. "You need to take these things as they come. It's going to mean being away a lot. I don't want to only work." His words hit the insecure spot inside of me. My neediness was going to drive him away. He was already thinking of toning down his career right when he was getting hot. "Did you sign the contract? Tell me you didn't put it off." I took his hands in mine. I realized he had only said when it starts filming, not if he signed, and dread filled me. I could not let him give up things for me. I could not let him resent me like Rachel did. I would get my shit together. He shook his head. "I signed it, but I did a lot of thinking on the way home." "What about?" "Filming constantly and taking time for us. I don't want to never see each other." He paused and met my gaze. "You're leaving, then I leave, and other than occasional weekends, When are we going to see each other? Do we really have an option this year? I asked. I guess not. His shoulders slumped forward. It was now or never. I had to talk to him about my fears. I had to rip off the Band-Aid as much as it scared me. I tried to remember David's words and fumbled them. That is something I talked about this morning with David. He, gave me some advice I'm now blanking on. What do you mean? He brushed his thumb over mine. I'm worried about this year. I'm sure we both are. Maybe if we make a plan to see each other, we'll both feel better. I kept looking him in the eyes, as hard as it was. I buried my fears down deep. I would take care of my mental health myself. It was at least part of what David told me to do without letting myself get to the needy parts that pushed Rachel away. It seemed to calm him. I was thinking about that last night when we were at the club. We need to break it down. And on my breaks, I'll come to you, and on yours, you can come to me. And if any of them happen to match up, we can meet someplace. He seemed excited at the prospect. We are both going to be so jet-lagged. Are you sure you can handle it, shooting full-time? I bet shooting with Righteous will be way more rigorous than what Mel has us doing. Worse than 3 a.m. calls? He laughed. If all we do is sleep together for a couple of days, it'll be worth it. I agree. And then an idea struck me. You don't start shooting until April. Right. He let out a breath, more content than he'd looked, but still not settled. Come with me for however long you can. I'd been dying to ask him, but refrained, knowing he had to be here for auditions, another sticking point in not allowing him to burn down his career for me or mine. What? We start in Dubai. Come with me. Even when I have long days, we'll get to sleep together. Confusion showed on his face. We talked about me staying here for auditions and stuff. We did, but now you have a movie, and I figured you wouldn't have to be here as much. Did he not want to come? Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Do you want me there? I really want you there. If you have something you need to come back for, fly back. Let's try it. I closed my eyes, hoping he would agree, so we could put off our departure for a little longer at least. I just hoped he'd want to come.
8. Hale. February. In a whirlwind of excitement and new opportunities, our vacation ended and we were both on our way to Dubai. It seemed like I was getting everything I wanted. More time with Kel and the part of Titanium. We had time together now. Then he had a month off after his movie wrapped, depending on how production went. He would use that to come stay with me in Georgia while I was filming. By the time the plane landed in Dubai, I was feeling on top of the world. I wasn't even sure how this was my real life. I had the most amazing boyfriend and was going to get to play a character I loved, plus do a 3rd and 4th season of another character I loved alongside my boyfriend. It would be hard to get through the time apart. But with Cal able to join me for his time off, and all the visits we talked about at least once a month, I was feeling on top of the world. We stepped off the plane, jet-lagged as fuck, but a switch flipped in Cal. He was an entirely different person. Calm and reserved. Serious, more serious than I'd ever seen him. His mannerisms were even different. I wasn't sure how to interact with him, but he'd settled from the anxiety as he came off on the plane, so I reserved my judgment. I hoped it was nerves. I knew I'd had my share of them, so he was entitled to his feelings. He slipped his hand in mine, and his sunglasses on as we walked toward our waiting car. I'd been expecting heat, blasts of dry and stifling air, but it wasn't hot. It was pleasant. The sun had set and the air was somewhere in the mid-60s, not much off what we'd left. I was seeing why Dubai was appealing in February. It was like a dream vacation spot. I would be happy sitting by the pool for the next couple of weeks. I had to fly to New York for my late-night spots, but at least they were all in the same week. Other than that, it was gonna be relaxing while Kel went to work. I would have felt a little like a kept man if I didn't have a ton of work coming up. Wow, this is... Kel squeezed my hand and gave me an "Are you seeing this?" look. I nodded, shaking my head as we approached the waiting Rolls-Royce. I was not expecting this. This is kind of intense. I've never been inside a Rolls, Kel said as he ducked into the back of the car. What, really? I was kind of shocked. It's a big thing here, to be picked up in 'em, but I've never been in Dubai before. He shrugged as I took the seat next to him. We were offered champagne and gladly took it. I lifted my brows, and Kel held up his glass to clink with mine. To us, I said. Yes, and our future. The drive wasn't long. We headed toward the water. I'd researched the hotel before we arrived, and it was out of a dream. We were staying at the Atlantis, the Palm, where they were shutting down portions of the hotel to shoot scenes for Max Carter. The location was stunning, right on the pinnacle of Crescent Road on their man-made chain of islands, and if that wasn't gorgeous enough, they were also filming scenes at the Burj Khalifa. Even having seen pictures online, I was entirely overwhelmed when we pulled up. I slid from the car with eyes the size of dinner plates, like a complete uncultured American. I wasn't expecting the size or the view. Dubai was different than any idea I'd ever had of the Middle East. I was excited about getting to explore the local area and get behind-the-scenes views of both. Are you tired? That flight was rough, Kel asked as we were directed to a private entrance for the actors and crew. No, I'm energized now. And I was. This place was like a massive compound, and I could already smell the sea. We were told we'd already been checked in by the advance team and handed our keys. Want to go change and then explore? Yes. I was eager to. I didn't think I'd be bored while Kel worked. There was so much to do. He'd be away 10 or more hours a day, but we'd still get time. We have 2 days, right? Kel looked at his watch. A little over, so we can adjust to the time zone. Let's go. I tugged him towards the elevator. Looks like we can't make out in the elevator, Kel whispered when the doors closed behind us. The entire thing was glass, with a lovely view of the water. What? Do you remember? He asked, looking at his feet. I do. I stepped into him. I don't think I've ever wanted anyone as bad as I wanted you that night we slept in the same bed, he admitted. What? I asked. You've never told me that. Seeing Rachel solidified it all. I was realizing I was falling for you, and after we woke up like we did... He trailed off, his cheeks heating. I've never fallen for someone as hard as I was falling for you then, I whispered over his lips, and it was the truth. But it didn't stop there. Every time I think I can't fall any harder, you are you, and there I go. He laughed and brushed our lips together in the barest kiss, but I felt it to the tips of my toes. Thank you, I said. For what? He asked. Asking me to come with you? His brow pulled a little. Why would you be thanking me for that? I didn't think you wanted me to come, so I'm happy to be here. The crease deepened. Of course I want you here. I wouldn't want you anywhere else. I thought it would be irresponsible to ask and make you choose between auditions and being here. I felt better knowing his reasons. Another reason I should have asked him about it. Miscommunication was a bitch. I needed to remind myself about that as we went into the distance thing. But as much as they made me feel better, they made me feel worse, too. There were so many unspoken things behind his words, but the doors slid open and he whisked out of the elevator, leaving me feeling uneasy. It felt like maybe we were stuck in a cycle of doing what we thought was better for one another, assuming but not asking, and I didn't like the path it was putting us on. It left me with a helpless feeling, and no way to change it. We were so far down it. What could we do but continue? Could I make any meaningful changes in our time here? I would try, if only to stem the tide and put us on the right path. He unlocked our room with his fingerprint, and it opened into a massive living area. More like an apartment than a hotel. The overall design led to the view and balcony. We walked straight for it, opening the floor-to-ceiling sliding glass doors to stand in the breeze as we looked over the Persian Gulf. The view was spectacular. I felt the weight of Kel's success as we walked in the door, an entirely different atmosphere from Pirate Night. This was Brad Pitt or the Rock-level luxury. Pirate Night had fooled me into a false sense we were on the same level, but we were nowhere close, and this proved it. I wasn't upset by the show of wealth and how much a studio was willing to put into Kel. More humbled to be with him. More than I'd ever been before. Kel slipped an arm around me and leaned in. I wasn't going to let anything bother me while I was here. I wanted to feel good with him. "Thank you," he said as he turned into me, pressing his forehead to my shoulder. I mirrored his movements and wrapped my arms around his. "For what?" "For everything you've done to save me this last year." I wasn't sure if he or I started it, but we swayed and danced there together in the sun, his forehead pressed to my chest. "I would do it all again and more," I said. "I get to wake up with you every day." "Promise me we'll get through this." "We will. I'm not letting go of you, Kelchrist. I'm not giving up on us." "Me either. I'd have given up everything to stay there with him, to not have to let him go, to never have to let him go again." I had been asleep for hours when Kel climbed into bed. He was stiff and smelled like the charcoal soap he liked. He'd already showered, and it hadn't woken me up. He slipped an arm around me as he climbed into bed. I linked my fingers with his, bringing his knuckles to my lips and kissing over them. I whispered reasons I loved him over each one. So many emotions came to my heart and mind. So many things I thought he needed to hear, that I needed to get off my chest. The last 2 days had been better than the whole month we'd spent in our house. Maybe because we'd thought we'd had less time then, or he was stressed about returning to work. But whatever it was, he was more relaxed here than I'd seen him. I was falling harder, and for the first time, feeling like we were settling into ourselves and our relationship. I was elated. "I've been in love with you longer than you've known. Longer than I've even admitted to myself," he said as his lips found mine in the dark. "I can't imagine being luckier." "My soul fits with yours," I replied. His breath fanned over my cheek. "I'm sorry I'm so late." "I expected it," I murmured, still chasing sleep, not sure if I was fully awake. "I tried calling. I must have put my phone on silent before I fell asleep. I didn't remember doing it, but I usually did. We weren't used to this working apart thing. I'll have to figure out how to set my phone so your calls always go through. I won't call unless it's important. I wouldn't want to wake you. Always wake me." I pushed my hands into his linen pants. "Talking is more important than sleep," he moaned as I massaged his ass. "Sorry for waking you." I could tell what he wanted, and my cock was ready to go. I pressed my feet into the mattress, using the leverage to rock over him. "Fuck." He dropped his forehead to mine. I pushed his pants down and he kicked them off. "I want to be inside you." He looked at me and dragged his teeth over his lip before straddling me. "I want to ride you." Shit. I reached around him to get rid of my boxers. He looked so smug. There was nothing sexier in the world. "Do you think I can take all of you like this?" What the fuck had gotten into him? "I want to see you try." He leaned over and grabbed a bottle of lube from the nightstand. "Did you plan this?" His smile widened. "Yes." He sat back on my thighs and poured lube on my cock. I hissed as the cool liquid met my dick. He watched my face as he massaged it over me, and I couldn't take my eyes off his hands. He took his time. Hell, there was need in my voice, and I wasn't afraid to show it. Do you want me? I nodded, pressing my fingers into his hips. He looked drunk off power as he lifted up over me and fisted his hand around my base to direct my cock inside of him. He looked me right in the eyes as he pressed my tip to his hole. I gasped, pressing off the bed, desperate to get inside him. He withdrew and grinned down at me. Do you like being in control? I asked, grabbing his ass to spread it. Like this? I think I do. He lowered back to play with my tip, rubbing it back and forth over all of his sensitive areas. Sinking low enough, he wrapped a hand around both our cocks, stroking them together. Do you like it? God, yes. I arched into him, unable to stop myself. My breathing was staggered. I love watching you. I love watching you. He slid lower on my hips, and I was about to complain when he bent down to suck just my tip into his mouth. Fuck, Cal! If he didn't stop, I was going to come before I was even inside him. I love what I do to you. He dipped his tongue into my slit, looking up at me. He straightened, and his hair blew in the light breeze coming off the balcony. I was glad the bed was far enough back in the room that we could have the doors open. He was lovely, poised over me, totally in control, and happy. The smile fed my soul. Do you want to fuck me? He was back over me, and before I could answer, he sank down, taking my head inside him. I fell back, unable to do anything but lay there while he fully seated himself on my cock. He pressed his hands into my chest and started to ride me. Fuck, Cal! He didn't stop grinning, and he was ruthless, alternating between hard and fast, then slow, keeping me fully inside him. I brushed his hair out of his face and touched and kissed every part of him he let me reach. I think I'm gonna come from riding you, he said into my mouth, while in the middle of a slow rock I could feel to my bones. I cupped his cheek, keeping him there. You think you can? He nodded, rubbing our noses together. If I stay like this, it won't be long. Jesus, Cal, I don't know if there's anything hotter. You're telling me. I had no idea how much I was missing until you fucked me. Our chests, slick with sweat, slid together. He pressed closer, rubbing his cock between our abs, and he whimpered. I wrapped both arms around him, hugging him to me as I started to move with him. I lost it when he started to spill between us, gasping and crying out. We stayed that way, together, long past us both going soft. We must have fallen asleep, because I woke up as the light started to spill over the sea. Kel still on top of me, sticky and sore, but never happier in my life. Fantastic sex, love, dedication, devotion. I felt it all for this man. I wasn't sure what I'd done to be lucky enough to meet my soulmate, but I knew in every fiber in my being he was my match, and I'd never find another love like this if I searched for the rest of my life. He was my once-in-a-lifetime. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to have to leave. For the first time in weeks, I thought I'd made a huge mistake. 9. Hale. April. Light barely crested over the water as Kel and I stood in each other's arms, forehead to forehead, our grip on each other a little too tight and a little too desperate, neither one of us making a move to let go. I don't want to go. I said the words that had been running through my head for 10 days, finally getting them out as my luggage sat waiting by the door. I don't want you to go either. I almost asked him how to get out of it, how to not do the movie. I knew what the consequences would be. I'd probably get blackballed. I didn't ask. I knew it was the fear talking, and I'd relax when I got to the set. I didn't know how to do a movie without him. I'm gonna miss you, I said. This was gonna be so hard, and not in a fun way. I will be there in a month. Nice long weekend. We can relax and binge-watch something stupid and fuck like rabbits like we have been here. Kel cupped my face and kissed me. You really know how to give a guy a hard-on before he gets on an airplane. I smiled and felt a little better, leaning into his kiss. At least it's first class, Kel said, releasing me. Doesn't negate the fact that I have to be in the airport hard. At least I know you'll be thinking about me. He palmed my cock and sent me on my way. The ride to the airport was sobering. Every step I took carried me further from him, and a part of me felt like we might not get back to the house in Malibu. I told myself it was fear talking. I was scared to do this, scared to leave him, scared of a long-distance relationship, and more than anything else, I was terrified of losing him. I tried to tell myself it was nerves. I'd never done a movie without this group of people, and I'd feel better when I got there. But that didn't help the ache in my stomach, or the clenching of my heart. At least I'd have Ella for moral support. I slept on the plane, but it was fitful. Lots of dreams of me chasing something. I never knew what, but always chasing. I closed my eyes, breathing in the thick air. The humidity in Georgia stifled and closed in around me, causing me to sweat the moment I stepped outside. I already missed the dry heat in Dubai. There was a car waiting to take me to the place they'd rented for me. I felt like I was stepping into almost a parallel of my life on Pirate Night, only alone. I'd arranged to have most of my stuff shipped, so it was waiting for me in boxes when I walked in the new place. The driver had my keys and left me to it. I walked into the garden-level condo with my stomach in my throat. The two-bedroom was lovely. It had a private garden in the back and window boxes filled with flowers at all the windows. Since it was garden level, I assumed it would be dark, but big sliding doors in the back let in a lot of light. They'd hung plants in every corner and had a welcome basket sitting on the island in the kitchen. I picked up the note. Welcome to the righteous family. It was signed by all the other actors and actresses in their superhero names. I had to laugh. It was a really nice gesture. I set the note back in the basket of goodies when my phone started to buzz. I pulled it out of my pocket to find Ella calling. Hello? You here yet? Just walked into my place. I'm coming down, she said, and hung up. I laughed and went to unlock my front door, and she was already standing there. That was fast. She grinned at me. I'm in an apartment in the building next door. They own these two. A lot of the cast and crew stays in them. Even Tobias is in the penthouse. I gave a low whistle. I bet that place is a lot nicer. She scoffed. Probably plated in gold with as much money as he brings in. No shit. Are you excited to work with him? She asked, hopping up to sit on one of the stools, picking up the card from my basket. Tobias actually signed this? Looks that way, I said. Unless his assistant did it or something. I guess we'll never know. She brought it closer to her face. Wait. She got out her phone and typed something in, then turned it around. Looks like his signature. I guess so then. Tobias played Spec, a kind of elitist rich hero with a bad attitude but a good heart. His character was also bisexual, and there were a ton of rumors he'd be in Titanium's first movie as a love interest. I had no idea if Righteous Studios was going to follow an arc like that, but I loved that they'd kept him true to the bisexual side, and that we had a bunch of flirty banter throughout the movie. It was badass to have queer rep in these massive movies. A bunch of the cast is going out in a few to celebrate. You're coming, right? You need to meet everyone before we go into read-throughs. It'll be so much better if you do. Shit. I didn't sleep on the plane. It's like the middle of the night for me. That's what you get for pushing it so late getting here. I know, but I wanted to maximize my time with Kel. She nodded. But you need to go. You'll be better off getting back on the time if you stay up and go to sleep at a normal time. The first few days will kick your ass. Of course, of course. I held up my hand so she'd see she had me convinced. I'm gonna settle in and shower, then I'll go. I glanced at my watch where I'd added the time in Dubai. As long as I'm home by midnight or so, I should be able to catch Kel in the morning. You didn't call him when you got here? We decided he'd be sleeping, so I sent him a text. I won't stay late, and I'll call him when I get home. She raised her brows at me, but didn't say anything. You hanging out while I shower? I asked. Sure, leave your door open. I'll go get my makeup and stuff to do here. No worries, go grab it. I'm going to see what they put in the fridge for me. I walked over to do just that. It was fully stocked with all the stuff their on-staff trainer told me was fine to eat. I'd been on a strict diet for the last 2 months, which had been a big change. I was a naturally skinny guy, but they were trying to get me way more shredded than even Seaver had been. So I'd been working out with Reiner and Kel while I was in Dubai, and here I'd be working with their trainer. By the time we went into production on Titanium, I would look sick. I could already see the difference, but that didn't make me miss junk food any less. I begrudgingly grabbed a container of rice and chicken. I guess it was better that they were providing the food. Then I didn't have any temptation to buy shit. Have fun with your rabbit food, Ella laughed and walked out. I took my time unpacking my suitcase. It was still early. I doubted anyone would be doing anything before 9. We didn't have reading until the afternoon, giving everyone plenty of time to sleep off their hangovers. I sent Kel another text about going out and calling by the time he was finished with his morning workout, then got in the shower. The group had rented out a bar. Ella told me on the way over Tobias couldn't go anywhere without being mobbed. I wasn't really surprised. He was on a crazier level than even Kel, because comic book fans were a different breed of diehard. Fandom was intense. We walked into the hipster bar, and the lights were low. A good portion of the place was filled with the cast and crew. There was a rustic wood bar along the back, but since they'd rented out the place, there were servers walking around with cocktails. When Righteous did something, they did it big if this was any indication. Ella grabbed 2 drinks after we made it past security and offered one to me. I took it. There was a sprig of rosemary on top. Gin. It was good. The mixologist fit the motif. All the fixtures were repurposed iron, and the place was filled with candlelight. I'd want to come back here another night, see how it was with the normal patrons. I bet packed. Ella pulled me further into the room. She'd worked on other movies for the genre and knew a lot of the film crew. We talked and chatted and mingled. It was nice to get to know the people I'd be working with. There was a lot of talk about enjoying Pirate Night, which I was sad Kel couldn't be here to listen to. I talked him up a lot. I got a ton of questions about him and a few eyes about us, which I smiled and shrugged off. Ella laughed. But I didn't know any of these people, and I didn't want to have someone spilling a confirmed statement about our relationship to some celebrity blogger. Hey, you're Hill, right? A big hand was put in front of me, and I had to switch my fancy drink to my other hand to reach out and take Tobias's hand. Yes, Tobias, right? Or Toby, he said, pulling me into a bro hug. Nice to meet you, man. I went with it. He was one of those long huggers, really making you feel it, but not in an awkward way. You too. I've been catching up on Pirate Night. You were phenomenal in that, bro. I'm not surprised they picked you for Titanium. Tobias was a huge hulk of a man, all muscle, like a traditional superhero would look. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and had his shirt off as much as the writers could make it believable on screen. Like a better-looking Thor. Blonde god. Thank you. It felt good to know the biggest star in the movie was a fan, or at least glad I was here. Do you want to go find a booth and chat? We have a lot of scenes together. It'd be nice to get to know you a bit. Sure. I felt a little singled out, and it was odd. I looked at Ella, and she gave me a thumbs up, so I followed Tobias and slid into a booth in the back corner of the restaurant. So, tell me about you. Pirate Night is like the first big thing you've worked on, right? Right, other than a few smaller gigs on television shows and commercials. Not a bad thing. I did nothing before getting a break as Spec, but it changes a lot of things. He turned his mostly empty glass in his hands. My whole life changed. I can't even imagine. Mine changed a ton with Pirate Night, and it's only been a few months since it came out. You are gonna blow up as Titanium. Just wait. Kel told me that too, I replied. I'm sure he has an idea. He's like the king of Hollywood, Tobias said with a laugh. It's intense. I wanted to make sure you're ready for it. No, I don't think I am. Can anyone ever be? He shook his head. Not really. Like, I can't even be out at a bar with all of them because it'd be mobbed. It has its good points, but some of the things you lose in regular life suck. I think Kel has the same experience, so I've seen it a little bit with him. I feel like I'm still dipping my toes into getting recognized. Happens sometimes. I'm sure after another season of Pirate Night and then this movie coming out, it'll go from 0 to outrageous. He grabbed another drink off a tray when a waitress walked by, making quite obvious eyes at him. Want one? Sure, I said. But the waitress was too enamored with him to even notice. I laughed as he took a drink for me and said thanks. She left, but gave him a couple of backward glances. Is that normal too? Yes. He blew out his cheeks. It gets to be a lot, and I don't really date women often, so I feel bad. My brows went up. Oh? I'm bisexual, but I heavily lean towards men. That's so badass that they have you playing a bi character, and you're bi. It made me really happy when they cast me. I felt like I could bring perspective to the character, and I'm sure you know how it is. It's nice to have queer people play queer roles, as you've been getting a lot of media attention for it. It is nice. I'm shocked you don't get as much media attention for it. He lifted his shoulders. Probably because whereas Speck is bisexual in the comics, it's never gotten any airtime. So fans are probably assuming the studio is only going to show him with women. True. How many times has the queer baiting happened? Fans are skeptical, I said, finishing my drink before starting on the next. But I'm hoping they like our chemistry in this movie and then maybe carry it into Titanium's solo. My heart skipped a beat. I've seen a lot of rumors they were talking about doing a relationship between the two, but I figured it was just fans' wishful thinking. Nah, it's a thing. His smile was hesitant, almost like he wanted it to be true. Or they want it to be, if it feels right. If our chemistry sucks, they aren't going to want to do it. Not after you and Kel on Pirate Night. That shit was hot, so they don't want to play second fiddle and have it be crap. He gave me a look. No, I see it. Chemistry is important. That's actually how I got the part of Seaver. No shit. Yeah, they pulled me out of an audition for a smaller role and had me read with Kel. I mean, he had a knowing smile. Your chemistry with him is off the charts. I can feel it, watching. It's hot as fuck. My cheeks started to heat. Thank you. But I don't think we'll have an issue. I hope the studio feels it. I do too. I would love to have another positive queer relationship on screen. And I meant every word of it. He gave me a wide smile. I am also glad to have another gay dude to hang out with, even if I can't really go out to clubs and shit. We are going to have to get you a fake mustache and a hat so you can. He laughed, heartily and fully. I'll give it a whirl, but when my security guy rips me a new one, I'm giving him your number. I had to laugh with him. Since someone who works in your security team has to be bigger than you, I really don't want you to. Shit, you're a tall guy. I bet by the time they're done with you here, you'll be able to take him. They're keeping me leaner for Titanium. Which makes sense. He was a bit lanky in the comic books. We talked and talked about what it was like to be queer in a mostly straight industry, about what it was like to be out and the fame. He had a lot of information. I was really happy he wanted to chat. He had friends come over a few times to try and drag him back to the celebration, but we were so engrossed that he always said he would, and then we went back to talking. Shit. I checked my watch, finding it was 2 a.m. I need to go. I am dead on my feet from time zones, and I have to call. My boyfriend. His brows raised, but he didn't ask. Sorry for keeping you so long. Not your fault, I lost track of time. I looked around. The bar had mostly cleared out. We were left with only a couple of stragglers. You living in the building? Yeah, I have the garden. They gave me a choice, and I wanted that one. Oh, cool. I'm in the penthouse, but it'll be nice to be close since I don't really leave the building too often. Much easier to have people over. Yeah, I bet, I said. Nice to meet you. Same. I'll see you tomorrow after we sleep this shit off. No kidding. I walked out, already dialing Kel. I prayed he'd answer, slipping into one of the cars the studio had hired to make sure everyone got home safely. Hello? Kel said. Baby. I figured you'd fallen asleep. No, I was out at the production opening party. Very cool. I'm guessing you had fun then? He asked. Yeah, actually. I sat and talked to Tobias for a couple of hours. Good. He cool? Seems to be, I said, before filling him in on possible plans for a thing between our characters in my next movie. Like you wouldn't have chemistry with him. You are hot as fuck. I can't see it not happening. I laughed. Please. Did you have chemistry with every hot actress you worked with? That made him laugh with me. Fair point. But you two will be fine, and then there will be a queer superhero relationship. That's huge. Exactly what I said. I'm really glad you're having a good time, Kel said, and he sounded genuine. I am. How are you holding up? I asked. Okay. I wasn't sure I believed him.
10. Kel. April. I woke up alone. It had been a long time since I'd woken up that way. The first morning had been okay. I'd been expecting his call, even if it was late, and was happy to hear he was having such a good time. He had showed me his apartment, and I was happy for him, even if my heart was aching. Today, it felt like a monumental thing. I swallowed back my grief. I should be able to spend 2.5 months alone, one day at a time. I had to not think about it as much. I told him we'd be fine. I wanted to be fine. I wanted to go back to bed. I wanted to crawl into the blankets and lose myself to sleep. Instead, I forced myself through my morning warm-up and drank the protein shake waiting for me. It nearly came back up. I pressed my palm into my eye, rubbing. There was no way Reiner was going to let me skip a workout, even if I begged. I pushed through, knowing Hale and I would talk later and plan our first trip. We could do this. I could do this. But the day dragged, and by the time I fell into bed, I was heartbroken. Why hadn't I asked him to stay? Because I wasn't an asshole. Just because I needed something didn't make it good for our relationship. I needed to fix my fucking shit. I needed to remind myself he was happy there. He was making art. He loved what he did as much as I loved what I did. Time apart was good for people. We couldn't expect to be on top of each other 24 hours a day for the rest of our lives. Or so I told myself. I dialed Mel without checking the clock. Shit. Bro. Hey, you're not busy sleeping or something? I asked, feeling bad. It's like 3 in the afternoon. What time is it there? I glanced over at the clock. 2 a.m. What are you still doing up? He asked. Late shoot. We had a late call and a couple of scenes to get at dusk. When do you leave for your next location? Tomorrow. We were going to the Caribbean, which was closer to Hale and would make seeing each other a little easier, but then it was Paris, and it all felt too far from Hale, even a few hours by plane. Shit. Are you excited? No. I want to be done. I closed my eyes. You have a break coming up, right? Before we go back to filming Damage Inc.? Can we talk about anything else? I half begged. Are you ready to read scripts? I have the drafts you did back from the writer with tweaks. Gods, yes. Anything for a distraction. I only hoped reading them would help the time pass and not make me miss Hale more. I missed him like he'd taken half my heart and soul with him. and it had only been 2 days. I made it a few weeks. At least in the Caribbean, it was easier to talk. We talked every day, and I worked hard. The days bled together, and time started to feel like it would never move. I marked time by how many days were left until I could see him. We made a deal. Our time together was fast approaching. I was only getting 3 days off. He would be off 2 of those days. I'd have to sleep on planes to keep my shoot schedule, but it would be worth it. Then it was right to Paris for the rest of the movie scenes. 11. Kel. May. Hale was waiting at the airport when I arrived. Late. Always late. Fucking weather. He hugged me the second I slid into the car. We held on to each other the entire ride to his place. Let's go get a head start on our day in bed. I think we both deserve it. After 18 hours in the woods, I know I do. He laughed. Sure, since I was sitting on the beach half the time, we'll go with that. I had to laugh. My days had been long, too, but I felt weird complaining about being in the Caribbean. He smacked my ass on the way towards his bedroom. I had bug bites in places I didn't know I could get bug bites. They couldn't have done that stuff on a soundstage? I asked. I guess not. I groaned. Sorry, baby. You can come massage the kinks out of my neck from sleeping in a hammock. Kinks? He shook his head. I feel like I should say, yes, Daddy, or something. I pushed a finger into his chest. We are going to have to get a little kinky with Skype sex and phone sex. On our opposite schedules on opposite sides of the world. He slipped his hand back into mine. We'll fit it in when we can. We better, he agreed. This month has been hard. It's messing with me, too, I said, not wanting to tell him how bad it was. He squeezed my hand. Maybe I should start writing you dirty letters so you can have something to keep with you. I dragged my teeth over my lip, a groan escaping. Tell me more. No, I'm saving it for the letters. Tease. Oh, you have no idea, baby. We went straight to bed. Hey, he said as we lay side by side, staring at each other. Hey, I replied. He stroked his fingers through my hair, and I could see in every glance he loved me. I'd almost doubted it over the last month. I really missed you, I said. I am lost without you. Hold me, so we can pretend everything is fine, I begged, heavy eyes already starting to close. Baby, we are fine. He curled around me. I took his hands in mine and pulled his arms tighter around me. I wasn't even sure what was wrong, but I needed comfort from him. I know. We were fine? I wasn't fine, and I didn't know how to tell him. How could I look at my happy boyfriend and tell him I was breaking? I had no reason for it, but with every breath I felt like I was sinking. I was halfway to sleep, and I could feel him right there, right next to me, right where I needed him to be. Why was everything so much harder when we were further apart? I could feel his love here. Why couldn't I feel his love on the other side of the world? Or maybe I could feel his love. Maybe it was that I couldn't stop doubting I was worthy of his love. And then he kissed me in his half-sleep and whispered those things in my ear, and I felt instantly better. It went too fast, but we woke up together and kissed and touched, and I felt a little like a human again for 48 hours. After our day in bed, I barely saw him between shooting days and us both passing out at night, but at least he held me in his sleep. He was sunned and happy. It made me feel like we could do this. We had another plan for him to come to me for 4 days on a less busy week. He wasn't in the start of the Rise of the Righteous movie, which helped us. I didn't want to think about how we'd keep up this 3-week thing when he was intensely filming. I pushed it to the back of my mind. Next visit wasn't far away, and then there was at least a couple of weeks off in June. I could make it, one day at a time. 12. Cal. Beginning of June. Our 4 days ended up actually being only 2. After travel times and filming and changes in schedules, it was something, but not enough. I had 2 more weeks of filming and then I would be released, except most of the crew had been sick the last 7 days and the schedule was blown to hell. Half the cast had come down with something and the weather had been unrelenting. The way it was looking, we'd get a week off at best. I tried to call Hale, but his phone kept going to voicemail. It was either dead or it wasn't on him. Not like he could have it in the tiny costume they had him in. It was probably in his trailer. I pulled the comforter up around my neck, pressing my eyes closed. We'd been behind after the week of sandstorms in Dubai while we were there, but now with most of the cast getting the flu, we were stuck. No one could shoot like this. I hoped we could get it together before all my time was blown. How many days could I sit in a hotel room waiting? The rain poured down, and I thought about leaving, just jumping on a plane to go see Hale, get out of this city. But I waited, staring at rain-soaked cobblestone. I woke, drenched in sweat, and pushed to stand, instantly getting hit with a wave of dizziness. Shit. We were scheduled to go back into production to finish up the final few scenes we needed to get. We were trying to rush it to a week or 10 days tops. I didn't have time for this. Fuck, don't do this to me, I groaned. I forced myself out of bed and looked in the mirror. I was cold and clammy. I looked like shit. There was no way I was going to be able to get through my workout like this. I picked up my phone and called the director. Gilchrist, what's up? I think I caught it. My voice was barely a croak. You sound like shit. Yeah. Want to get the doctor up here? I think if we get me on fluids, we have the best bet of me not being down as long as everyone else. I'll get production on it. We can't do shit without you, so the sooner we can get you up and running. I know. Have them send me a banana bag. Will do. He hung up. He was probably cursing as much as I was. No one wanted to be in a film going over. We were all itching to get back to our families and homes, especially after a movie like this with too many different locations. I sank back to a seat on my bed after washing my face. I was doing math over and over in my head. I might still get 2 weeks with Hale if I was only down for 3 or 4 days. I needed this. I sent my prayers into the universe, begging for a reprieve. I picked up my phone when it started to buzz, figuring it was production with a doctor on his way, but it was Hale. I turned on the side lamp and answered the FaceTime call. Good morning. His face was lovely. He was more tan than I'd remembered, with a light dusting of freckles around his nose. There was a light in his eyes I envied. I knew all the times I'd pushed him to do this had been good for him. So good for him. He needed it, and I couldn't hold him back. I had to take those realizations into my soul, and no matter how much pain I was in, silence my feelings, so he could experience this. Isn't it late there? I asked, trying to get the hurt out of my voice. Not really, and I knew you'd be getting up for your workout. You're going back into production today, right? There was a question in his words. Maybe not. I tried to put on a smile. His brow creased, and I could tell he was studying me through the screen. You're not sick, are you? I think I am. I kept the smile in place. I should be fine in a few days. They're sending a doctor up to assess me. Shit. I could feel the question between us. It was my turn to go to him. What could I do? I'm sorry, I muttered. For what? He asked. I don't know. I feel like it's my fault we aren't getting as much time as we could be. It will be okay. We'll still get at least a week. Hale gave me a warm smile. I wanted to believe he wasn't upset with me. You're right. I tried to take his words as he had said them, and not as I'd wanted to interpret them. I didn't realize how hard that was to do. We're already 2 months in, my love. This will be a short time in our lives together. You really believe that? Why was he so much better at this than I was? I do. I nodded and swallowed hard. I felt weak. I felt like I should be able to keep my head on right, and maybe it was being sick that added to it, but I was losing it. Did you call me your love? He smiled all the way to his eyes. You are my love. I love when you call me that. I missed him desperately, painfully. You should be sleeping. I bet you have an early call for makeup. He groaned. Don't remind me. 2 hours in makeup before every shoot is a bitch. I laughed, which threw me into a coughing fit. Fuck, you don't sound good. I think it's been coming on for days, and I've been trying to pretend it's not. I laid back, feeling more tired all of a sudden. Maybe it was mental exhaustion. I bet the doc will get you loaded up and make you feel much better. I'm sure. I closed my eyes. You should go back to sleep until the doctor gets there. Maybe I will, but it's nice to listen to you, I said, the pounding in my head easing with my eyes closed. Do you want me to talk to you until you fall asleep? He asked. I can't ask you to do that. You need to sleep too, I said, wishing he'd argue with me and do it anyway. I'm fine. He started to tell me stories, and I drifted with him in my heart. I woke up later to a pounding on my door. I checked my phone. It was dead. I pushed up and instantly felt a wave of dizziness. Fuck. I stumbled to the door, pulling it open to find the bellhop there. Oh shit, man, you're Cal Chris King. Yeah. Fuck. Cool. I knew we had someone taking up the whole floor, but they're kind of hush-hush about it. Not unusual. Security was a nightmare if they didn't block off the floor. This is for you. He held out a big brown paper bag. I didn't order anything. He lifted his shoulders. It's for you. I took the bag from his hands and felt my pajama pockets. I don't have any cash. Great, just what I needed. A news story about not tipping right before our next season and 2 movies. Already taken care of. I thanked him and closed the door, carrying the bag to the table. It had a large container of what looked like chicken noodle soup and some electrolyte water. There were packets of vitamin C and even cold meds. Finally, there was a note at the bottom. Kel, I'll be sleeping when you get this, but since I'm not there to take care of you, I wanted to make sure I still could. I hope this helps you feel better, my love. Hale. I melted. Tears welled up in my eyes. I didn't deserve him. 13. Kel. End of June. I wanted to cry. July crept closer, and we still weren't done with the movie. Every time I thought we'd filmed the last scene, I got a call from the director saying something needed to be reshot or redubbed. I couldn't be mad at him. He wanted to get back to his family too, but I hated my job. I sunk lower and lower. Maybe I'd be less worried if Hale and I seemed okay, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was different. Our phone calls weren't what they were before. They were shorter, 10 minutes here and there instead of an hour or 2 a day. We were busy. How could I blame him? Our schedules always seemed to be opposite, but worry built in my chest. It started to eat me alive. Every time we talked, it felt rushed. I had to block out thoughts of him or I'd never be able to do this. I had to block out the reality that it would be months before we'd get any real time together. I had to accept it and move forward. I stared at the bottle of whiskey sitting in front of me. I wanted to drown in it. I wanted to smoke until I forgot my name, and yet I didn't move to take either. I sat in my empty hotel room and wallowed in the pain of my heart going with him. Everything I'd been worried about for months crashed down on my shoulders, and it was all I could do not to quit and go to the airport, quit all the movies I had booked, rip up all my contracts, and never work again. One thing stopped me. The idea of Hale getting sick of me. If I blew up my career and he got sick of me, I would have nothing. I would have the endless pacing in a Malibu house and silence. This emptiness wasn't as suffocating as that idea, so I stayed rooted to the spot and picked up the bottle of whiskey. I wasn't concerned about enjoying the $200 bottle. I didn't care what it tasted like. I poured it down my throat, waiting for the moment I didn't care that I was alone. Again. 14. Kel. End of July. I didn't get to see Hale. The movie barely finished in time for me to make pre-production for my next movie. We were shooting all over Europe for Damages, Inc. Still too far apart. We should have had weeks together, and it all evaporated into nothing. Now I wasn't going to see him until September. I started to drown. 2 days without a phone call. I stared at my phone while we sat in the read-through. My time zones were fucked up and he was night shooting. And maybe I didn't make an effort, but he didn't either. I pulled up TMZ and I knew I shouldn't have as I did it. I sat in my read-through and felt the world shattering around me. It wasn't the truth. It wasn't the truth. It wasn't the truth. Or maybe it was the truth. And I was a fool.
15. August. Hale. I took my phone out to sit on my balcony. It was shaded by a few giant trees and a willow, making it ultra-private to the street and only visible from a little path that wound around the gated complex. It was one of my favorite places to spend my downtime. I had dreams of little private romantic dinners while Kel was here and spending his time between movies. But none of it had happened. I dialed his number. It had been 24 hours of missed calls. I was determined to get him on the phone since it was my day off. The phone didn't even ring. It went straight to his voicemail. I sighed and tossed my phone on the table. I missed him. Immensely. Not having the time between Kel's movies was a blow that left us both reeling. It felt like we kept misconnecting. Missed calls turned into 24 hours without speaking, turned into quick calls, and I felt like an afterthought most days. But I kept calling. I kept trying. I needed to see him, but neither of us had time until September. At least we had 4 days planned then. Want to grab a drink? I glanced up to find Tobias standing next to my balcony. It's a little early. I tried to keep my feelings off my face. We are both off for the first time in 2 weeks. Who cares? Tobias exuded happiness. It was contagious most of the time. It was nice, an easy mood lift. He did it to everyone around him effortlessly, but today I wasn't in the mood. I forced a smile to my lips. I don't know if I'm in the mood. His brows furrowed, and he half squatted to jump down to the garden level, taking a seat across the table from me. Is everything okay? No, I didn't have the energy to fake it. What do you have to drink? Let me pour drinks and we can talk about it or not. He flashed me a huge smile. I probably should have told him to go away, but I was lonely. I have all kinds of stuff in the kitchen. He tilted his head and gave me a look. Tobias is on it. He darted inside and I couldn't help but laugh. I checked my phone again while I waited. He was probably still on set. A lump formed in my throat. Tobias reappeared and set a drink in front of me. This seemed like a gin problem. He sat and leaned back in the chair, putting his feet on the half wall surrounding the area. Plus, you had tonic and olives. Thank you. The drink sounded good now that it was in front of me. Is this a you need to talk about it type thing or a sit in supportive solitude kind of deal? He asked before taking a long drink. Because the first I'm really good at, but the second I suck at. I'm willing to try for you, bro, but I will tell you now silence is not something I'm good at. I laughed and he smiled. It felt good. I dunno. At least you're smiling. You looked like someone stabbed you when I first walked up. I pushed my hair out of my face and dropped my head back to stare at the leaves above us. Kel and I keep missing each other. It's hard. Shit. He dropped back to sit forward, putting his elbows on the table. I can't imagine trying to manage keeping a relationship alive while filming. I barely keep my dog happy while filming, and he goes to daycare and has a nanny. Your dog has a nanny. I held up a hand. No, wait, I'm not surprised. He nodded, a glint in his eyes. Yes, a nanny, or so I call her to Alfred, but she's really just a dog walker, but if I call her a dog walker in front of Alfred, he gets mad. He likes to think he's in charge. You need therapy, bro. With Alfred, probably. He gave me a massive smile. You know he didn't talk to me all last night because I was home late and missed our anniversary dinner? I put my hands over my face and just laughed. You have an anniversary with your dog? You don't? He was mocking me, making his eyes huge. Fuck's sake, Toby. No wonder you can't keep a relationship going. I bet your dog comes first. How dare you even consider anyone would come before Alfred? He scoffed. Amateur. I bet you have life-size portraits of your dog in your condo, don't you? I swallowed another big gulp of my drink. No. But you're never allowed to come over. I pointed at him with both hands, and he pointed back like the Spider-Man meme where there were tons of them. We started doing it as our characters on set. It wasn't scripted, but the director had loved it, so now we did it all the time. I had no idea what would make it into the final cuts, but it always made us laugh. Seriously, all jokes about my soulmate, Alfred, aside, what's going on with you and Cal? I lifted both shoulders and set my empty glass down. I don't know. It started getting rough when we didn't get the time off together because his movie ran long, and it's just been getting worse and worse. When can you go see him? We have a visit in a couple of weeks. 4 days. Do you have any time before then? He pulled his phone out of his pocket and started flipping through our schedule. Fuck's sake, they have us swamped, don't they? It's bad. If he were in the States, I'd probably be able to pull it off, but he's in Europe. I shook my head. I don't think there is any way I even have time to get 2 7-hour flights in. Keep calling him. Don't let this break you two. It's probably just the time difference and schedules. I see how he looks at you. That boy is in love with you. I smiled, and his words warmed me a little. I'm in love with him, too. That shit is real, and in our line of work, that's priceless. I know. 16. Hale. End of August. I sat in the hipster bar with Ella. Tobias had asked me to come over tonight, but I couldn't do it. Not in the mood I was in. It took everything I had to call Ella and tell her I needed a friend. I felt bad leaving Tobias out, but there were just so many things I could say to Ella, and I didn't know him well enough to talk about. Maybe I never would. I would carry Kel's secrets to the grave if I had to. The bar was quiet, at about half capacity, but not rowdy as some other places in this area got. It had been a favorite of mine since the night of the cast get-together. I tried Kel again as I sat there waiting for Ella. The phone rang, and rang, and rang. Voicemail. I let out a breath and got ready to leave another voicemail. I was shocked his mailbox wasn't full at this point. Hey, my love. I'm missing you. I hope you're okay. I'm starting to worry. It was a lie. I'd been panicking all week, calling more and more. 24 hours of not talking had turned into 8 days. 8 fucking days. And I felt like I had aged a year with each passing one. I can't wait to see you next week. At least I had 4 days off to go track his ass down and figure out whatever was going on. I love you. I hung up the phone before I got out of control. I'd sent him videos and pictures over the last few days, even a couple of hot emails. I was nearing the state of panic where I called the production company and tried to get a hold of him that way. The only thing holding me back was his privacy. How could I explain I was his boyfriend he wasn't out with, worried about his depression he didn't tell anyone about? It felt like a betrayal of his confidence, and I hated being torn that way with him. It was hard to not take it personally. Could I honestly tell myself at this point it wasn't on purpose on his part? I knew he was busy working on Damage Inc., but to not answer at all? It was hard to not overthink all the reasons Kel might not be answering. I kept going over and over it in my head. A couple of days I wrote off to missing each other, but 8 was too many to not have time to pick up the phone. I hadn't heard more than his voicemail in 8 fucking days. It was always text messages about being too tired or busy, and I hadn't even gotten one of those in 48 hours. What if he wasn't okay? I was sick over it, barely sleeping and checking my phone as much as possible. I didn't want to let my mind go there. It was too painful. Was it time to assume I'd been a rebound? I'm starting to think I was going to have to come to terms with the idea I might have been. A public breakup terrified me. The headlines were bad enough while we were together. I knew I needed to stop looking, but I was drawn to them since that day in the store. It was like an ugly addiction. I had always read tabloids, finding him to be my guilty pleasure in high school, but now it had taken on another life entirely with Kel and my relationship being so public. But they left me raw and worried about things I'd never thought I'd worried about, like missed calls and distance and being left. I closed my eyes and remembered what he felt like under my touch. How little time we'd actually had together. "You look like your mood is black." Ella came up behind me and put a hand on my shoulder. I leaned into her. She was a comfortable solace in my ocean of unfamiliar. Not exactly black, more pensive. It was a lie, but I didn't want her to worry. "Something going on?" She slipped into a seat across from me. "I told you I needed a night out." More like someone to vent all the pent-up things in my head to, but we'd get to that. "I see. So, what are we dealing with?" she asked. My phone buzzed in my hand, and I jumped, opening it as quick as possible only to deflate when it was a text from Tobias. She grabbed my phone out of my hand. "This is sucking the joy out of you." "Of course it is." I took my phone back and set it on the bench next to me so neither of us could touch it. I hadn't told her yet, but I was sure she suspected something was up. How could she miss it? She saw me every day, and I'd been showing up to set looking rough. "Are you back to checking TMZ constantly?" Shit. That's what she thought this was about? No. At least, not for the reasons she thought I was. "He's not gonna believe any of this rubbish." Ella waved it off. "It's a nosy one-off. How can he not? How did he and I meet? Maybe that's why he hadn't answered my calls. Righteous Studios had leaked some photos of Tobias and I to build the hype, but he knew that's how studios operated. This was not new to him." "Is there any merit to it?" she asked, giving me a serious look. "You know there isn't. We hang out, but you know most of my time is spent with you." "Exactly, and Kel has got to see that," she said. "He isn't new to any of this. But what if he sees how him and I got together, and how there was so much chemistry from flirting? How do I explain to him it's different with Tobias? You're doubting you two, so you believe he will." She frowned. "Anyone who sees you two together can feel what you feel. It was impossible not to from the minute we put you two in a room together for the first time. They say I have chemistry with Tobias, too. What if he's worried about it? Yet another thing for me to obsess over." "You do? And Kel is so bad right now. Or so I was assuming. There is so much space between us. What if it breaks us before we even have a chance to be something?" I could feel the moisture in my eyes. The weight on my heart ached. I wasn't sure how I'd survive any more time apart. "You can only control you. And unfortunately in this business, you both know you have to deal with tabloids. He's been dealing with it a lot longer than you have. I'm sure he'll be fine." I hope so. But even as I said the words, I knew they weren't true. He wasn't fine. "Why are you so stuck on the tabloid crap? You say Kel isn't good. What's going on?" "Too much. Where did I even start? "I'm gonna pee," she said, "and you better be ready to talk when I get back." As she stood to find the bathrooms, I picked up my phone again, immediately refreshing all my open tabs to see if anything had changed in that last 5 minutes. Months ago, I'd read every tabloid headline about Kel and Rachel. There was so much less doubting then. It seemed like the media was more in love with them than they ever were with each other, and all we seemed to get were rumors and crap. It sucked. There had been a lot of bad ones, but the one that kept coming back to my head made me wonder if Kel had read it. I went back to the article. I had it bookmarked. Trouble in Paradise. Hale finds new hero to chase, leaving Kel shattered and alone. The photo they'd run of Kel broke me into a million pieces. He hadn't mentioned being sick again, but he looked it. The bags under his eyes were hardly covered with makeup. He must be shooting long hours, I told myself, being held over to keep the tight schedule he had to be on, and yet still it made it impossible for me to sleep. I laid awake with my phone in my hand, reading and watching and waiting for a call. Or worse, news to drop. "Why are you still looking at that shit?" Ella asked as she came back from the bathroom, setting 2 shots down in front of me and keeping 2 for herself. "Drink up and spill." I did the shots one after the other. They burned all the way to my stomach and smelled like rubbing alcohol, but they'd help get the words out. She did her shots and crossed her arms. "It's been 8 days since he's answered my calls." The words slipped out. I had no control. 48 hours since he sent me anything. "What?" She stared at me. "Why the fuck haven't you said anything?" I lifted my shoulders and wouldn't meet her eyes. "What would you like me to say? At first I thought we were missing each other. He'd send me a text here or there. We were in different time zones. I don't know." I was embarrassed about it. She shoved me. "Are you fucking kidding me?" "No." I had no other words, and if I had, maybe I'd be saying them to him. "And you haven't gone to see him?" Her brows pulled together, and I couldn't tell if she was upset with me. "In the last 8 days? Have you looked at my schedule? He's a 7-hour flight away. I can't just pop over when he doesn't pick up." I thrust my hands into my hair. "I know." She huffed out and deflated. "But 8 fucking days. Please don't look at me like that." I hated the weight of all this. I hated feeling like our relationship was falling apart around us, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I was fucking helpless. Hell. Where is the line? When do I panic? How long is too long? I don't fucking know, Ella. I'm really worried. Talking to her was compounding it. "I know," she whispered. "We have to do something." We sat that way for a long time, looking at each other. "When are you seeing him again?" she asked. "Next week." "But how is that even going to work? What if their production schedule changed? What if he's not in the same hotel? What if I fly all the way to Europe and he won't see me?" "Would you not even fly there if you thought he might not see you?" She gave me a pointed look. "No, I'd still go," I said, knowing it was the truth. Nothing could keep me away. "Exactly. And if he doesn't see me?" "Do you think he'd do that?" she asked. "A month ago, I wouldn't have thought we'd have gone this long without speaking." She sighed. "I'll give you that. But you need to still go." "I am, but what can I do until then? I'm going to lose it. I'm not going to be able to work. What if he's not okay?" My ears were ringing and my hands were vibrating. I felt so helpless. "Have you talked to Mel?" she asked, not letting go of me. "Do you think he'd talk to me?" "I'll kick his ass if he doesn't. Someone needs to go check on Kel." She was trying to lighten the mood, but it wasn't going to work. This was something I could do. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if something happened to him and I'd done nothing. I swallowed back the grief and grabbed my phone, checking the time. Do you think he'll be awake? What time zone is he in? I don't know. He was working on Damages Inc. with Kel, but he's flying back and forth to Vancouver for pre-production. She checked her watch. Should be only, 3 hours behind us if he's in Canada? But I don't know about Damages. That's early. I dialed the phone before I could change my mind. Hello? Mel, it's Hale. I have caller ID. He left. What's up? Don't tell me your movie is running behind too. What could I say? Is Kel's? You don't know? He sounded confused. I didn't blame him. I haven't really talked to Kel lately. I didn't know how else to put it. Silence. What? Mel finally said when I didn't explain. He hasn't been answering the phone. I wasn't sure if downplaying it was the right move, but I also felt like an idiot freaking out. How long has it been since you heard from him? Mel asked. Since we've talked? 8 days. But he hasn't replied to even a text in 2. I winced as I said it. It made me feel a little clingy, and maybe Mel would take it poorly that I was worried after so short a time, but it wasn't like Kel. Seriously? Here came the part he was going to yell at me for bothering him with this after 2 days. Sorry to bother you, I'm just worried. I wanted to smoke a joint and stop feeling. No, Hale, I'm glad you did. That's not good at all. I could hear panic creeping into his voice. Did something happen? Honestly, I don't know. That's why Ella suggested I call you. Hold on, let me look at the last time I talked to him. There was silence for a few minutes. It's been at least a week. I'm only producing on Damages Inc., which is good because I've been in Vancouver so much for pre-production since Kel can't be here at all. He couldn't be dead without any of us knowing, right? I asked, terror choking off my throat. I don't want to have to ask this, but what the fuck else can I say? I knew I sounded hysterical. No, there isn't a way. They would have had to inform you. Aren't you listed on all his emergency stuff? I took a staggering breath. Memories of all the paperwork that went into a film coming back to me. Yes, I'm his emergency contact. Unless he changed it. Even so, don't you think if someone got seriously injured on a movie set, or worse, TMZ would have broken the news right away? Mel's words made bile rise in my throat. I couldn't think of a worse thing than having to find out from TMZ about the love of my life being hurt. I pressed my eyes closed. Please don't say that. I hadn't felt real grief until Mel had said those words to me. Should I go there early? Can you? No, he can't, Ella said from next to me. There is no way he has the time. We're already behind. If he can't wait until next week, what am I going to do, Ella? I asked. She frowned at me. This is Titanium's movie. They can't film without you. Fuck me. I was going to fly to Vancouver tomorrow, but now I'm not sure that's a good idea. Maybe I should be going there instead. Can you push Vancouver? I asked, my heart feeling like it was going to come out of my chest. I'm going to try and call him now. What time is it there? Where the fuck even is he? Mel sounded hesitant. I don't know. His schedule changed and I couldn't even tell you. I rubbed over my forehead. I'm never going to be able to work if he's not okay. His director is a personal friend. Let me hang up. If Kel doesn't answer, I will call the director. Can you do that? What if it makes him look bad? All because he was ghosting me. What do you mean? Mel asked. Do you think you can do that without giving him away? I would hate to tell anyone he works with that we're concerned for his life and embarrass him. This was an impossible situation. I didn't want to have to think these things, but what else could I do? I can tell him I need to reach Kel about Pirate Night. I'm not worried about it. Okay, if you're sure. Sit tight. I'll call you back. He hung up and I went to the bar to order a double. I didn't even try to drink it slowly. I gulped that bitch. Hell, maybe you should slow down. Ella had followed, but was just watching me, not partaking at all. I didn't care. This was all I had. I chugged the rest of the glass, not even tasting the alcohol. I closed my eyes, waiting for it to kick in, but instead getting hit with all the ways I'd failed Kel. All the things I could have done better. The list was long, and the longer I thought about it, the more came to mind, until it felt like I'd been failing him our entire relationship. Maybe I'd been reading the tabloid stuff too much. Maybe I'd questioned him too many times. Maybe I wasn't there enough. Should I have been trying to go to him every 2 weeks instead of 3? He was working a ton. Maybe I should have gone there instead of expecting him to come here. The list went on, and what it came down to was an ugly list. I'd sacrificed my relationship for a movie. I'd sacrificed Kel's mental health for a movie. I was the worst person. I'd fucking known what it would do to him, to us, and I ignored my gut. I'd lost him. My phone rang and I snatched it off the bar, almost dropping it. I pressed answer and put it to my ear. Hello? He's fine. What do you mean? He didn't answer my call, but I got hold of the director, and he said Kel has been at work like normal and seems fine. I told him I really needed to get a hold of him with a production question. He said Kel was at the gym and he'd tell him to call me. I don't know why he's not answering your or my calls. I didn't even wait for him to say bye. I threw my phone down onto the bar top. It shattered, but I didn't make a move to pick it up. Hale, Ella said. Don't. I held up a hand. I don't want to hear it. I'm leaving. I didn't even know where I was going. I wanted out of here before I lost it, before I screamed. I tossed down money, then walked toward the exit. She got up and followed. I closed my eyes as I stood on the street, and I could feel her watching me. Please. Hale, I want to... There's nothing to do or say. Tears started to stream down my face. You shouldn't be alone. I need to be alone. I started walking down the empty street. She called after me, but I kept going. A walk would be good for me. I couldn't sleep with this much alcohol in my system, and I needed to think. The walk hadn't helped, and I woke up in my trailer to my alarm blaring. I pried one eye open to find it was still dark. Fuck my life. I forced myself to a seat and was glad I wasn't still drunk. At least my body could still process alcohol in record time. I had no excuse for showing up to work drunk, so at least I wouldn't make an ass of myself in my professional life. I forced myself to my feet so I wouldn't lay back down and accidentally fall back asleep. I had to get myself into the shower, because there was no way I wasn't sweating out everything I drank last night and then into a makeup chair. I could go back to sleep while they fixed my face and body. I had to go see him. I had to be there. He owed me that much, right? We owned a fucking house together. I tried not to let anger seep in, but it was so hard. 17. September. Hale. I could have thrown something. Incessant beeping hit me from every side. It was deafening, almost as bad as the smell of chemicals thick in my nostrils. Disinfectant and bleach. Death and latex. I hated hospitals, but probably not as much as my brother did. He sat next to me, offering a forced smile every time I looked over. We sat in the waiting room. I was so upset. I should be on my way to see Kel tomorrow, but there was no way now. I'd gotten a call this morning that my mother had fallen and broken her hip and had to have emergency surgery. I'd flown out to meet my brother and got to the hospital as they were taking her back. Now, it was a waiting game. I'm going to go get some coffee, he said as he stood. Sure, I said. I hadn't slept in days and it would do me some good. He bent over and gave me a hug. What was that for? You don't seem so good. I figured you could use it. He shrugged and gave me another soft smile. How could you tell? I asked, getting up to give him a proper hug. I know what I look like when I'm hiding shit, and we have the same face. He squeezed me tight before releasing me. Thank you. Whatever it is, it'll pass. I had to learn that one. He turned and headed down the hallway before I could reply. I sank back to a seat, unsure of what to do with myself. I'd called Kel before getting on the plane, and when I landed. I almost used the "my mom is hurt, I need to talk to you" card, but I decided that wasn't fair. I didn't want to emotionally blackmail him into speaking to me. It didn't feel right. Thankfully, as I was going to be off tomorrow for 4 days anyway, Righteous Studios was able to shift stuff around, but there was no way I was going to be able to be here with my mom and make it to Kel and back. It had been over a week since he'd even answered anything from me, and I didn't know what to do. I was starting to think more and more he was ghosting me. Were you supposed to push someone who was ghosting you, or just let it go? Maybe it didn't matter how much you loved someone if they didn't want you. Where was the line? What was the boundary? How far was it okay for me to push when he was sending me a clear message? I could risk losing my job and go to someone who was choosing not to speak to me, or I could try to accept this was what he wanted. I went back and forth from worried to mad and hurt and all over the place. I just wanted him to answer the goddamn phone. I needed my boyfriend. I called Mel. I had to be here, but my heart was still with Kel. "How's your mom?" He answered the phone. "In surgery. They're fixing her hip first, then they'll need to figure out why she fell. They're saying it could be low blood pressure, but they need to run tests because she was lightheaded, which caused the fall in the first place. Hopefully it's nothing too serious." "Shit," Mel said. "I know. Are you still going to try and go see Kel?" he asked, and there was an edge to his voice. "I need to be here. I'm worried about her, and I don't want to leave until they can tell us what the issue is. I won't have time to fly out to Kel now." I walked down the hall, looking around to make sure no one was listening to me. "But do you really expect me to go see someone who is ghosting me? He's not taking my calls either. You're not dating him. But I was so much more than dating him. I thought he was my soulmate. No, he was my soulmate. I was sure no matter how he felt about me, he was my person. And I didn't know how to reconcile myself with that fact when he didn't even want to speak to me. No, but I have a multi-million-dollar project with him. He's not good. Or he was fine now that he had broken up with me. Maybe I was the whole problem. Have you seen him?" "No, I'm on my way there tomorrow. I was hoping you were coming too." "I just can't. I have to be here while I can and then go back to filming." I was trapped between a rock and a hard place. I wanted to be there even with as upset as I was. Screaming at him and seeing his face would be better than simply not knowing. "You two need to talk. I've called him 100 times. I can't make him talk to me. I wanted to call him 100 more, but I'd sent emails and videos and Snapchats and pictures of us. He clearly was avoiding me. I couldn't keep lying to myself. There has to be some way to talk to him. Something you haven't tried. Do you think it's okay to stalk someone who's decided they don't want to talk to you?" My anger started to show through. "Can you let it go like this?" "I don't think he's given me much of a choice. I wasn't sure what else I could do other than confronting him. He hasn't even had a fucking conversation with me." "What are you going to do when you go back to filming together?" I lifted up my hands. "Break up, I guess." I could barely get the words out without losing it. "Hale, I can't do this. I have to get through my mother's surgery and the rest of my movie. Then, of course, we have the Pirate Night premiere to attend. That's going to be a fun time if we haven't spoken." "What are you going to do when you see him? You have to walk the red carpet for a show. You two are the dating stars." He groaned. "You can't just avoid each other. Everyone thinks you're dating." "I don't know." I didn't know how I was going to face him at all. Cal and I had planned 2 weeks of downtime before we started shooting the next season of Pirate Night. We'd go to the premiere, then after we finished up shooting, spend time at home before going to Vancouver for the pre-production stuff Cal had to do. I don't know what to do about anything right now, Mel. I didn't know what to do. I doubted Kel would go to our place if he was trying to avoid me. Maybe I could go to our place. It'd be empty, but could I live there with the ghost of Kel hanging over me? I wasn't sure. I had money. Maybe I could get a rental for the 2 weeks, take myself on a vacation. You need to try to talk to him before the premiere. I know. The thought of not seeing him ruined me. I was in tears again. I'd had breakups before, but none of them had felt like this. They'd been sad, but this was devastating. Drowning in daylight without a drop of water, devastating. I wasn't sure how I was going to make it through the rest of filming. I wanted to curl into a ball in my bed and text him. I wanted to ask him why. But not every relationship got closure. I knew that. I couldn't and wouldn't try to force someone to be with me who didn't want me. We both knew the choices we'd made could bring us here. I shouldn't be surprised when the path led exactly where I'd feared. "Mr. Evans?" A doctor asked from behind me. "I have to go," I told Mel, and ended the call.
18. September. Kel. Mel followed me to my trailer, and I didn't have the energy to make him leave. He'd called me a couple of times while he was in Vancouver supervising pre-production, but I'd been avoiding him since he'd been back. As he was a producer, it was easier to avoid him. I walked up the steps and ducked inside, going straight for the weed. I had a bowl packed and was sitting with a lighter in moments. I should have smoked between shoots, but there hadn't been time today. I was desperate to turn my brain off for a little while. "We drinking too? Just inviting yourself over?" I asked before holding the lighter over the bowl as I inhaled. I closed my eyes, savoring the smoke in my lungs and holding it as long as possible before I blew it out. I wasn't taking no for an answer. "Do you ever?" He held out his hand for the bowl. "It's for your own good." "Thanks," I muttered as I handed him the bowl. "I'm sorry." He held a hand to his ear. What was that?" "You heard me, asshole." I closed my eyes, waiting for the high to take my brain. "Why are you thanking me?" he asked, passing the bowl back. I took another hit before replying to him, needing to ease my mind before I was honest. "Because you knew I shouldn't be alone, and you don't take no for an answer. You didn't freak out at me when you found out I jeopardized our project, and you've been a good friend." "You're going to make me mushy. Stop it." He lightly smacked my shoulder. It needed to be said. "Have you been talking to your therapist?" he asked, getting up to grab drinks. He came back with 2 beers, one of which I gladly took. "Yeah, I have. It would have been really bad if I hadn't, I knew that much." He nodded. "At least I can't yell at you there." "Can I ask?" I waved him on, taking a sip of my beer. The weed helped lessen the impact of it all. It was happening to me, but in some abstract world I couldn't focus on right now. At this moment, it didn't matter, and I planned to keep it that way as long as possible. "When did it happen?" he asked, but it sounded like he already knew. Maybe he'd already heard, and he was merely here to get my side of the story. "We didn't so much break up as stop talking." He sat forward, putting his elbows on his knees. "But why?" He trailed off when it seemed to hit him. "You had back-to-back projects with Max Carter and now Damage Inc." "And?" I supplied. "So you haven't seen him since June?" he asked. So he did know. I shook my head. "You haven't made time for each other?" "We were," I admitted. But it kind of all fell apart. "And you just stopped talking?" "How do you know?" I just wanted it out. "Hale fucking called me to check on you." I lifted both my shoulders. "Yeah. It's probably 100% my fault. Doesn't make it feel any better." He reached over and squeezed my shoulder. "Not what I was trying to say. But it's obvious. To me, too. I know it's my fault, and I know he has every right to be mad at me. That doesn't make it hurt less, and it doesn't make me hate myself less." "Why don't you call him?" There was some hesitation there. "I can't." Because I was more scared of the answer than the silence. What if he ended things? "You can't put it all on yourself." "Yes, I can. These things take too. Mel seemed pensive. I hated putting all this on him, but I needed someone to lean on right now as much as I felt like a burden. What did you expect him to do? I asked honestly because I wasn't sure how someone could possibly deal with my issues. Fly out to see you? Do you know why he isn't here? Mel asked. Probably because he doesn't know where I am and I haven't taken his call. I don't know. So if he's calling you and making the effort, what's the issue? Maybe he needs you too. I am the issue, I said again. I knew it was me. I'd known it the entire time and was unable to stop it. And? And what? I said. I can't do it right now, Mel. I know he's mad at me. I know he was expecting to come here. He needs to talk to you too. You're not the only one going through shit. He crossed his arms, and it was a clear shot. I get it. I fucked this up, hence me not telling you. I didn't need you to stop an entire production to come take care of me. I'm not blaming you. I'm telling you to call him. I told you. I can't. I tried to pick up the phone, and any time I did, I was crippled with anxiety. I already had issues being on the phone the best days, and now it seemed like something that was going to solidify our ending, and I couldn't. At least in limbo, it wasn't over yet. I can't believe you didn't tell me. Talk to me. I have an inability to ask people for help, I admitted to myself and to him. Maybe I did want people there and felt bad asking for people to come. You need to get over your guilt and let someone be there for you. No shit! But making that work with my brain when I'm down is the challenge. I hated that my mind was this frustrating. Why couldn't I accept what I so clearly needed? It was like something in me didn't want to break the cycle. If you can't talk, can I just bring Hale here? He doesn't have the time. This was the last time either of us had days before we had to take off for the premiere. We'd coordinated our schedules and pieced it together. Getting down to the wire to make sure both films ended on time wasn't easy. Someone has to make time. He was getting pushy, and I wanted to pull in and hide. I cringed. Think about what you're saying for a minute. Tell someone who is dating me not to respect boundaries I put into place? I really don't like that. I need to learn to tell myself I do deserve the love when I'm like that. I don't know how. Maybe I'll learn if I ever decide to date again. Hale loves you. Call him and explain. I'm sure he wants to hear from you right now. There it was. There was an edge to his voice again. There is no way he's going to want to talk to me after I ghosted him. I shook my head. He deserved not to be in this mess with me. He deserves to have someone who's not going to push him away. I'm not going to drag him back into this knowing it could happen over and over. That's not fair to him. Mel pursed his lips but didn't say anything. We drank for a little while in silence. It was nice to not be alone, even if this wasn't who I wanted to be spending all my time with. What has David said about all of this? He asked. That I deserve love, and I'm self-sabotaging. But it's more than that. I feel physically incapable of reaching out when I'm like this. I pulled my knees up to rest my face on them. It feels like this mountain I built around myself while I was with Rachel, and I didn't have to be alone. And now I have to dig myself out of a hole, and I have no idea where to even start. I'm going to lose the best thing in my life because I can't figure it out. That's heavy. It feels heavy, I admitted to him. It felt insurmountable. I think you should try talking to him. Mel set his beer aside and shifted in his seat to face me. Think about it. What could it hurt? Me? Him? More rejection? Fighting? I can't bear the thought of fighting with him. But this is better? I nodded. Silence is better than fighting. He rubbed 2 fingers over his forehead. Kel, I need you to talk to him. Think about how this will affect Pirate Night, let alone the rest of Damages, Inc. I thought today was fine. Sure, if you want this movie to be all scenes of you looking half dead with no emotion, sure. You can't blame me for that, I protested. But maybe he could. I can and I will. All I know is you two need to work your shit out enough to at least film together. We have this season, 6 months off, then another one. What the fuck are you two going to do while we film 12 fucking episodes if you haven't talked in months? What about the premiere? You two have to walk down a red carpet together next month. He shook his head. Do you remember how much time we all spent together last year? Do you remember how sick I was of all of you? He was back to the brow rubbing. Sounds like you need to get laid. No fucking shit. And the damn grinder pull is not getting better. He sighed and flopped back. But honestly, we're getting a shitload of money for this passion project, and I don't want to put my name on something that looks like garbage. So fix your trash fire before I have to get you to couples therapy. I knew this wasn't about checking on a friend. Oops. I sighed, knowing I'd snapped. Sorry. I didn't mean that as harsh as it sounded. Weed took my filter. Weed took mine, too. And I can care about both your dick and my fucking television show. Even if you don't. I gasped. I fucking care? This is my baby. He stood. Then act like it. Because this is bigger than your breakup. A lot of people's jobs depend on you and your name and your career. Don't sink our ships with yours. I'm not going to sink anything. I'll figure out how to talk to him at the premiere. You fucking better. He walked out. I promise I will. I don't know what came over him and how it went from a nice talk to tough love, but I needed to hear it. All. The good and bad. The night went on, and sleep refused to come. My mind was a tangle of thoughts, and I couldn't put right any of them. I didn't know what the best choice would be, nor the choice that would fix any of this. I had to talk to Hale, but I didn't know how or what that conversation would even look like. Why was love so complicated? We're told our whole lives love is easy and love encompasses everything, but really, love was as much work as anything else that was worth it. I hoped love also included forgiveness. Forgiveness I didn't deserve.
19. Hale. October. I stood dressed in my suit, in my empty hotel room at one of the biggest moments of my life. We were getting a huge-ass premiere for Season 2. I should be ecstatic. Everyone was going to be here. We should be all partying and celebrating. But Mel had made an excuse not to be here after calling to tell me we needed to look normal so we didn't start rumors. Kel and my relationship was falling apart, which he fucking knew, and all he could do was tell me to be normal. I was livid. Not really at him, but at the entire situation. Was this what Hollywood was really like? An expectation to walk down the red carpet with someone who wanted nothing to do with you for press? Maybe I wasn't cut out for being a movie star. I loved acting. I loved being Titanium and Seaver. There was nothing else I'd wanted to do my whole life, and I'd worked my ass off to get here. But, and it was a major but, was this what I had to look forward to in my personal life? Ghosted and expected to act like nothing was wrong? The room I was in was identical to the room we'd been in last year at this time, which was a gut punch. A carbon copy of the room I'd slept in bed with Kel for the first time and all the memories that went along with that night. I was sick with the memory of it. Sick with knowing all the things I'd lost since then. All the things I'd unwittingly fucked up by taking the part of titanium. I had my people now. My own staff to prep and manage me. 3 of them sent over by the production company. Makeup, hair, and a personal assistant. Was this how Kel felt all the time? I wanted to tell them all to leave and get ready myself, but how would that look? I couldn't believe I'd hit the point in my career that I was wondering what would make it to the papers. Kel and I had planned on sharing a room and getting ready together. I had no clue how it had turned into my own room. Probably Kel had something to do with it. We'd even planned our suits to match and to walk the red carpet together. It was the most coupley thing we could have done without outright confirming our relationship. And here I was now alone with a suit that matched his and an expectation to still walk with him. Or so I assumed. What would I say to him in a public setting in front of thousands of people, aired on television in front of millions? Would I even be able to look at him? Was I really supposed to act like everything was perfect and smile at him without tears in my eyes? I hadn't heard his voice in a lifetime, and I couldn't remember the last time he'd replied to a text, but now I was expected to plaster on a smile for this crowd and pretend we were best friends and maybe in a relationship still, like all our shippers want to see. We'd never even confirmed anything. Sure, there were photos of us together, but they could be brushed under a rug. He could go back to being the most eligible straight bachelor in the world, and I would be broken. I missed him. I wasn't even mad anymore. I was sad, lost, like a piece of myself was out wandering around pretending not to know me. And I was worried. I wanted to know he was okay. I'd always feared what a breakup would do to him, and I knew it wasn't any of my business since he shut me out, but I couldn't turn it off. I smoothed a hand over the mint shirt, making sure it was tucked in. The suits we'd picked had a silvery sheen to them, and the mint shirt and patterned tie complemented it nicely. Kel had them made by one of his favorite designers. They weren't the same, but the colors complemented each other, which was exactly the look we were going for. I hadn't expected it to show up at our house, but it had about a week ago. His assistant had called me about it while I was on location. I'd flown in this morning and picked it up. It was bittersweet to return to our house that held so many memories while we'd lived there together and now felt like a tomb dedicated to the death of us. Maybe I was overly dramatic for feeling that way, but I did. Kel hadn't come to the house, obviously intercepting his suit someplace or having it delivered to wherever he was staying while in town. Or so I assumed, as it hadn't been with mine. I'd hoped he'd be there so we could talk, work things out, or at least have some closure before I had to see him in public. But I had no such luck. I knew sometimes closure never came, but it was the last thing I expected from our relationship. I would have to live with it. How, I wasn't sure, but I would have to figure it out. The first step would be to get through this night, side by side with a stranger I still loved. What a fucking cliché. Another look in the mirror when my hair and makeup were finished. I was ready to pretend to smile and ready for the walk down the red carpet. I was ready for the cameras and the questions about how wildly successful Pirate Night was. But was I ready to face Kel? I guess acting was going to have to extend into my real life. I didn't know what I would do if he acted like we were strangers. Did I really think he would? I got in the elevator right before we were scheduled to make our walk. These things were all planned down to the minute. We had a call time to be on the red carpet. It wasn't just people showing up like the media made it appear. I walked over to the staging area at the front of the hotel. There were paparazzi and people out there. Would he act like we still had some semblance of a relationship? Or maybe he was fine with all the rumors we were split. Maybe it was easier for him. Or maybe he wanted everyone to know we were split. I wouldn't even know what to expect until I looked into his eyes either, because he hadn't taken a single one of my damn calls. That might have been the hardest part about all of this. I waited there for my direction to walk the carpet. They like to stagger the bigger stars, and I was sure my publicist had changed things since the announcement of my titanium role, but the real question would be if Kel and I were still walking together. He was nowhere in sight. I did a slow spin and saw him hanging back in a corner, surrounded by people. Handlers? He never had that many people with him. What even was that? Could there be a more painful experience than loving someone from afar? I felt like a stranger. I watched as Kel was herded along with a group of people. It was chaos and commotion from the moment people started to recognize he was there. I guess I knew he'd be here, but I'd hoped he'd ditch. How could he, though? This was for Pirate Night, his project, and the sponsored after-party. His people probably told him he had to be. "Kel and Hale, 2 minutes," said the handler at the door. Fuck. This was it. We were walking together. I didn't make a move toward the door. I stood frozen by my feelings. I was caught by an assistant. "We need you to come this way to walk the red carpet." She headed me towards the door, towards Kel, standing there waiting. It was entirely staged, probably to give us as little contact as possible. This would make it look like we were here together without so much as an interaction. He smiled as I approached. I kept my face blank, heading right towards him. His brows pulled together as I got within speaking distance, and he opened his mouth, but I turned away and walked out in front of the waiting cameras. It was a rash decision, but I couldn't do pleasantries with him. I couldn't pretend like I hadn't been ripped apart, so I'd do my job and stand here and smile while I was dead inside. Maybe I understood him better now. What he did with Rachel at public events. How he had to act. This is what he'd been doing for years. Maybe show business killed your soul one smile at a time. He was on my heels, and I let him catch up. I couldn't imagine he'd do anything in such a public setting. We walked side by side, shoulders almost touching. The red carpet line was packed with screaming fans. They were at least 30 people deep and shoulder to shoulder the entire way down to the theater. "Hale?" he whispered when he got near. I smiled at him, but it wouldn't go to my eyes. "Hello?" He searched my face, and his brows pulled. He knew. He didn't try to talk to me again. He gave me space. We stayed close, but that was the end of it, merely appearing like we were there together. I never wanted to do this again. If Mel ever asked again, I would say no. No more promo with Kel. I'd film season 3 and 4, and then I'd bow out. There would be other projects, and I had at least 2 more movies with Righteous to do. I knew they were excited about Tobias and my chemistry, as we'd had a thing in Titanium's whole first movie. It hadn't gone to anything relationship-like, but it had been hard-hitting innuendos and playful banter. I was hopeful Righteous would develop that, and I'd have more than the 4 movies for a relationship arc. Kel could continue the show without me after season 4. Flint was the main character. I was sure they'd want it that way anyway. It'd be easier for all of us. We did interviews, and Kel came over to speak to the same reporter. She spoke to both of us. She started to ask about Titanium, and Kel laughed and made comments about what a good superhero I made. He was being flirty on camera, and I felt sick again. My stomach flipped, and bile rose in my throat. I tried to give the flirty banter back, but it fell flat. I couldn't fake it with him. I couldn't act like we were fine. He was a better actor than I was, and I was okay with it. He could have all those things. I didn't want to be fake in my personal life or put on a mask. I wanted to be real with someone who loved me. I had been mistaken about who it was. We neared the theater, and Kel was back by my side. He stepped in closer. "Hale?" There was nowhere for me to escape to, which I'm sure was planned. "What?" I rasped under my breath. "Can we talk?" "No." "Why not?" "Because." I didn't have the energy. I'd started out not mad, but something in me had snapped during the premiere. He hadn't even asked me how my mother was doing. Hale? You know, when I missed a trip to see you because my mom was in the hospital would have been a good place to talk to me. This isn't the time or place. What happened with your mom? Kel looked utterly shocked. She fell and broke her hip. She was in the hospital for 2 days with a bunch of tests. I had to fly home. Her blood pressure was way too low. I don't even know why I was bothering telling him. So no, this isn't the place to talk. I know we will have to talk eventually, but right now is a no. I'm sorry, he said as I turned around and walked in the opposite direction. 20. Hale. November. 3 weeks was 4. No productions ended on time. Kel had told me that, and it was yet another thing I'd had to learn. I'd drunk myself through the last week of it and hadn't found a place to stay. Too emotionally drained from holding it together to do anything but have a few drinks and pass out. So I was back at our house. It would be good to get my laundry done and swap out clothes before leaving again. Being there elicited feelings I hadn't known I had. It was more than a breakup. I'd lost my best friend. The house we'd bought together, the life I'd thought we'd been building, all of it lay in ruins under my feet, and I had to walk through the ashes for months and months to come. It was an impossible thing to process. I spent the week in bed. I didn't even attempt to be a functioning member of society. I would have to do that next week in Vancouver. This week, I'd let myself feel my ruin and try to deal with the breakup so I could come at Pirate Night with at least some processing done. I still had no idea how I was going to face him. My heart and head hurt.
21. Kel. Sometimes it felt like my brain was a fault line, always an earthquake imminent, and I couldn't avoid the shaking no matter how solid the foundation. It was surreal to be back here, back in the reading room, back in the offices, like I'd come full circle right back to where I'd started with the first season. Alone. Heartbroken. Only this time I couldn't bury myself in Flint and work. This time, Flint was going to remind me of everything I'd lost. Maybe it would make for better television to let my emotions out. I had to cling on to something to get through this. I kept replaying the red carpet over and over in my head. He looked at me like I was a stranger. And maybe I was at that point. I knew I was a different person after months in solitude, so maybe it wasn't a circle. There was no going back to falling for my best friend like I had a year ago. I was forever changed by him. Good or bad, this was my reality now. I took a seat in the read-through room, not saying a word to Mel, who was already sitting there. Ready to talk about it? They're going to be here soon. No one is coming in for 30 minutes. I picked my head up to stare across the table at him. What the fuck? I changed the time on your email to an hour earlier. That way even the earliest people won't be here for 30, and I have you to myself. So if I have to schedule meetings to get you to talk to me and check in, I will. I could leave and come back. I didn't have the energy. Try me, bitch. He sat back in his rolly chair, crossing his arms, and it was a little intimidating. Bitch? I was a little shocked. You heard me. You've been behaving like a bitch, and you might be one of my closest friends, but I'm pissed. Join the club. Everyone is mad at me. Or so I assumed at this point. I hadn't talked to anyone. So we are going to talk about it. What's the point? Because you don't get to push everyone away. I'm not letting you. We have a project we love, but I will fucking put everything on hold if I think you need a break or to go to a hospital. I stared at him. He wasn't kidding, that much I was sure of. I don't need a break. I need to work. You had time off, and you show up here worse than when we left Damages, Inc. You know I believed you before, but I'm not sure anymore it was good for you, and I know for sure it's not good for you now. You can't just be a character and avoid everything else. He slipped into a soft tone, and I could see the worry written all over his face. I hated myself more for doing this to all the people I cared about. It's all I have right now, which isn't okay either. It is what it is. And how is that working out? Did you feel good isolated from everyone else for months, not talking to me or your boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend anymore. Mel frowned, but he didn't look surprised. You two broke up? I lifted my shoulders. I guess. We haven't spoken. Still? What the fuck? You told me you were going to talk at the premiere. I shook my head and stared at my hands. It was embarrassing to admit. You two walked the fucking red carpet together. I know. I put my face back in my hands. I tried. He wouldn't talk to me there. Why not? What did he say? Mel's tone was exasperated. He was mad at me for not calling him after the stuff with his mom. Why didn't you tell me she was in the hospital? Mel sighed. I told you to call him about 1 billion times. It wasn't my place to tell you. Well, I've done it. I ruined things. Mel blew out a breath. So my two stars can't even be in the same room or speak to each other. Pretty much. He wanted honesty, there it was. Maybe you do need a break. I can't. A break will kill me. And it would have. If I had to go back to our house and stare at everything there, I wouldn't survive a week. I mean to a hospital, Kel. Great. Those would be great headlines. We'd deal with it. I'd never seen Mel so somber. No. That's worse. I can't do it. I need to bury myself in work. I could control that. I had something to keep getting up for every day. You're getting worse, not better. You never said how it worked out on your last movie. It didn't. You left here happy last year, and now you're not good. He got up and walked around the massive table to sit on the edge next to me. I'm really fucking worried about you. It's shit, but it is all I have right now, Mel. I fucked up. I pushed away my happiness, and now I have to live with it. I'm not good. But maybe if I keep putting one foot in front of the other, I will get there again. I couldn't see it, and I didn't believe my words. I'd never forgive myself for pushing Hale away. But here I was, still breathing, and every day I was still alive was a win, for now. Can you seriously even work like this? What other choice do I have? We push it. We shoot what we can without you and rewrite or reassess in a month. I clenched my hands into fists. No. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this, but it's better than the alternative. Mel scrubbed a hand over his face. I'm moving up all the angry scenes. At least we can do a week of those before you two are fucking again. I hadn't even thought about the sex scenes. I swallowed back bile. How can I film those with him when we're like this? You're a fucking professional. You better figure it out real fast. Mel wasn't taking any of my shit. Or you take my out. You know I need my friend right now, not my director. Your fucking friend would tell you, if you fuck up this job because you can't get your shit together with your boyfriend, you deserve the fallout. You knew what the risks were when you got involved with him. I'm trying here. I'm barely holding it together. Sorry if I'm trying to get there in my head. I told you to go take a month. He turned on me but softened when his eyes met mine. When was the last time you slept? Been a couple of days. I couldn't remember, but when you told someone you couldn't remember the last time you slept, they had a hard time believing it was the case. You look like utter shit. He put both hands over his face. We were already trying to do more in less time with you and Hale booked back to back. I know. It seemed impossible, but maybe longer hours would mean less thinking. Do you need to be excused from today? For what? To go sit at my empty townhouse? I didn't want to go sit alone. To sleep. I scoffed, but it wasn't attitude. I can't sleep. Can we get your therapist to give you sleeping pills? No. I stared him in the eyes, begging him not to ask me why. You can't film like this. You look like a ghost of yourself. He stepped back to take me in. I was sure he was right. I hadn't weighed myself, but I knew I was down weight since getting here, since I didn't have my trainer on my ass to work out and a calorie count. He rubbed his fingers over his forehead. I'm hiring your trainer. I'm flying him in for face-to-face shit. What the fuck? I spent months and months doing that shit. This project should be less rigid. Mel raised his hands, palms up. You don't have to get jacked like you were, but I need you to be healthy. I think the accountability will be good for you. You know you aren't solely in charge of this fucking project. Do you want me to pull up your mental health clause? Because I fucking will. And I will use it. I'm not fucking around, Kelchrist. I get that you're dealing with shit. But we have a limited amount of time to do this, and you have to be functioning. If you won't take my out, then I am going to do everything I can to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Bastard. I laid my head on the table. He was probably right, but I didn't want to admit it to myself or him right now. I wanted to erase the last year. I'm taking that as you agreeing with me. Kel, I'm paying attention, okay? If I think you're getting worse, I am making you take the time. Okay. Take a few minutes to splash some water on your face. People are going to be here soon, and if you're not leaving, you at least need to seem together. I shoved myself to my feet and didn't look at him as I headed to the bathroom. I turned on the water and stared at it, waiting for it to get warm. I finally looked into the mirror and didn't recognize the person who stared back. He was gaunt, hollow eyes, a shell of the person on all the movie posters. Or maybe this was the real version of Kelchrist King, the one I'd hidden all these years. He was finally emerging to show everyone I'd been a fraud all this time. I splashed the warm water on my face and ran my fingers through my hair. I'd cut it short in January for the role, but it was already down to my chin again. I gathered it in my hands and tied it back in a loose man bun. I needed a makeup crew to come and fix my face. I had a couple of days of scruff and 100-pound bags. I didn't go back to the conference room when I left the bathroom. Instead, I went to the storage room. There would be my makeup kit all prepped and ready to go for tomorrow. Sure enough, I found it on the shelf, right where it belonged. I was glad they hadn't taken it to the makeup trailer yet. I wasn't good at this shit, but after a few years in theater, I'd learned the basics. I fixed my under eyes and put on a little rouge to make myself look more alive, then topped it with a little highlight, blending it all in before checking myself in a compact mirror. I looked human. Get through today, and then I could go smoke myself into oblivion. I was going to start playing the role of a successful and happy actor. Life could be my part. I put an easy smile on my face and strolled back into the conference room. Mel made a face at me. What did you do? Made myself look like a fucking professional. Mel stepped closer. Is that makeup? Too much? I asked. No. It's good. He nodded, and I could see him taking in my transformation. Feel better? Yeah, I do. It was a lie, but he didn't need to know that. If I'd learned anything in my career, it was I was good at putting on a face for other people. I took my script and started to read it over. I'd written the outline, but we had a room of writers who had been tweaking and changing. We'd all make notes today, and the final would be sent to everyone tonight to start tomorrow. It sounded good to me. Mel and I had been sending drafts and outlines back and forth over the last couple of months. I was happy and sad about how it looked. I still loved this book more than any other I'd ever read. The series had gotten me through so much. I couldn't decide if it all felt tainted now through my bad decisions. Maybe I could still love it for what it was. I wanted to be excited about what I was getting to show on television with this project. I wanted to feel good about making good queer spaces. Maybe I could have both. My grief and my love. I needed to talk to my therapist. People had started to filter in, but Hale wasn't one of them. I walked over to Mel while I had the courage. Can you have production schedule time with David twice a week for at least the next 2 months? He nodded. I could see the question he wasn't saying, and I was happy he didn't ask. I hadn't talked to David in months, and I didn't want to admit it to him because I'd lied to him before about it. You want production to do it? I usually do it week to week, and I want it built in around my schedule so I don't have an excuse to miss. They'll already be on the books. He smiled and put a hand on my shoulder. I know this isn't easy, but thank you for taking it seriously. Thank you for still being my friend, even when I'm a mess. I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me. He squeezed my shoulder and then dropped his hand, looking past me. His whole face changed. I knew without looking what had happened. Hale was here. I took a seat next to Mel without looking up. I kept my eyes on my script, listening to him greeting people. When I finally risked a look, he was sitting at my 3 o'clock with a loose smile on his face, Ella sitting next to him. She stared directly at me as they chatted, and she gave me a wave. I returned the gesture. Hale was lovely, tanned and wrapped with muscle like I'd never seen him before. It wasn't bodybuilder muscle, though. He'd kept his look and went for a cut swimmer, tight, lean muscle. The trainer with Righteous had been really good for him. He looked healthier and happy. Happy without me. The thought sunk through me like a stone settling in my gut. Everything I'd seen in the tabloid photos had been true. I'd been miserable and falling apart while he was hitting his apex. He'd taken to fame like a fish to water. It suited him better than it ever had me. He was meant for this life. He'd have guys clamoring all over him if he didn't already. I forced myself not to go down that rabbit hole. I'd end up curled in a ball in a closet if I did. It wasn't my business. I closed my eyes, trying one of the centering techniques David had taught me. I was Kel Christ King. I relaxed back into my seat and didn't look at Hale, holding in my mind the massive joint I was going to roll at the end of all of this. And then he looked right at me, his face changing. There was anger and hurt, and so much in his eyes, even with the smile on his face. The look killed me.
22. Hale. A look could kill. I knew the expression was true now. Kel had killed me with his expressionless blank stare. It was almost like he looked through me. I'd been dreading this ever since I'd realized he'd meant us to be over, but I'd never expected it to hurt so much. It told me all I needed to know. I didn't know why I'd had any hope this would be different after the awards. Maybe hope was the only thing I'd had to hold on to. So I had. Foolishly. It was gone now. He was faking everything, including the way he looked at me. He might be able to fool everyone else in the room, but I knew what this was. It was all an act. I was sad for him, but it made me angrier. He was laughing with Mel and talking to everyone at the table. He had enough mental energy to talk to everyone, but he couldn't tell me we were done. Ella elbowed me. Stop. I glanced over at her. What? You're shooting daggers at him with your eyes, she whispered. I turned to look at her, thankful he was out of eyesight when I did. I need to get over it. She put her hand on top of mine in my lap and gave me a half smile. Are you sure? Maybe you two should talk. He would have talked to me if he'd wanted to. I don't know, it feels like such a She pursed her lips. I prompted. I can't think of the right word. Travesty? I don't know. It doesn't seem right. I've seen you two together. Something happened. I started to gesture at him, but stopped myself. Look at him. He looks fine. Fake, but fine. Does that look like someone who's going through a breakup? I've known him a long time. I'm giving you my opinion, she said. I was a rebound and we all need to move on. He probably made everyone feel the way he'd made me feel. He was one of those people whose attention would always be sought after. He had the power of making someone feel like they were the only person who existed. I'd fallen into it and thought his feelings were as deep as mine. They weren't, and that was life. The sooner I accepted it, the sooner I'd be able to do my job. I don't think, she sighed. I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but it doesn't seem like him. I lifted my shoulders. I didn't think it was like him either, but the evidence is in front of us. Should we get started? Mel said, and that was the end of our conversation. I took a pen and wrote on the corner of my script and shoved it at her. Drinks after this? She mouthed, yes. I dreaded what tomorrow was going to bring, so I'd numb it with as much alcohol as I could get my hands on. Drinks hadn't been a good idea. Now I was hungover and facing the worst day of my life. I'd never thought there would be a day I hated coming to work, but today was that day. Yesterday I hadn't known what to expect after not interacting with Kel in months, other than the awkward premiere experience, and it was worse than I'd expected. But after him being all business and none of the warmth I'd grown to love, I now knew how today would go. I was dreading every second of it. I dreaded him treating me like every other person he encountered, not even like we were friends. I was nothing to him, less than nothing. I didn't even feel like his ex. I felt like a stranger. I hoped at some point I would get numb to being around him, but I didn't know when that would be. Right now I was angry, sure, but I was also still in love with him. Our production schedules came while Ella and I were out, and all I could do was groan and drink more. Ella tried to get me to call it a night early, but I'd stayed out after she left. We had an early call, but that had never stopped me from sleeping in my trailer. I'd learned from the best how to self-medicate, and I was thankful for the skill now. Whoever made our filming schedule front-loaded his and my scenes. Hadn't Kel told them? Couldn't we have started with any fucking thing else? Maybe Mel was hoping we'd rip the Band-Aid off, but I didn't see that happening. Kel might be over it, but it was going to be harder for me to work through. I knew part of it was because Kel had another movie soon after this one ended, and he would be doing pre-production things and gaining muscle back toward the end of our season, so they'd want to use him less, but all of this was exhausting. And this was why they said don't date your co-stars. I was going to have to figure out a way to be fine with this, because we were about to go into a full day of shooting angst scenes, where the two of them run into each other in a foreign city. Maybe I could use some of the pent-up anger for this. I didn't even want to think about when we got to the rebound sex. Seaver convinces Flint to fuck, and, well, that starts them helping each other and screwing each other over as they are screwing, and eventually more than feelings come out. It was a great build to the season, and them admitting it had always been more than sex between them. If only my life would imitate art. But that's not how real life was. I sat in the makeup chair and put in my headphones. This set was so different from the titanium one. I realized everyone must be depending on how the director and the crew like to do things, but the differences were stark in my mind at the moment. My brain searched for anything to cling on to not have to think about how the rest of my day was gonna go. I zoned out to my music, waiting for my turn for makeup. At least mine was easy today. Just a bruised cheek and a cut above my eye to start with. Something tapped me on the nose. My stomach clenched as my eyes flashed open, worried it was Kel. But it was too familiar to be Kel. I realized too late as disappointment flooded through me. "That unhappy to see me?" Davis asked. I shook my head. No, just in a mood. He pursed his lips. Does it have to do with the same mood Kel was in yesterday? I lifted a shoulder. Might be. I don't know anymore. He was in a mood yesterday? I was dying to ask, but I wouldn't. I couldn't. I had no right to ask about his moods, and frankly, it would make mine worse. I wasn't a masochist. I don't like the sound of that at all. I blew out a breath. Such is life, I guess. Close your eyes, he directed. I did as he told me. If you need an ear or to get your mind off things, I only live down the street from you. I opened my eyes again. Do you? He nodded. Yup, I saw you going in last night. That's cool. Part of me wanted to be able to hang out with him. He seemed like a really cool guy, but the other part of me didn't want to let anyone get close to me right now, let alone someone who might be interested in dating. Sorry, I was in my head and didn't even see you. Don't worry, I was being a creeper, sitting on my porch in the dark with a beer. You wouldn't have. I laughed. If that isn't a whole-ass mood. Now, let me get back to work. Close your eyes. I did as I was told, and he continued talking. At least the weather is still nice. It gets cold as balls here. Do you live in the area full-time, then? I asked. Mm-hmm. The work is consistent and good. I know enough people to keep myself busy or even overbooked. It's a great place to be a makeup artist. I can imagine. It's a constant filming industry here. It was nice to have someone to talk to who wasn't in the middle of Kel and I like Mel and Ella were. I was friends with Ella, and we got close during Titanium, but she still felt like Kel's friend. Maybe I needed friends of my own. Have you always lived here? No, I grew up in L.A. Did you like it? I asked him. I like this better. It's slower. He pressed some goop onto my face. I'm going to start working on this cut and bruise, so you're going to have to stay real still. Right into it, aren't I? I laughed, and then tried to stay still. I'd learned quickly if I moved, it took twice as long, and then I was late for all my calls. Looks like it. I'm going to have to come out and watch a few scenes to see why you're all bruised. Do you often watch? He laughed, and it was light and musical. No, I usually don't have time. I get through everything here, then do touch-ups. Occasionally. He started sticking stuff to my face, and I wanted to squirm so bad. Does that not feel good? It rarely does, I replied. I'm sure it feels good when it comes off at the end of the day. So much so. It was nice to be easy. The hardest part is not touching it throughout the day. He scoffed. As much as I see you for touch-ups, I don't think you're so successful. I'm really not. I touch my face 4,000 times a day, and I do it in scenes too, which I'm sure has become part of Seaver's thing, but it doesn't help for makeup. He laughed again and stuck something else to my face. Since I rarely watched, I really had no idea what all the stuff they put on my face was. Some of it felt familiar, but it was too hard to not zone out, especially as hungover as I felt. Someone needs to start pushing you about not sleeping, he said after a while. No shit. I need to be better about it. Tell your boyfriend to stop keeping you up at night. What could I say to that? I laughed, but it was awkward. There was no way to tell how much he knew either. He might be assuming I had a guy, or he might know Kel and I were a thing. Either way, it felt like I couldn't say anything, because if I did, it was possible Kel and my split would be leaked. I was at max capacity, and couldn't deal with anything else, let alone that. So I kept my mouth shut. Finished. If Ella asks about your eyes, tell her I did my best, Davis said. I'd zoned out if you counted a half-sleep thing, so I opened my eyes to find my face pretty messed up. The bruise was bigger than I'd expected. Since she was with me last night, she won't blame you. Well, now I know who to direct my anger at when you look like you haven't slept in a year on camera. He shook his head, but my attention was drawn away from him as Kel stormed past us. Great. He looked like he was in a mood already. I see he didn't sleep either. Davis had his brows up. I gave Davis a shrug and slipped out of the trailer to follow Kel. Kel stood across the beach talking to Mel. He didn't look angry anymore. Good, I guess. since he'd had nothing to say to me. The light he looked at everyone with was gone from his eyes when he turned to me, replaced with sadness. I'd made him worse. I could see it now. How were we going to get through 2 more seasons of this show like this? Drinking. All the drinking. But my choices were limited as Ella seemed to not want to support my coping. Maybe I'd see if Davis wanted to have a couple of beers so I wouldn't have to drink alone. I needed to get my head on right to deal with more of this. Weeks and months of this. Maybe I needed to start taking a page from Kel's book and smoke a bowl before this shit. But I didn't think I could do my job intoxicated like he did. I had a hard time being me high. His eyes danced past me, never stopping on me, and it felt too personal. I looked good in this costume, too. The pants were skin-tight and white, Prince Charming-esque. If he was going to look at me, this would be the costume to see me in, but it was as if I didn't exist to him. Was I so easy for him to get over? Maybe I'd read too much into it, given his depression too many excuses. Maybe it was as simple as he was done. The space provided a nice way for him to make his exit. Or he'd simply fallen out of love because of the lack of proximity. He might have fallen in love because we were acting. It happened all the time, didn't it? I'd read about actors leaving their spouses of years for people they were acting across from. Now, to figure out how to separate myself enough from Seaver to be able to look Kel in the eyes, no, to look Flint in the eyes, with the love and lust I needed. I wiped away the moisture at the corners of my eyes and strutted over, exuding more confidence than I felt. I had to be Steve. I read over my script while they talked. It wasn't so much that I'd have a problem memorizing it before we started. I, Steve, was mad at him in the scene. Easy enough. Ready to go? I asked Ella, not really wanting to walk over to Mel. It felt like the friends had to be divided in the breakup and he'd get Mel as they had been friends for a long time. I think so. Want me to ask them? Ella chewed her lip, knowing everything that had gone down between us. I was sure it was as awkward for her as it was for me. Yes, I want to get my scenes done with. You know, that's not going to make time go any faster, right? I lifted both my shoulders. It might make it seem faster, and maybe being Seaver will help get me out of my own head. You sound like him today. I did, didn't I? Maybe I needed to talk to someone about the breakup. I probably do. He didn't talk to you this morning? I shook my head. Nothing. I don't know why anything would be different from last night. She shuffled her feet. I was hoping he'd call you once he got into town, or maybe after I left last night you'd go see him. Have you talked to him? I asked, knowing I shouldn't put her on the spot, but unable to stop myself. Yeah. I won't ask. Thank you, Hale. I don't want to be in the middle. I love you both, and I'm sad. I know you are. I'm sad, too. She chewed her lip, and I knew she wanted to tell me something, but I didn't press. It wasn't her responsibility to tell me anything. It was Kel's. Let's start, please, I said. She nodded, and I walked over to my place. Mel moved us and started to give the extras some directions. Kel walked towards me. He'd been avoiding me. What was he doing? Maybe there was someone he needed to talk to behind me. It wasn't like he looked me in the eyes. But as he got closer, I could feel his determination. Fuck. Not here. Not now.
23. Cal. I didn't know what I was doing. Possibly a fool's errand, but I had to try. I wanted them to at least be civil. I stopped in front of him, and he wore so many emotions on his face, but there was loathing in his looks. I pressed them to my heart, because I knew I deserved every single one. Can we try to do this without hating each other? I didn't know how else to start it. We only had a few minutes before they were ready for us. I don't know. Hale wouldn't meet my eyes. How were we going to fake have sex? Let alone all the emotional scenes we had to do this season when He wouldn't look at me. I'm sorry. I had so much more to say, but I couldn't find the words. Okay. I didn't think it was possible for a word to hurt so much, but his okay cut through me. What can I say? He had every right to be mad at me. I'd done this, but I couldn't bear him hating me. Are we done? I pressed my eyes closed, holding back the flood of emotion I'd barely been keeping in check for months. Good. He started to walk away, gravel crunching under his feet. My eyes snapped open. I couldn't leave it like this. I dug for courage I didn't feel. Hale? What? He turned back around and there was steam coming off of him. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm so sorry for not being there for you with your mom. I had to get that much out at least. Funny how you're wanting to be civil here now, when we have to be in the same place, when we have to pretend to be a couple, but you couldn't have returned a phone call and you couldn't have come to our fucking house. You could have tried to talk to me before being on the red carpet together. Our first red carpet together? You didn't want to. Don't act like we are anything but strangers now. Everything he said was true. But it wasn't his words that hurt. I'd already berated myself every day, all day, for what I'd done to him, for what I'd pushed away. I already knew it was my fault, and I would never stop hating myself for ruining it. I was scared to talk to you. Then why are you bothering now? Because we are here. We have this season and another to get through. All lies. I missed him desperately. And we will. But I don't think that can involve anything else. I don't want you to hate me. Tears filled my eyes, and it was hard to utter the words. If you don't want to date me, we can work that out. But I'd like to keep being friends. He wouldn't look at me, and that killed me more than the silence. Hale, I can't believe you'd say if I don't want to date you. He bit into his lip, rage written all over the tightness in his jaw. We were never fucking dating. It was so much more than that, and you abandoned me without a word. I can't believe you fucking ghosted me, and you have the balls to stand here and ask me if I don't want to date you? Fuck you and your dating. He clenched his hands into fists at his sides. You haven't spoken to me in months. You don't get to try and make this seem like my fault. Even angry, he was lovely and deadly at the same time. You don't get to control the narrative or expect anything from me. I'm here to do my job. Is there someone else? I told myself I wouldn't ask that question, but the words were out before I could swallow them. Why the fuck would you think there is someone else? His words were barely audible and angry. I thought you knew me better than that. But if I have to spell it out for you, then maybe you never knew me at all. No, Kel, there is no one else. Okay. It was hard to believe, but he'd never lied to me. I don't even know why I'd suspected there would be. Maybe I'd wished there was, so I could close the door on him mentally, or maybe it was the way the makeup artist was looking at him that set me off. Anything else? He turned to walk away. I wanted to be able to let him go. He deserved that. At the end of the day, I could only control myself, my actions, and my feelings. I had to let go of the rest. Hale, I grabbed his arm. What? He looked so defeated in that moment. I don't want to leave it like this. I couldn't give him more. If I gave him my full attention, I might beg him to tell me why. And I didn't want to be that person. He had every right to not talk to me. Not all relationships came with closure. I'm sorry, I said again. Thank you. He tugged out of my grasp and stepped away from me. And maybe that was enough. We both needed to heal, and the less we rubbed salt in the wound, the faster it would happen. I didn't think I'd ever get over this one, though. Maybe it would ease so my job wasn't a nightmare. As I walked out to the location, I ran over in my mind all the changes I'd almost made for him, that I was going to bring up making together. The scheduling around each other, the working less and enjoying life more, all the things I wanted to tell him I'd change if he'd give me another chance. I knew I'd fucked it up the first time. They all seemed so silly and easy now. Building work around life and time off sounded good in theory, but what if, in practice, there wasn't ever a person to do it with? But maybe it was all doomed to failure either way. I'd tried it for years with Rachel, and it only made her bitter. Maybe in time he'd let me back in his life as a friend. Even if he didn't love me, I didn't want to lose him. But could you really go backwards and be friends with someone you loved, knowing they didn't love you anymore? Was there a way to break that animosity? The ache in my chest suggested it wasn't possible. "Let's get this going," Mel called out. "Okay, let's start from Seaver confronting Flint. I want to see the emotion you two really get visceral and in each other's faces," Mel said. "Are you two ready?" Mel eyed me, but I didn't reply. This was my job, and it didn't matter what either of them thought or said as long as I was professional. I stomped over to the place Mel wanted the scene to start. Hale walked towards me, but he still wasn't looking at me. He was looking through me, past me. I wasn't there to him. It was a stark difference from the day we'd met when he couldn't take his eyes off of me. He saw everyone except me now. I hated it. "And action," Mel called out. "What are you doing here?" I scoffed in my Flint voice. Hale took a step towards me, following the scene directions I'd gone over 100 times. I let myself feel my anger and fueled it into Flint. It was the only outlet I had left. I let Flint's hurt consume me. It was so much better to feel hurt than angry at myself. "I could ask you the same thing," Hale said, getting a sneer on his lips. "I had to come to the end of the earth to get away from you. Why did you follow me?" I asked, letting all of my hurt show through my voice. Almost as good as therapy. "Still so full of yourself. Haven't you realized yet the world doesn't revolve around you?" Maybe he was using his too. There was anger forcing his words and a passion I'd never seen from him. "Funny you say as much while stalking me," I retorted with venom I could feel, but still was surprised it came from me. "I didn't follow you, princeling. I have my own business, not the time to chase a child. No one knows me here. Don't you dare give me away." He got in my face, and I refused to meet his eyes. "Hiding? After what you did?" "Yes." My tone changed. I couldn't help it. I felt it, and maybe it had come through my writing, but I had been hurt by him at the beginning of all of this. I hadn't reacted right, but it didn't change my feelings. "What I did?" "You mean free you from the life you hated? Give you the start of a better life?" He laughed and stepped back. "I did everything you asked and more." "More?" My words were a snarl. "Only you would call it more." "Ungrateful." He shook his head and turned to walk away. "I should have expected this from you," I shouted at him. "Expected what?" he asked. "Actually, I shouldn't have expected anything. I see that now." He finally looked into my eyes, and I almost puked. He looked terrible. The circles under his eyes weren't covered by the massive amount of makeup on his face. I wanted to pull him into my arms. I knew he wasn't sleeping. I'd seen the photos of him out drinking. I shouldn't be surprised at the result. But he was young. The evidence shouldn't be so prominent.
You know what I have to say about such things.
He stepped back into the artificial sunlight, looking in both directions like we were actually on a street and could be seen at any moment. I stalked forward. Just fucking tell me. I stopped dead in my tracks as soon as the sunlight hit his pants. I was stunned. I couldn't look away. Fuck.
I have nothing to say to you.
He grabbed me by the shirt and roughly shoved me. Cut! Nope. I threw his hands off of me and turned around. I couldn't look at him. I had to get out of here. What? Hale demanded. This is not going to work. I wouldn't turn back around. This was worse than even yesterday had been. After our conversation, I wasn't mentally prepared to try and deal. I need a fucking joint. Fuck, I said under my breath, pulling at my hair and walking off set. Had I really just noped right out of the scene? I guess I had. But there was only so much I could deal with. What the actual fuck? Hale was pissed, but I could not do it. Someone else would have to tell him. I hope someone else saw what I did. What's the problem? Ella asked, coming over. Oh. She stared at me, gritting her teeth. What? Hale asked me, but I kept my back to him. I looked at Ella, hoping she'd save me. Let's go to wardrobe. She grabbed Hale by the shirt, and I was grateful I didn't have to handle it. Seeing his cock was too much right now. The universe hated me. It was the only explainable reason my life was the way it was. Did I deserve all of this? Some of it I was sure I did. I wasn't the best person, but I didn't deserve these kinds of cruel pranks. Didn't the gods understand where I was? I was barely holding on. Like a bully, there was Hale's dick in my face. And to top it off, the horrified way he'd looked at me, it gutted me, slit me from sternum to navel, and the last of what I had poured out all over the beach. He hated me. Well, he didn't want to hate me, so he was working through hating me. That was better. I was crushed. I knew I'd fucked up royally, majorly, so fucked I probably wouldn't be able to come back from it. I had a feeling he wouldn't want to speak to me when we got there. I thought after I explained, maybe we'd be able to salvage our friendship, but there was actual hate. I pressed my eyes closed. The thought of him hating me for any period of time sent me into a spiral. I wanted to crawl into my hole and not come out.
24. Hale. Ella dragged me away. I went with her only because if I stayed where I was gonna lose it on Kel. He'd ruined a take, for what? Because he couldn't fucking stand to be touched by me. How far we'd come. How far we'd fallen. Do we have to do this now? I asked, ready to explode. I was trying not to snap at her, but there was nothing so important that something didn't need to be said to Kel about his professionalism. Trust me, we do. She dragged me all the way to the wardrobe trailer. I was fuming by the time we got inside. Maybe it was my unchanneled anger at Kel, or my emotions about the whole situation bubbling over. We need an assistant over here, she said to no one in particular. What the fuck, Ella? She turned to me before someone came over. Your dick is out. What? I looked down, double-checking, but I was pretty sure I would have felt a breeze. I can't see anything. I can assure you, on camera, it's out. I have pants on. They are see-through, motherfucker. What? How did you not know this going in? I was trying not to take my mood out on Ella, but, well, it was impossible at the moment. Because we didn't know your gigantic dick was going to show through the skin-tight legging material. She gave me as much attitude back. Please don't call it that. I looked down, pulling at the fabric. I can't see anything. Ella turned around and grabbed a lamp and shined it on my cock. This is what I see when you're in front of the camera. Oh. There I was, Half-hard and on full display, and I'm not talking outline. Every vein on my dick was fully visible. That's not what I want on television. Maybe Kel's freakout made a little more sense now. I bet he loved seeing the guy he wanted out of his life standing half-hard in front of him. But I couldn't help it. Being that close to him with this much pent-up emotion went right to my dick. I didn't think so. She waved the wardrobe person over when someone came to see what we were yelling about. "What's the problem?" the woman asked. Ella shined the lamp on my dick again. "Oh," the woman said, staring. "I covered it with my hands. Will you stop doing that?" "We will have to either get him in a jock or rework the pants entirely." "We don't have time for a rework. That's going to put us behind and piss Mel off." The lady was still staring and nodding as Ella spoke. "I'll go see what we have on hand for jocks." I scrubbed a hand over my face, feeling like I was stuck in a damn comedy of my life. You can't be serious. We don't have time to remake the costume. Even if we postpone shooting today, you're in and out of it all week. I sunk to a seat in one of the chairs in the room. These better not be used jocks, even if they were Kel's. I drew the line at sharing stuff that went over my dick. "They are all new. This isn't this costume department's first go-around." "What?" I asked. She shook her head at me. "Do you think all those pirate get-ups from the last 2 seasons had perfectly positioned bulges you stared at frequently?" "No," I called after her. "Kel had one on all last season." She pushed open the door. "At least it's good to hear you weren't disappointed with the reality." The reality had been better than the bulge. Everything about Kel was better, which made him impossible to get over. "Can we not talk about it?" "Sure, but we are going to want to get this fixed so Kel can look at you," she said, and she seemed too smug about it. "It's not what you're thinking." But I don't think she believed me. "He still loves you. I know you're mad and you're both hurt, but maybe don't completely write him off." I was hurt, and it was affecting a lot of my judgments. It was tainting everything and probably the way I reacted to him. I needed to deal with my own pain to get through this. I was starting to see it. Until I did, I was going to take everything he did personally. I still love him too. But love doesn't always mean 2 people are meant to be together. It was hard to admit to myself I still felt the way I did. As much as I wanted to feel nothing for him, I still felt too much. I took the jock from the assistant and went to put it on. Why did this have to be my day? Too many emotions, and here I was trying to cover my dick so it wouldn't be visible on television. It was like the universe wanted to kick me while I was down. Or do a "while I have your attention, let me get this all out there." I needed to talk to him. Not like we had really talked to him. People do a lot of stuff in depression bouts that they didn't mean to. It didn't make their bad behavior okay, and they still needed to make amends for it, but to hold on to anger wasn't going to do me or the production any good. I didn't want to keep hurting Kel, even if I was hurt. I'd gone into this with a vow to myself not to hurt him, and yet here I was. As in pain as I was, none of it mattered in the long run. Things didn't work out all the time. It happened, and we had jobs to do. I was tired of being upset. I wouldn't do this to my brother, and I wasn't going to do it to Kel. He had every right to choose not to date me, as he so eloquently put it, and he may have ended things poorly. But at the end of the day, I got to choose who I was going to be. We had a job to do, and we had to make the best of it. Something had to break, and it was going to be me. If he'd still talk to me. "I see you coming around." "Huh?" I asked as I walked up. "Is this better? Because I feel like I'm wearing a fucking codpiece." She stared at my crotch for a good minute. "Let me get a light. It definitely makes your bulge look bigger, which I'm not sure is a bad thing." I laughed. "Great, I go from see-through to giant package." "Not like it wasn't giant before." She winked at me. I turned a shade of pink I wasn't proud of. "Great, and now everyone has seen it. Twitter is going to be a riot." "Honey, you were fully naked in the last 2 seasons. This is old news." I put a hand over my face. "Why do you have to remind me?" Because you have some modesty thing going on here. I threw up my hands. It's been a really weird day. She softened and put a hand on my shoulder. I know, but talking to him will help. I hope so. She smiled as she shined a light on my crotch. I'm glad you decided to. I think this is the most awkward way to be having a conversation. Not even close, she said, but wouldn't elaborate. I think you're good, but let's go do a camera test. Sometimes sunlight is witchcraft. We stepped back into the sunlight, and Ella kept staring at my crotch. Pull it tight a little, she said. I did as she asked, trying not to make eye contact with anyone. Like this? Yes. She leaned back and forth, then walked a few steps away and looked again. I stood there, staring at the sky, pretending I was anywhere else. I had wondered what would be more awkward than filming a sex scene with my best friend I was in love with. This was worse. I looked to see if Kel and Mel were watching. Thankfully, my embarrassment wasn't noticed by the two of them. Not that Kel would look at me. He was doing a great job of avoiding the fact that I existed. Kel was smoking while talking to Mel, and it wasn't a cigarette. I wanted to take a hit from his joint to get through the rest of the day. Maybe he wouldn't even talk to me. Trying to talk now wasn't going to work. This wasn't going to be a 5-minute clear-the-air thing. I was sure we both had a lot to get through. I know I did. But now that I had to think about it the rest of the day while standing opposite him, it was going to be rough. We ready to go again? Mel asked when he spotted us walking towards the set. I think so, Ella called back. Let's take our places. I sighed and walked over to stand in front of Kel. He looked right at me this time, right in the eyes. There was a profound sadness there. I hated it. We stood there, staring at each other. Do we need to do the full scene again? Mel asked Ella. Hold on, let me roll it back and see if we can work it out in editing. She put on one earphone and watched her monitor. I tore my gaze away from Kel's to wait for word. I could feel his boring into me, but I didn't look back. If I did, I would say something. I think we can take it from right before the kiss and it'll be fine, Ella said. Mel nodded and looked at us. From the I have nothing to say to you and shirt grab. Fuck my life. From Kel seeing my dick right into a kiss. I tucked the loose strands of my hair behind my ears and took a deep breath. I looked him right in the eyes. This time, he met my gaze. And action! I grabbed Kel's shirt and shoved him. I have nothing to say to you. I found venom from my voice when all I felt was sadness. Don't put your fucking hands on me again. He grabbed the front of my shirt and got in my face. I shoved him again, this time into the fake brick wall behind us. He grunted. Hopefully it was acting. I wasn't trying to hurt him. I'll put my hands on you if I want to. He stared at me for half a tick and said through his teeth, You're merely proving my point. I don't know how he went from sadness written all over him to cocky, but Kel was a good actor. I hissed, which was unscripted, and then kissed him. It was rough and aggressive, and it felt so good, better than I would have ever imagined. He was stunned for a moment, then kissed me back just as forcefully. I slammed him into the wall again, almost forgetting we were acting before breaking apart. I took a second to catch my breath and released my hold on him. I don't have to prove anything to you, Flint. I ran a hand over my shirt to smooth the wrinkles. Cut, Mel said. Let's reset and try it again. It was a little flat in the beginning. I'd like to see the whole thing with the energy you had at the end there. Maybe everyone was a little rusty coming back into characters you haven't been in so long. He laughed. I turned away from Kel to catch my breath. I wanted to ask him if he was okay, but I wasn't sure how he'd respond. As we started the scene over, all I could think about was the kiss, and how this was all I had left of our relationship. Stolen moments in scenes. And it broke my heart all over again.
25. Kel. I started to turn away from the set, needing to take a fucking minute in my trailer. Kissing him was like lighting my soul on fire over and over. I knew he'd never be mine, and I had to keep burning myself down to do my job. I turned to find Mel standing there. I kept walking and shouldered past him when he got in my way. He grabbed my arm. "Don't you dare," he hissed. "I need a minute." I tried to pull out of his grasp. That was really hard for me. I want a fucking joint. "Then I'm coming with you." He kept a hold of me. I pressed my eyes closed, tears burning them. I kept walking blindly. No idea if it was even in the direction of my trailer. "You are not okay." "No," I managed. "You looked better out there," he said, "and feel worse." "You didn't answer when I called to check on you last night," he said. I couldn't talk to anyone. It was hard enough to face Ella when she had showed up on my doorstep and wouldn't leave, something I'd wished Hale had done, though I hadn't deserved it after pushing him away. He released my arm and wrapped his around my middle. "Did he hurt you?" I shook my head. It was all I could manage at the moment. "Something happened." I turned on him, but clenched my fists and stomped into my trailer without saying my piece. Once he was inside, I stared him right in the eyes. "You know what happened. And now I have to kiss him and pretend like I don't still love him." I was terrified I was going to lose it. "Please, no more questions." "Do you need me to push all your scenes a day?" "I need 5 minutes to get it together." Hale had been so much softer this round. I was having a hard time dealing with it. It broke my heart all over again to think Hale could be like that with Flint, but not want to talk to me. It had to get easier, or I had to tell myself it would. I had to find some way to get through this. "Kel, you showed up here looking like utter shit. You've barely spoken to anyone. You look like you haven't eaten. You're lucky I'm not pushing the entire fucking shoot like I told you I would yesterday. We have to get you back together." "I will get it together. I just need 5 fucking minutes. Kel, look at me." I did. "I told you yesterday, if you need time, I need to smoke a bowl and not have to look at his dick." I didn't, and wouldn't, give him the real reason I was in here. I didn't think I could be high enough to not feel like that when Hale kissed me. That was unexpected, but damn. He was trying to lighten the mood, but it didn't help. "Please don't be mad at me." He pulled me into a hug. "I'm not mad at you. I'm fucking worried about you. I'm going to ruin everything we built. I don't know if I can keep it together." He held me tighter. "You don't have to tell me. But I can't work anything out unless I know what happened. Let me get through this scene. I have to be able to work." "Do you think you can?" He pulled back to look at me. "I can push everything a day. Tell the crew you're sick." "You look sick." He put his hands on my arms. "Mel, I didn't take any time when Rachel left me. I started working on this. I can't go sit alone all day for another day. It might kill me if I did. I was sure at some point depression would swallow me whole. Then we'll switch what we are filming. At this location?" "Fuck." He looked at the ceiling. "You have to be more intimate with Hale tomorrow." "I know. I need to get stoned and get this over with." "Okay." Reluctantly, he turned around. I smoked an entire bowl. It took a little while, but I didn't care. I didn't leave my trailer until I felt better. When I came out, Hale was standing outside, so at ease with himself. Him and Ella laughed. Another crew member came up and gave him a hug. Did he even miss me? He looked like he was dealing with things much better than I was. I'd probably made up all the emotion I saw displayed in the kiss myself. He was done. I had to get that through to myself. I tried to turn off my mind. I begged and pleaded, but I couldn't. Every time I looked at him, I knew what I'd done, what I'd thrown away. I wished I could tell him I hadn't meant to. I wished he'd understand that I couldn't pick up the phone no matter how hard I tried to make myself, but it was no use. Why would he listen? He hated me. "It's so good to have everyone back," Mel said. "I know we are a little rushed coming off the read-through, but we have a crew dinner later, so let's get all this shit done." Mel laughed at his own joke before going on. "So we aren't eating dinner at 2 a.m. There was some mixed laughter. "Now that Hale's pants are less see-through, and we've worked out getting back into our characters, let's see if we can get this scene." My heart ached, and I'd kill to be Flint right now. At least he was getting contact with Seaver. I had to let myself go there in my mind. I had to be Flint. I'd started this project needing to be him, and I would enter Season 3 needing to be him. "Are we ready?" Mel called out and made eye contact with me. I nodded. "Places, then." I walked up to where Hale stood. I couldn't look at him. I had to get myself in character. "Remember, you haven't seen each other in months," Mel said, and the words stung. I looked at Hale. There was pain in his eyes, pain that mirrored my own, and then rage took over. "The end was amazing. I was going to say let's redo the beginning, but why don't we keep rolling? There was so much emotion. I loved it," Mel said, not knowing why. "Let's pick up after the kiss. We can worry about the beginning later. And action!" "You have no right to kiss me." He put on a smirk I could only describe as Seaver. "You have no claim to me." I lifted my hands like I'd done in my head so many times. We were still using the source material from the books, loosely, as it was harder to expand on the story with so many characters and not go our own direction. But I'd had to include this scene when we were discussing the direction we wanted Season 3 to go. It had broken my heart when I read it. "We are nothing."
You didn't kiss me like it was nothing.
I let the hurt of Seaver's words show on my face and rounded my shoulders, pulling into myself as much as I wanted to in reality. "I stayed away like you demanded." It had been me who demanded, but the words resonated in my soul, because didn't everyone want those of us with depression to hide ourselves away from the world? We weren't fit for public consumption. I fucking stayed away. You followed me here.
I did no such thing.
Hale looked at me, but through me at the same time. It was fitting for the moment, but ached into my chest. How could I deal with this? How could I film these scenes with so many real feelings? I gave you the rest of the world, and you happened to turn up here. I laughed bitterly. You've never sailed half this far south.
Not until I was paid to.
He looked me over like he was seeing me for the first time.
What brought you to the end of the earth?
It's not your damn business what I'm doing here.
Hiding things, then.
Hale spat. I owe you nothing.
Two old friends can't catch up?
His tone changed. It was sweeter. No. Flint was still in love with him and bitter. Maybe I was mirroring my character's life more than I ever realized. We have nothing to talk about. He looked over his shoulder at his men who stood around us.
I'll catch up. We may have a use for Flint again.
Well, sir, his first mate said, putting a hand on his shoulder. Seaver threw it off a little too hard and turned on him, a snarl on his lips. It was terrifying to see the transformation in Hale. He was truly a ruthless pirate in that moment.
Don't ever put your hand on me again unless you want to lose it. If I think we have a need for the kid, then I think we have a need. Move on.
The first mate narrowed his eyes.
Fine.
He stepped around Seaver, and the rest of the crew followed him out of the scene. Hale turned on me again,
What are you really doing here?
His tone was softer, but harsh.
I told you I would leave you with the known world, and you'd never see me again.
Why are you here? You have the rest of the fucking planet.
I have a job.
Since when do you take jobs? I asked.
I took you on, didn't I?
He stepped into my space and got in my face. I backed up a step so my back hit the building behind me.
And look how that turned out for you. A good fuck? And a full pocket? I don't see the harm.
He mirrored my step, not letting me get any distance. I gritted my teeth together and bared them.
What do you want? Get a room with me.
I pressed my eyes closed as he rubbed his cheek over mine. I didn't even mean to. No.
I thought I made you feel good.
I fisted both hands in his shirt, unscripted, but I needed some fucking air or I was going to lose it.
And then you told me we'd never be anything. That doesn't mean we can't.
I cut him off. Yes, it does.
The lines felt too close to home. How had I written them and not seen it at the time?
I poured myself into these scenes, and now I had to relive them. I shoved him, but he was already kissing me again. It wasn't quite Hale, too rough to be, but I was a drowning man and he was oxygen.
Are you going to keep saying no after you kiss me like that? He licked over his lips as he pulled away.
My mind was blank. I was still consumed in the kiss. I couldn't remember what my line was. A knife stabbed into my chest as all the lies I'd told myself over the last few weeks started to unravel. How much I missed him, how much I'd blocked out he was my perfect person, how much I'd really lost. I knew all these things before, but feeling him again brought them front and center in my mind. "Line," I said. Mel called. "Cut! Let's reset and take it from a good fuck and a full pocket." The crew started to move. It was awkward to stand there after kissing him. We'd always used time between takes to talk and laugh. This was terrible. It was silence and a hollow stare. I wanted to go back to my trailer and smoke until I couldn't remember why I hated my life. But instead, I had a job to do. So I'd shoot the scene again and again as many times as it took. This was going to be the worst day of my life. It was like Groundhog Day, except with my relationship slipping through my fingers with every rewind. By the end of the day, I was broken. I didn't even bother to go further than my trailer. I had weed there and a bed. I would stay there, lock the door, and not come out until the next morning. I begged the gods for everyone to leave me alone. I needed peace to hate myself for ruining this good thing. But I wasn't that lucky. 26. Kel. Hale tapped my shoulder before I could make it into my trailer. I don't know how I knew it was him, but the pain building all day in my chest told me he was there. Slowly, I turned around to find I'd been right. He stood there in his still mostly see-through pants, hair pulled out of his man bun and falling messy around his face. "Can we talk?" Hale asked. I couldn't read him, but he didn't appear angry. "Sure," I said against my better judgment. I owed him that much. We went inside and sat. It felt like the first time I'd invited him to my trailer all over again. It was neither good nor bad, more nostalgic than anything else. I wanted to go back to those days. I wanted to go back to a day I hadn't pushed everyone away. "What did you want to talk about?" I asked. "Us. I don't even know what that means anymore." He came off as genuine. "Do you mind if I smoke?" If this was going to be what I thought it was, I needed a buffer. Real life was too intense. "Sure, I guess." His hands were back in his hair, and I had to look away. He might not know what that did to me, but I couldn't handle it. I pushed to my feet, going to grab a bowl and the new weed I'd bought. It was a blend to utterly zone me out, which I'd gotten for that reason. Not caring about anything sounded perfect after today. I had other weed I could still work while smoking. That only relaxed me, but this was for the lonely nights. I sat back down and looked at him. Really looked at him. Sure, I'd have to look at him in our scenes, but this was different. I was looking at Hale, not Steve. Neither of us spoke. We'd come all this way and now had nothing to say to each other. I swore I'd never let it get here. We'd made so many promises, and we'd both broken them. I set my bowl to the side and pushed the heels of my hands into my eyes. I'm sorry. You said that. I know. But I'm sure I'm going to have to keep saying it. I dropped my hands away to look at him. Maybe if I said it every day for the rest of my life, he'd eventually forgive me. I don't want an apology. That's not what I'm here for. He tore his gaze away from me and looked out the window. What did you come to talk about? Maybe I dreaded that even more than him wanting an apology. He could be here to rip me to shreds. I guess I want to get to a place we can work together and laugh and be around each other without all this between us. He gestured in the middle space. You mean without carrying the dead weight of our relationship around like shackles? Yes. His word was barely audible. For the first time, I started to see the pain I'd caused. All of it had been in my head. He hadn't been better off without me, but maybe he would be now. I'd done this, and now I had to face it. How do you propose we do it? Maybe closure would be good. If you can handle it. He eyed the bag of weed. I will try. I can't promise we'll get through everything today. A start is better than nothing. He exhaled. What kind of closure? I asked, still not sure what he wanted from me. Can you tell me why? I was about to answer when he went on. I get it if you're over me and I was a rebound or something, or maybe you're not really into guys. I guess I want to know what happened. I dropped my head into my hands and tugged at the strands of my hair. It's none of that. I wasn't sure how he'd ever believe me. Then what? You asked me if there was someone else. Is that what I should be asking you? There was spite in his voice, mint or not. I was sure I deserved it. I don't think there will ever be anyone else. I meant every word of it. How could I be with someone else after Hale? I sneaked a look up to see if he was rolling his eyes at me. He had his eyes pressed closed, and the pain written on his features. Then what? Everything inside me told me not to tell him. All the fear and hurt and pain, the depression, the embarrassment for my condition, all of it screamed that he wasn't safe anymore. I wanted to tell him I decided he wasn't for me, that maybe this wouldn't work out and dating actors was a mistake. My brain came up with 100 lies to tell. I took a deep breath and forced them out of my mind. I wasn't going to solve anything by lying to him. He deserved the truth. As hard as it was to admit what I was going to have to start. I was spiraling, and I saw something stupid that upset me. And so I avoided your call. And then, well, it snowballed. It was as much of the truth as I could force out in my first go. I don't understand. So you avoided my calls for a couple of days. I kind of felt like that at the beginning. But then what? I got worse. I looked at my hands. I'd never told him the phone was hard for me on the best days, but then when I was dreading it, sometimes I became incapable of picking it up. And you couldn't have called? You didn't talk to me about it? There was hurt in Hale's voice, but I had to get through the rest of this. No. I was incapable of picking up the phone that week. I was barely functioning. All the time I wasn't on set, I was in bed. I was beyond mortified to have to admit it to him. I'd really thought the worst of my depression had been behind me. I didn't know you got like that. There was so much sadness written on his face. Rachel is the only person who's seen me like that. And before you say anything, I tried to hide it from her too. But it was harder with our arrangement. I thought my meds were better, and I thought I had a handle on things. Why didn't you tell me it could happen? There wasn't really a reason. I pretend it doesn't. I think that's the only way to describe it. I tell myself every time I come out of it, it's the last time. I guess I have to admit, at some point, I'm wrong. And I'm going to have clinical depression for the rest of my life. My words hitched at the end. I wanted to ask him to hug me, to do something, anything to make me feel this less. But I couldn't put that on him. It wasn't fair to expect comfort from him after I'd pushed him away. Kel. There was more compassion in his one word than I'd felt from him in all our encounters, like the anger had bled out of him. It made me hate myself more. I held my hand up and choked back a sob. He stayed where he was sitting and gave me time to collect myself. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I'm sorry I didn't trust you, I finished in my head. Maybe we'd be in a better place if I had. What was the thing that made you spiral? He asked after another long bout of silence. I started to spiral because I wasn't handling being without you. And then I checked TMZ, and there wasn't an excuse. It was bad. I wasn't sure what else to say. He folded his hands together and rested them against his mouth. He didn't say anything for a long time. What did you see on TMZ? He asked. Honestly, it doesn't matter. It does to me. I couldn't say no to those eyes. Not when he looked at me the way he was. You were out at a club. You were mobbed, dancing, no different than when we were celebrating. You looked like you were having the time of your life with other people. It hit me horribly at the wrong moment. He looked like he was about to speak, but I held up a hand. Please let me get through this. He nodded and closed his mouth. You weren't doing anything wrong, and I don't want you to explain. We all cope with things differently. But in those moments of self-doubt, to me, it looked like you were out having fun and had forgotten about me. It was crushing. Not because any of those things were true, but because I knew we weren't going to get the time we needed and we had had issues with calls. So all of it combined set me off. It's not an excuse for ghosting you or for not keeping a better hold on my mental health before I get to that point. But I want you to understand where I was at. I closed my eyes and didn't look at him. He didn't speak. I found the courage to look at him. And he had tears in his eyes, which wrecked me. I'd thought a lot about my pain through all of this, but I hadn't really considered his as much as I should. Another part of the tunnel vision of depression. I thought he was happy to be rid of my dead weight. I know you don't really want to hear it, but you had a chance to explain your feelings, so I'd like to be able to do the same. I braced myself for it. Okay. That's fair. I was out because I was starting to get depressed. I was worried about you. Sick over it. I hated not making the phone thing work. It felt like you were pulling back, which I guess you were. And then on top of it was the stress of being on a massive movie set with all those high-profile actors and feeling like I wasn't up to snuff. It was getting to me. I didn't want to tell you because you were already dealing with enough, and I was sure you'd tell me we acted together and I was as good as any of them. But that wouldn't have changed the way I was feeling. He took a deep breath, and I didn't try to speak. I wanted him to feel like he had the space to get out everything he was feeling, like he'd given me. So when Ella asked me to go out, I was in. I'm sure the photos looked horrible. I know because every time I look at those sites, they make me feel terrible. They are the worst, I agreed. Why did you look? You were always telling me not to look. I'm ashamed. I don't like to look, even at myself. It was a horrible moment of weakness at a really bad time. And I shouldn't have, I admitted. I probably should have warned you I was going out. I nodded. It's my fault for not talking to you. Even if I couldn't, I don't know. We both made a lot of mistakes. All I could do was agree. Our foundation was shit. We were doomed to fail. I know, I muttered. I'm sorry for making you feel those things. I never wanted you to feel like that. I never wanted you to feel like I was done with you either. As hard as all these things were to say, maybe they'd bring us both to a place where we could work together. Thank you for talking to me. It felt good for those words to be said between us and acknowledged, to feel like it wasn't only my fault. I would take the majority of the blame, but there was a weight off my soul. Maybe I'd have room to start forgiving myself. No. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. Today was shit. I grabbed the bowl I'd set aside when we started to talk and picked it up, offering it to him first. He took it and put it to his lips readily. I wish we'd done this a lot sooner. Me too. He passed back the bowl and I gladly took it, needing the weed to deal with the emotional aftermath. This was better than fighting, but it wasn't good. So what does this mean? He asked as he sat back, sliding his hands behind his head. I don't know. I'm going hour by hour at this point. I held out the bowl for him again. He accepted it, but didn't take a hit right away. Are you okay? I've been really worried. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. It's been between anger spurts. It's a lot of weird emotions. He finally took another hit. I didn't really want to tell him how dark I'd been, but I felt I owed him something. I wasn't sure there'd ever be a day I wasn't embarrassed about the mess I was. I've been better, but I've also been worse. I'm trying to work on it right now. Are you? He sat forward, resting his elbows on his knees, bringing us closer. I almost couldn't take it. I missed the way he smelled, the way our bed smelled when he got out of it, all the little things I'd taken for granted. I am. I've started seeing David again. He frowned, which I expected. I was almost dreading what was going to start coming out as the weed hit. Or maybe it would be better. We had bonded in all those ways. I wanted to hope he'd tell me he still loved me, but I couldn't go there. If I let myself hope, I'd destroy myself again when it didn't happen. I had to swim through the ashes of the remains of our love. It is a lot of emotions. But I hope this means we can have some semblance of tolerance for each other. I didn't want to say friends. This was so new and fragile. I didn't want a no to kill it for my brain. I hope so, Kel. I can't go on like we were. I don't think either of us could. He offered me back the bowl after another pull. No, I think it would have killed us. It still might. Maybe one day he'd be my friend again. I could live with being his friend. It might be hard to watch him move on, but Hale as a friend was better than not knowing him at all. Strangers would crush me.
27. Hale. I felt better and worse the next day. A weight was off me, but now I had the impossible task of being around Kel every single minute of every day and still loving him. It felt a little like life had come full circle. I guess this was better. Pining would be fine. I rubbed my eyes and stepped out of my trailer. I'd been way too stoned to make it back to my place after smoking with Kel last night. I assumed he'd slept in his trailer too. So I got up early, which was painful, to drag myself into hair and makeup. I needed a couple of cups of coffee and to not look like I'd gone back to my trailer to lose it after I'd left Kel. One day at a time. I needed to bury myself in something else. I needed to get a life outside of all this. I'd had one before I'd started this, and I needed a healthier balance. It was time to get friends outside of Kel and his. If I had an escape not related to any of this, it might help. I grabbed an extra coffee and walked into makeup. Davis was standing there talking to some of the other artists. I offered him the coffee. A huge smile spread over his face. "How did you know I didn't have time to grab one this morning?" he asked, bringing it to his lips with a satisfied sip. "I had a feeling you'd need one as bad as I did," I retorted. I hadn't. I was only trying to be friendly. "Are you already apologizing for your bloodshot eyes and puffiness?" Davis pursed his lips and gave me a once-over. I gave him a sheepish look. "Maybe. Boy, you need to be apologizing. Sit. I've heard I have to rough you up again." I groaned internally. "Yes, we are filming a fistfight." "Sexy. You and Kel throwing punches, or do you have doubles for that?" "No doubles. It's all us." He gave me the side eye, and I wanted to know what he meant, but I didn't ask. "Don't look at me like that." "I will try." He started on my hair, and I closed my eyes. "Didn't go home last night?" "How do you know?" "I told you I live 2 places down from you. Your lights never came on. You could have snuck in, but I figured we'd be leaving for work about the same time." He started to dry shampoo my hair, which gave me a few minutes before I answered. "Observant." "I guess I am." "I slept in my trailer," I admitted. "Did you?" He sounded skeptical. "I swear I did." I didn't want to tell him I looked like shit because I was being lame and upset over my ex, so I left it with no explanation. "The way you look, you should at least earn these puffy eyes." "I am not that exciting," I said with a half laugh, trying not to feel sorry for myself. "Do you want to be more exciting?" he asked. My eyes popped open and I stared at him. "What do you mean?" "I mean, it's Friday, and I have some friends I'm going to go to the bar with tonight. As a gay dude, you should discover the scene here." My stomach turned and I felt sick. I wanted to go, but at the same time I was scared of what Kel would think. Would he hate me for doing what I had done in Georgia? I shut down that line of thinking. I couldn't go there. I couldn't base the rest of my life on what the tabloids would think and what Kel would think. "You know, I think I will." A smile curled over his lips. "I look forward to it, Hale." Me too. It was mostly a lie. I was scared to do this, but I knew I had to or nothing would change. I had to change my habits. I had to try and move forward, as painful as it was going to be. I didn't have to date or sleep with anyone to make friends and get out of the unhealthy pattern. Davis stepped over to check his notes. "You two are doing a number on one another." "We are. We started filming the beginning of the scene yesterday. It gets intense. We basically throw around our anger at each other until we end up in bed." He snorted. "Quite pirate-like." "Seaver is a fighter. He likes to use his fists to solve issues." "I look forward to watching the scene play out," Davis said as he got back to work on my face. I wish I could have said the same. I heard Kel come in 20 minutes later. He didn't sound any better than I felt. His voice was hoarse, and he took a heavy seat in the chair next to me. I opened one eye while Davis's back was turned. "Hey," I said softly. "Hi," he replied, giving me a sad smile. "Did you sleep?" I asked before I realized what I was doing. He lifted a shoulder in a gesture I knew meant no. "You need to figure out how you can sleep," I said, when I really wanted to offer to come sleep on the opposite couch so he could. "I've been talking to David about it." He gave me another forced smile. I guess it was good he was at least talking to his therapist about it. Not that I thought it would help. "Ready for today?" I asked, wanting to keep the conversation going. It felt good to be able to talk to him. "Not in the slightest," he laughed, but this time genuinely. "It might be fun to pretend to hit each other." He clapped a hand over his mouth. "Tell me how you really feel." I side-eyed him and shrugged, wanting to say it might get some of our pent-up tension out, but knowing there were way too many ears around. He saw the look on my face and shook his head, which made me think he understood. "Hush, you two," Davis said, turning back around. "We'll never get anything done." Silence stretched between us, but it wasn't the horrible kind. It was comfortable. I put in my earbuds after a while, but kept catching Kel sneaking glances at me. I guess it made me guilty as well. It was impossible to catch him looking at me without first looking myself. We finished about the same time and walked out of the trailer together. "You were bad in there." He nudged his arm into mine. "Me?" I tried to act innocent. "Yes, you. I could see it written all over your face that you thought kicking my ass would be fun." He pursed his lips and shook his head playfully. "I was thinking it might help bleed some of the tension out between us." I lifted a shoulder. I was going to own it if he was going to call me out. He scoffed. "Or make it worse." He'd never been so right. We walked over to join the rest of the crew standing around waiting for direction. "Okay," Mel started. "We're going to try and get the angles right on this today. This is like 20 or 30 seconds of film time, and I don't want to spend more than another day on it. We have a long, intense week, and I don't want to work all weekend." I laughed, and so did about half the cast. Our production, like most others, was notorious for working us longer because we weren't getting what they needed. I'd actually love to see a production that stayed on schedule. "You both came off movies with a ton of fight scenes, so we're going to spend a few minutes on blocking, then get into it. Got it?" Mel asked. Everyone nodded and started to get in their places. We had 2 movement coordinators walking us through the steps and showing us how they wanted the punches to be thrown with the camera angles. It was all a lot easier than it was with Righteous because there was so little impact. I'd had to take weeks of classes on the Righteous movie set to learn the fighting and blocking, and those scenes were still a giant fucking mess while filming. We walked through it for an hour, first with the professionals, then alone, before we got to shooting. "And action!" Cal grabbed me, rougher than we'd been practicing. The shock must have shown on my face, but I went with it and mocked hitting him. He threw me and came at me. I dodged and hit him in the kidney, pulling that one, barely making contact. The thing about even mock fighting was that bruises happened. I learned real fast shooting Righteous I'd be covered in bruises and stiff when we were done. I was looking forward to using the gym after this and soaking before going out. "Again, that one was jerky," Mel said when we got through the scene full speed the first time. I was sweating as we took our positions again. An assistant came up to touch up both our makeup. Then we were back at it. And I was so hard. Every place Cal touched me was on fire. I wanted to get him back in bed. "I can't believe you think you can come in here," he started, but trailed off as I hit him. We traded words and blows. His hands were all over me, grabbing my shirt. He was in my face, I was in his. We rolled around in the dirt, hair a mess, hard bodies rubbing together. "Can we fix him and take it from the throw again?" Mel asked. Cal got up and offered me a hand. Thankfully, I had the jock to hide my raging heart on, but Cal was not that lucky. He was pressing against his loose-fitting pants, and I couldn't help but stare. We were both breathing hard, and I took the water I was offered as someone pinned my hair back into place. Okay, can we get a little more violence on the ground from you two? I want to really sell it before Flint punches Seaver in the mouth. We both nodded, getting back into position. The sun was already getting low. We'd been at this for hours, and it had been the worst edging session of my life. I don't think I'd been soft since the first time Kel got in my face. I was glad I wasn't the only one suffering. It felt good to have Kel dealing with the same thing, but also made me hornier at the same fucking time. Kel grabbed me, and this time, as he threw me, he pressed his hips into mine, and I got his full erection. Fuck. He was on top of me, and I rolled to flip him, my body taking over while my mind reeled. He pressed up into me when I landed on top, and we traded aggressive blows. What the fuck was he playing at? I fisted both hands in his shirt, unscripted, and he snarled at me, shoving a knee up between mine. It didn't hurt, but it was painfully arousing as his thigh met my cock. We were face to face in the dirt, sucking in air, still clenched in each other's grip. "I think we got it," Mel said. Kel didn't move. He kept the pressure of his thigh against my cock. I didn't back down. We stayed that way for a long moment, like the world had stopped around us. Finally, he pried his fingers out of my shirt, but his thigh was the last to withdraw, and he did it slowly, rubbing the full length of it over my dick, looking right into my eyes. "Let's get you two from another angle as you start again. I think the light is better." We readjusted, and I was mad now. As he got close, I rubbed my hip into his cock, then again in the next take, over and over. Touches and growls over skin when faces got too close, lip brushes and harsh grabs. He grabbed my hip as he snarled against my neck, digging his fingers in, and I was sure there would be marks. I'd never been more turned on in my life. We stopped pulling punches then. Not hitting each other with full force, but there were real hits in there, little warning jabs and visceral hooks. By the time we broke, I was even more sore and bruised than I'd ever been on the Righteous set, and if I didn't get off, I was going to explode. I was so sore, I didn't even bother with the shower, slipping into my suit and taking myself to the hot tub on location. I was so looking forward to soaking for at least an hour, maybe fucking my hand when the cast and crew were all gone. I walked up to the hot tub to find Kel already sitting there. Fuck my life. I didn't stop myself. Even with as sexually frustrated as I was, there was no way I was going to be able to move tomorrow if I didn't do this. So, I slipped in and sat on the opposite side. Neither of us spoke, and I closed my eyes and laid my head back. "What were you doing today?" he asked through his teeth. "Me?" I sucked in a breath. "Yes, you." "No, you started all that," I shot back. He seethed, eyes fixed on mine. Then he climbed out of the tub and left without another word. I stayed for a few minutes more and almost called Davis to cancel, but decided I really needed a drink. No, I needed 5 drinks.
28. Kel. I knew I'd pushed the limits right back, but Hale had started the damn groping. I was dying to march back to the hot tub and suck his dick. I sat in my trailer, burning. I could see him out there, too. Was he touching himself? I slipped a hand between my thighs and rubbed over my cock. I'd been hard for hours. I'd only started to get it under control to the point I didn't want to storm into Hale's trailer and shove him into a wall and kiss him, and then he'd gotten into the hot tub. Then, of course, I had to open my stupid mouth. I'd almost kissed him, but then I figured he'd push me off. He probably just wanted to show me what I'd been missing all day. I fucking knew what I was missing. I'd known what I was missing all along. I thought he understood that. I kept stroking over my dick, watching him in the hot tub. I couldn't stop. I needed to get in the shower and fuck my hand so I could smoke and sleep, but something kept me glued to my seat. He got out after a few minutes and went to his trailer, right next to mine. I was glad I was sitting in the dark and he couldn't see in my windows. I forced myself up and into the shower. The warm water drifted down my body, and I took my cock in hand again. I imagined my mouth on his, our dicks pressed together like they had been all day, only with a lot less clothes. It was so easy to slip back to that place mentally. I could taste him still on my tongue. We had a couple of days of reprieve on set, and then we were right back into bed. An aggressive fuck. How good would that feel right now? Even if it was only one time. Was I horrid for wanting it even if I couldn't keep him? I imagined all the things he used to whisper over my skin while he drained himself inside me. The way he used to breathe my name over my skin right before he came. I closed my eyes, letting the water play over my skin like his hands. I could almost feel them, almost hear the echoes of him. Almost. My life was going to be full of almost. I rolled my hand over my dick and took myself back to the balcony in Dubai, on my knees for Hale. Or, metaphorically, there'd been this large hammock made for two, and we'd like to lay in it sometimes all night, talking. One night, I slid down as he started to fall asleep and took him in my mouth. He came so fast, moaning right there as the breeze came off the water. He'd never been so beautiful, sleeping next to me with his post-orgasmic glow. I came, painfully, with his name on my lips. I felt like an asshole immediately after. Was it wrong of me to hold on to those memories, to come to those memories? I didn't know which way was up anymore. I sat in my trailer and stared at a bowl. Fuck it. I left my trailer and walked towards his, right next to mine, but before I got there, he opened the door, looking down at his phone. The guy, Davis, from makeup, was waiting there, and Hale was clearly dressed up. I walked past them, giving them a nod and a wave. I wasn't delusional. I didn't think Hale was moving on, especially with someone else who worked with us, but it still hurt. Everyone copes differently, and he was going out to let off steam. That didn't even bother me, not like it had months ago. What bothered me was realizing in those moments that he would move on. Not today, or tomorrow, probably not even next month, but at some point, when the pain started to ease, he'd be out, and he'd meet someone. I wasn't the type to compare love. Each and every one was different, and I would have liked to think ours was special. But he would find love again. Even if it wasn't the same, he wasn't going to be alone for the rest of his life. I hated myself for ruining it all again. I turned and watched them walk off together. There was nothing even flirty about their interactions, which confirmed how I felt. He deserved to be happy. I needed to call my therapist. Being alone and stoned wasn't going to be good for me tonight. I almost called Mel to ask him to come sit with me, so I didn't have to be alone. But I knew I needed to stop using people as crutches. So I called David, and then refreshed TMZ all night. Not to be mad at Hale, but more out of morbid curiosity at the people who'd be looking at him. The week was hell. By the last day, before a 2-day break, I was ready to throw myself off a cliff. I don't know what it was about what Hale and I were filming, but every minute of it made me ungodly horny, and the more I jacked off, the hornier I was. I felt like I was going to lose it, teetering on the edge. Nothing sated me. I was this unquenchable well of need, and all I could think of was Hale and those goddamn see-through pants, and now I was going to have to strip him out of them and let him fuck me against a wall. If I thought awkward hard-ons were bad before, now I couldn't even blame it on the stimulation from the encounter. I was hard every second I was around him. I was going to put a damn eye out when Flint told Seaver to suck his dick, and Seaver did. It was a big deal. We were putting a gay blowjob on television. It wasn't done often, and of course it would be tasteful, but we were really doing it. Just thinking about his face that close to my cock. I was in a cold sweat waiting for filming to start. I wanted to pace, but I didn't want it to look to anyone else how I felt inside, like a caged animal. Mel came up behind me and put his hand on my shoulder. "Are you sure you can do this?" he asked under his breath, keeping a smile on his face while looking around, I assumed to make sure no one else was listening. "No, but we are going to anyway." "Kel, Mel, what other choice do I have? We have to get this episode finished and be done at this location." "I know it as much as you do." "Yeah, but I thought going back into filming we'd be coming back to pent-up sexual need and chemistry between you two being off the charts." "Our chemistry is still there." Sure, but in a forlorn, angsty way." He laughed. "It might actually be better for these scenes, but when the characters get back together at the end of the season, and we really need to show the moving love moments shared between them, I think all of this," he gestured at all of me, "might be an issue. It's not just me." "Yes, it is." "What about Hale?" "His is more contained. Better for Seaver. His comes out more like slow-burning anger and rage, but he still looks at you like you are made of stardust." I covered my face with a hand. "Can we not talk about it? At least you're not hotboxing in your trailer, so things seem a little better." Mel tilted his head, and I figured he was trying to tell if I was high. "I'm not as bad as I was." I'd settled into an even low, I guess, was the best way to describe it. It was better than how I'd been last week. Improvement, even in micro units, was good, right? I'd take anything. "Good. I'm glad. Does," he nodded at Hale, "have anything to do with it?" I lifted my shoulders. "We talked. Things are calm. That's it. We were trying to get to a point where we can work together without tension. But I don't think we'll go back to being friends. As long as you can work together." He lifted his shoulder, but there was something in his eyes. He was holding it back. "What aren't you telling me?" I stepped closer, feeling like it was something big. He clapped a hand on my arm. "Nothing at all." I didn't believe him. "Why did you say Hale looks at me like I was made of stardust?" My mind was working overtime to suss out what he meant. "Because that's the way he looks at you." "Used to look at me." Mel shook his head. "No, he used to look at you like an obsessed puppy. Now he looks at you like you are made of greater things." "You're confused." I laughed it off. "Okay. But remember, I'm the one watching from behind the camera." He gave my shoulder another squeeze. "Let's go do this. It's called acting." I rolled my eyes and rejected his statement. I had to. I couldn't go backwards, and dwelling on it would force me backwards. "Come on, Kel." He beckoned at me, walking towards the set. When I joined him, he flipped a switch and was in director mode. "We are starting with clothes on and going to film this in bursts today. So, clothes on first." "Thank fuck," I muttered and adjusted before turning around. If I could get some of the blood out of my erection, that would be great. Mel stood up in front of the little makeshift lean-to Hale was going to shove me into. I think it was made to look like a stable inside. "I want to feel all the emotion here. I want the pent-up aggression of your departure after Season 2 and the chance meeting and still having feelings. Let's do this. Then we have 2 days off." I was looking forward to and dreading the days off. It would be nice to have a break from constantly touching Hale, and maybe I'd be able to get my pent-up sexual frustration out, but at the same time the idea of 2 days alone didn't sit well. Hale stood before me. He looked better. Every single day he looked more rested and more like when I'd met him. "Hey." A tiny crease formed in his brow. "Hey," I whispered. I'd been avoiding him as much as possible this week, except the scenes we were in together, which was a lot. But the other day, and my realization, still sat hard on my mind. "You've been distant." I lifted my shoulders, not denying it. "Are you ready to do this?" There was a little bit of a pink hue to his cheeks, flushed already. "No," I said with a laugh, even though it wasn't funny. "Me either." He tucked his hair behind his ears and wet his lips with his tongue. But I'm glad it's with you and no one else. What did he mean? I was about to ask when Mel came over. Can we have you guys turn this way? The light is putting a shadow on your face. He moved us around and kept looking at Ella. Hale never took his eyes off of me. What do you mean? I asked when we were finally alone again. Better doing these things with you than a stranger, he said softly, not breaking eye contact. Was it? I wanted to shake him. Did he go fuck his hand every goddamn break and night trying to release the tension? Did he feel the scruff burn for hours and fall asleep pretending a pillow was me? Did he have a massive hard-on that wouldn't go the fuck away after every interaction? Did he miss even the quick, thoughtless kisses or the waking up against one another or all the damn memories doing this put in my head every single day? I didn't think so. Doing this with a stranger would have been easier. I disagree. Why? He asked, the frown deepening. Because with a stranger it wouldn't leave me like this. I was about to gesture at my fucking dick, but Mel called places. He was left with lips parted and a confused expression. He put his hand in my shirt, and we waited. The fuck do you mean? He asked. I mean with a stranger I wouldn't still be thinking about it when I went home. What are you thinking about? He asked. Nothing. It doesn't matter. I thought you wanted to be friends, he said. I don't know if we'll ever be able to be friends. He threw his hands up. Fine. He blew a breath out of his nose and took his place again. Mel yelled action, and we exploded. Like my words had been the fuse and action had been the spark. He shoved me, hands grabbing. There was nothing warm about it. Every grab and kiss and shove was angry. We were using each other, and my body took notice. My bruises had barely started to yellow, and I knew they'd all be remade from this encounter. I was as rough with him as he was me, taking out every solo jack-off session out on him. He was hissing out breaths, and our chests were heaving. We went from one scene to the next, refusing a break even for lunch. By the time we were in filming in the shed, I was sweating, despite the cool temperatures of Canada in November. He shoved at my pants, and the material crackled under his hands, nearly tearing. He didn't stop. He forced them down while reaching in the front of his. If I hadn't known we were filming, I would have thought he was going to actually put his cock against mine. I wanted it. But we cut to reset. I could have screamed, standing there half undressed, bare ass in the breeze, dick throbbing. Break? Mel asked. No! Hale and I both shouted at the same time. He said it through his teeth, his hair a mess. They didn't fix it. It was too naturally sex-tussled. We stripped and were right back on set in robes. It had been a horrid edging session with a promise to only get more intense. I wasn't sure what was worse, the prospect of actually coming on set from all of this, or having to go use my hand in my trailer tonight and none of the pressure getting released. Filming the blowjob had been hard. This was going to be hell. Hale threw off his robe. His pants were down below his knees. Minus the jock, of course. Shirt torn open. And I was naked except for a fucking sock. I felt like there was a spotlight on my arousal. Let's go. Mel took his seat and stared at me. He looked way too smug, but I was soon distracted by Hale. He was on me with a vigor I'd never seen in him before. His fingers dug into my ass as he positioned me. I believed he was Seaver in those moments and felt the heat between us like we'd both combust any second if he didn't get inside me. There we were, with my back against a beam, dick sock to dick sock, and I didn't even care if there was anyone watching us. I wanted to be chafed and roughed up, because this was the only time I'd felt good in months. We touched and kissed, and Mel moved us and got close with the camera, but I saw no one else. Only Hale. And then it was all over. I was sore in places I didn't know I could be sore. I felt used, like I'd filmed a porn. And I loved it and hated it. I took the 3 stairs to my trailer, more pent up than before, not less. I was going to explode one of these days, just up and blow apart from sheer lack of sex. Either that, or my dick was going to fall off. This was the way I was going to go. Kel? I thought I was hearing things as Hale's voice reached my ears. I turned around to find him standing there at the bottom of the stairs. Yes, I asked, my stomach in my throat. He hadn't even changed. He was there, in his robe, makeup still on. Can we talk? He asked. No, I couldn't handle it. Sure. I opened the door and held it for him. He stepped up to me, but not past. He glanced in the trailer, and then at me. I was about to ask him what, when he grabbed me by the front of my robe and shoved me inside, hard and aggressive, like he'd been in the scene, but this wasn't Seaver. This was Hale. Oh, I wanted him more than I had ever wanted anything in my life. I grabbed his robe, not sure if I should stop him or kiss him harder.
29. Hale. When he grabbed me, I was sure Cal was going to throw me off. I was sure he was going to tell me to get lost. I'd wanted to ask him if he was okay, but something came over me when we got close. He pulled me closer and kissed me harder, and I relaxed into the encounter. He wasn't rebuking me. We stumbled into the trailer, and he kicked the door closed behind us. It was different. This was different. Nothing like we'd ever been. Kissing him was like a continuation of where Seaver and Flint had been earlier, and maybe it was only us working out everything we'd worked up in each other. I couldn't care at this moment. I was touching him, and for tonight I could pretend we lived in a world where we were still together. We stumbled back further into the trailer. I was looking for anything to get some leverage so I could grind into him. He grabbed my face and kissed me harder, and I forgot my name. I put my hands over his, but he broke us apart and shoved me backwards, his warm mouth on mine, tongue delving between my lips, demanding. My body responded right away. It was impossible not to respond to him. My atoms vibrated with his. I'd never found someone I felt so connected with. It was so sexual, but also not sexual at the same time. I could easily have fucked him for hours on end, but the way his mind worked gave me just as much. He truly was my best friend. I missed him with a deep ache in my soul. I'd come over to check on him. My intentions had been pure, and I don't know what had come over me. Then we were kissing. He pulled at my robe, looking me right in the eyes. I wanted to give in to him. I opened my arms, and he tugged at the cord that held it closed. It fell open, exposing all of me to him. His eyes went to my cock, and he licked his lips. Maybe we both needed the physical right now. Our job was way past normal. We were in an impossible set of circumstances. Would it be so bad giving in to each other's bodies? But I felt like we were skipping the parts that were more important. I wanted my fucking best friend back. He shoved me again, not towards the couch, but towards the bedroom in the back. I stumbled and searched his face. He stripped off his robe, letting it fall from his muscular shoulders. He was covered in bruises, ones I'd given him this week. They were in all stages of healing. I was sure I'd given him more today. Neither of us had been gentle. He stalked towards me, more confident than I'd ever seen him. This wasn't about us. This was about a release, and I was going to let him use me as much as I was going to use him. I might have come into this with pure intentions, and I still loved him, but sometimes you had to take what was in front of you. A part of Kel was always going to be better than none of him. I'd known it since the first time I laid eyes on him. His chest hit mine, and he took my mouth again, sliding his fingers into my hair. I grabbed him just as hard, our bodies colliding. He slid a hand between us and wrapped his fingers around my cock. Moans spilled from my lips into his. He roughly rubbed over me, He wanted this quick and dirty, like we had so many times after 20-hour days, both ending up so exhausted when we fell into bed, we only had the energy for quick and dirty. Today felt like one of those days. It hadn't spanned as many hours, but with the mental anguish added to it, my brain and body were both dead. A release to put me to sleep sounded like bliss. Him in bed with me, all night again. But if we kept this up, we were never going to talk. We'd end up fucking in the spare minutes we had between takes and at the end of long days, and we'd be back where we were last Christmas. We'd have a couple of weeks to decide what we were doing with our lives. There would be manager pressure, new contracts, and auditions. And I felt another drop coming as soon as we were apart. We could do this over and over, and it would break me. And if it broke me, what would it do to him? Then what? Where would we be? Would we only last as long as the show ran? So we'd have a few more years at best. I couldn't base our whole relationship around that, and I was so reluctant to dive into this again, knowing how it turned out last time. I was depressed after it. I can't imagine how Kel had been. It tore me to shreds to think he had to go through all of that alone while working. He already didn't sleep or eat enough. He took both our cocks together and looked right into my eyes. Fuck. If I let this go on a second longer, there would be no going back. I grabbed his wrist. He struggled against the hold, trying to shove his hand further down my shaft. I wanted to fuck, but I knew it was now or never. And if I didn't get my words out, we'd be sucked right into the issues we had before. I didn't want that for him. Even if I was okay hurting myself again, I couldn't do it to him. If he ended up dead because of my actions, I'd never forgive myself. Better to let him heal and work on himself than to be the cause of him getting worse. Kel, I whispered over his lips. Hale. His eyes opened and met mine. They were filled with lust. My cock throbbed, but I ignored it. We need to talk. I don't want to talk. I want to feel you. His voice was hoarse and on the edge of breaking. I knew it. I want to feel you too, but we shouldn't be doing this. We can talk tomorrow. Let me be inside you tonight. We won't talk tomorrow, I said. He rested his forehead against mine, dropping his hands away from our joined cocks. We will talk. Right now, I need to forget myself and be us. Please let me be us for a little while. I almost gave in. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to give him that reprieve I knew his brain needed. If we keep doing this, we won't talk, Kel. I swear to you we will. He pleaded with his eyes. Hale, please. I dropped my face to his neck, hating myself. I knew what this was. I knew what would happen. If I gave in, I was horrible. But would he forgive me for saying no? I felt like either choice had the potential to destroy us. Kel, I want nothing more than to be naked with you. Today was fucking painful, but this isn't the route we should go. If all we do is work things out in bed, our lives are going to fall apart again. I can't do that to me, and more than that, I can't do it to you. You're not doing it to me. I am here, making this choice, and I am telling you, we will get there. I can't. I cannot keep fucking and figure out our shit later. When are we going to feel like talking? After 20-hour days? After early mornings, late nights, overnight shoots? When are we going to feel like having this conversation? We get days off. We have to. Do you remember what we did last year? We fucked and slept. A little smile turned up his lips. We needed it. And we'll need it this time. There are reasons those days are built in, because Mel knows he'll kill you and himself if he doesn't. Just fuck me. His tone was painful. I can't. I stepped back. Neither of us will heal if we do this. You could barely look at me today. Rage shone over his face. He stayed silent. We need to work on our working relationship. I came to check on you. I couldn't be used for a fuck because we had rubbed all over each other on set all day. I wanted more, or I wanted it to be done. Okay. He stepped back and crossed his arms over his chest. It felt defensive, but I wasn't going to call him on it right away. If that was the way he got through this uncomfortable situation, it was what it was. We stared at each other. He watched my face, and I really tried to come up with something to fill the silence. But I didn't even know where to start with us. We'd had so much go wrong, and I didn't want to put it all on him. We had both made terrible choices that hurt the other, but it was so hard for me to articulate all of that. The things in my head wouldn't form into words. So talk. He turned around, exhaling as he did. The little sound sucked. I don't know where to start. You think I do? He was back in his robe and already packing a bowl. I thought we were going to try and be friends. I retied mine and came to sit across from him. Maybe this had been a fool's errand. He pressed his eyes closed. He put the bowl aside and grabbed himself through his robe. He was still hard, and I had to tear my eyes away. We are trying. What of it? He was going cold on me. We aren't trying. We are fucking avoiding each other as much as possible. I wanted to pull my hair. I wanted to scream at him. What else would you like me to say? He asked. I don't know where to go from here. I don't know how to fucking do this. You come in here and kiss me and then expect me to talk? Yeah, kinda, I said. We spent all day naked with one another. I'm sorry if I don't have the mental energy to be anything but stoned right now. You had the mental energy to fuck me, though? His eyes snapped open, and there was hurt and anger in them. Yes, I did. Because no fucking matter how much I get off, nothing helps. I just keep thinking about fucking you. I sputtered, left speechless. Is that what you wanted to hear? I don't know what else you want from me. We fucking broke up. I am surviving. He picked up his bowl and put it to his lips. Will you fucking try and get through a conversation with me before you check out? I'm here. For what? He asked. I stood up. I don't even fucking know. I was worried about you. I'm fine. He searched around for his lighter. You're not fine. Do you think I can't tell after all this time with you you're not fine? He stood up, seething, tears in his eyes. I'm not fine. I probably won't ever be fine. I have a mental disease. I'm doing the best I fucking can, and it's none of your goddamn business anymore. I fucking care. Why? He asked, getting in my face. You don't want to be with me anymore. Why the fuck do you care? Even if that was true, I would still care. I set my jaw, resisting the urge to scream at him. Are you ever going to get it through your head that I care? I will always fucking care, Calchrist. Why? He asked. I can't unlove you. I probably shouldn't have said it, but it was the truth. He dropped his face into his hands. Not exactly the reaction I wanted him to have. I'll go. Don't. I stood there waiting for him to say something else. What was I doing here? What were we going to get out of this? It was a mistake. If I kept standing here, we were going to have sex or end up screaming at each other. There was too much pent up between us. Kel, I'm going. He stood slowly, stretching up to his full height. Fuck me or go. I'm gonna go take a shower. He turned his back on me, and I was seething. Why do you think that's okay to say to me? He kept walking. Kel! I stalked after him and put my hand on his shoulder. He turned on me and threw my hand off of him. What? Why the fuck are you walking away? What is this gonna do for us? We have nothing to say to one another. We can't go back to being friends. It's not how it works. He paused. Maybe it's how it works for some people, but I can't do it. I can't unlove you either, which means this is too painful, so I'm gonna go fuck my own hand. Kel, what? He said through his teeth. You love me? How the fuck do you think I could stop? I fucked up. I didn't stop loving you. Unknitting my soul from yours would be impossible at this point. I was speechless. Are we done? It was my turn to shove him to the wall and kiss him. I thought you didn't want to do this, Hale. Don't fuck with me. His words were barely a whisper over my lips. I didn't stop. I was so worked up that I couldn't stop touching him. It was probably wrong of me. I was dying to touch him, dying to feel him even if for one last time. I wasn't sure how we'd gotten here. He grabbed my face, and I expected him to throw me off, scream at me for kissing him again after I'd turned him down, but he held my face to his and parted my lips with his tongue. I tried to tilt my face to deepen the kiss, but he had too firm a grasp on me. I was stuck here, left to try and keep up with his ministrations. His fingers hooked behind my ears, tightening his grip. I'd never been held by the ears by anyone. I liked it, but I had the feeling I would like anything and everything Kel did to me. I'd never wanted something in my life I knew was impossible. My hands shook as I grabbed fists full of his robe. The fabric hugged his slender body. More weight lost. More weight he couldn't afford to lose. There was muscle under my touch, but it felt like less. It might have been my imagination, but he seemed smaller in my grasp. I was grabbing and tugging, holding on to any part of him I could reach. Like if I held on tight enough, he wouldn't be able to escape again. It was fleeting, and my mind knew as much, but I wanted so bad for him to stay. I hadn't even realized how destroyed I was without him until he was in my arms again. He shoved his hands under my robe, panting as our mouths broke apart. I helped him push the fabric off my shoulders before tearing at his. We fought and kissed and ripped at barriers, fumbling, bumping into one another as we both moved to remove the same thing. We were utterly out of sync, but desperation bled from both of us. We couldn't get each other naked fast enough. As soon as he had my boxers pushed down my thighs, Kel shoved me backwards. I stumbled back, slamming into a cabinet, jarring and spilling the contents in it, sending stuff raining down around me. I didn't have time to figure out what it was because he was on me. He fisted both hands on my biceps and slammed me back against it, pressing himself into me. I shoved at his boxers, getting them off his hips. He snarled into my mouth, but it wasn't a negative sound, or I didn't think it was. I'd never seen this side of him. I liked it. I wanted more. I wanted him inside me. I wanted him to take out all of this on my body, show me what he wouldn't tell me. Maybe this would get us someplace, more than words could or ever had. I prayed to whatever God might be listening that there was no one outside watching this. The trailer had to be rocking, and whereas people would assume we were fucking, I wasn't sure I was ready for those questions after how cold we'd been on the set to each other. He might have weighed less than I did at that point, but he threw me around like it was nothing. He dragged me forward, and I braced myself for another slam backwards, but he kissed me and rotated us in place. He was shoving again, but moving with me, pressing me backwards without our mouths breaking. I stumbled, but refused to break the kiss. If I stopped kissing him, I might die. I couldn't let go of him. He was home, and I'd been lost. Another slam, and my back was numb. He released me with one hand, and I moaned into his mouth at its absence. I wanted it back, but he found the handle to his bedroom in the trailer, and we were stumbling back, falling into the room. Thankfully, the bed filled most of the back room, and we half landed on it in our flailing. He was on top of me, shoving his thighs between mine, lifting me and forcing me further onto the bed, until only our feet were hanging off the end. He paused, and fear lanced through me, making my heart skip. Don't stop! Please don't stop! I didn't think the words made it past my lips, and he was on me again, pressing his full weight down into me. I lifted up, mirroring the pressure, needing the friction against my groin. I'd never been so hot for him. Too many months of pent-up sadness and need was bleeding from me now, oozing into every movement. Our cocks rubbed over one another's, and I nearly came right there. He pressed my legs further apart and made to pull back. I grabbed his ass. "No." "What?" he asked. "I want your cock against mine." He dragged his teeth over his lower lip, working his hips. I picked up my head to look between us. He dropped his head to my shoulder, and we both watched. Then he was kissing me again. I hooked a leg over his ass, and we slowed. I grabbed at him, pulling and pawing at the muscles on his back, his arms, his hips, any place I could reach, trying to get more, get closer. I would have been in his skin with him were it possible. I need you inside me. I dug my nails into his ass with desperation and was rewarded with him pulling back and lining up to nudge his tip into my hole before letting it slide all the way back up against my cock. I was going to explode from the friction. Before I could get another pass at the connection, he grabbed my arms and threw them off him. Did he not want me touching him? He was so impossible to read. Before I could figure it out, he closed his fingers around my wrists and pinned them above my head, keeping them there with one hand. Shit! What had gotten into Kel tonight? He grabbed a bottle from the shelf behind my head and lifted to get it between us. He grabbed under my thigh and pulled my leg over his shoulder. He didn't waste any time fully connecting us. He sunk inside me, pressing our mouths together. Tears welled in the corners of my eyes as he kissed me again, this time seeming to settle and take his time. I lost myself to the kiss, to the connection. For the first time, maybe ever, feeling like we were close enough, connected enough, warm and soft. His tongue slid over mine, drawing mine out to play. He released the grip on my wrists, instead lacing his fingers in mine. We held hands like that. I could have died right there. My back arched and I pressed into him. The only light being cast in came from one of the street lights in the distance, creating low shadows across the room. He was lovely. It was hard not to fall in love with him all over again. This was a whole other side of him to love, one he had probably kept hidden from me. When grief meets need and demand, our anger mixing in the cool night air until we both exploded. He was so raw there, kneeling between my thighs. We never fucked in such a sense. It was always passion and love. This was lust and frantic need. All of our hurt and anger and feelings spilling into the space between us. Maybe this was where we needed to work our hearts out first. I wanted it. I wanted to feel his need from the inside. I wanted him to take exactly what he had to satisfy himself, to bring a little peace to our warring souls. Every part of me went limp, nerves firing, brain overloaded, the scent of our sex filling the small room, his skin and mine slick from the fight. He touched every part of me he could reach, like he was mapping my body, memorizing all of it. There he was, behind the rage and sadness. He was there, the man I loved, Kel, all of him, and maybe a bit more. He started to rock over me, and bliss swallowed me whole.
30. Kel. Is there any way for us to come back from this? We laid in the aftermath of our angry fuck. Clothes strewn about us, room a mess. We'd thrown each other around more than I'd expected. The trailer was a wreck. I'd have to clean it up before anyone else came in here, but right now I wouldn't be pried from Hale. I had no clue how long this would last, so I was taking every second seriously. I can't tell you that, he said softly. He must have seen the way my face fell, because he cupped my cheeks and kissed me like I'd never been kissed before. Not even by Hale. Why? I asked when we broke apart again. Because neither of us can know that. Hale stared into my eyes, hair half in his face. I was on the verge of losing this, losing him, losing the only person in my entire life who saw me and still loved me and all because I couldn't get a handle on myself. The thought put me into a downward spiral that threatened to swallow me again. I had to dig myself out of it, or there was no way this was going to survive. Explain that to me, I asked. I could sit here and tell you how much you mean to me and how many nights I hated myself for taking the movie. I barely made it through. Every single day I wanted to leave. I wanted to go to you and shake you and tell you I loved you. I wanted to tell you 100 times how perfect we are for each other. I wrote so many text messages and almost booked so many flights. My heart broke in half. But that isn't what adults do. You had a job to do and I had a job to do. but I hated it. I missed you, and none of any of it was worth losing you.
Will you let me bask in those words for the night, and we can figure out the rest in the morning?
I wanted for them to just be. For the way he felt to stand on its own, like it would ease everything else, like love did in the movies. I wanted it all to be real. They're all true. Why wouldn't you bask in them? But all those feelings don't make any of this possible.
There was so much sadness behind his eyes.
I'd been so focused on my own pain for months, I'd nearly forgotten what I must be doing to Hale. It was easy to think he didn't care, to let my brain whisper sweet nothings about how I deserved to be alone. But that wasn't the reality of things. He was here and hurting as much as I was, and I'd forgotten to take him into account in all of this.
It's hard to remember that when I'm down on myself.
He kissed my forehead. It's hard to remember a lot of things when there is so much space between us. Is it for you? I asked, not sure I really knew the answer to that. It is. Even for me. I had a lot of doubt when you weren't speaking to me.
What kind?
It was selfish, but I wanted to know I wasn't the only one. You think it was good for my self-esteem? I told you some of them. I thought I was a fling and that you'd had enough of me, that you decided to go back to Rachel, that you decided you weren't really into dudes. I'm not proud of those things, but I felt so many of them. Doubt is easy when we're so far apart and not in a good place. He shrugged, and my heart ached. I took comfort in his words.
How can we end when we both feel strongly about this?
Because we have this season, and then we both are working on other projects again. I've signed 2 contracts.
You're right.
I pressed my face into his chest, trying to lose myself in the contact. What if this was the last time I got to hold him? What if this was the last time I got to smell him? But I couldn't hold back the flood of words, and I didn't want to hold them back. I wanted to beg him to take me back, to not give up on me. It was so easy to beg him while we were face to face. I don't know why it was harder when we were apart. Maybe his arms around me gave me courage. What if we tried again? Please don't just tell me no.
Not after fucking me like that.
My words were so raw, so personal, so much trust. He didn't say anything for a long time. I couldn't let the silence stand, so I filled it. We have months to figure it out. We can work it out. And when we have to be apart again, I don't know. We can get a better base, build our foundation. And then what happens when we are on opposite sides of the earth and you have a low spot again? I will handle it different. I promise you, Hale. I think you want to be able to handle it different. But is that the truth? Do you really think it's possible for things to go any differently? I could tell he was worried and asking me honest questions, but each and every one of them hurt. I don't know. I want to be different. I'm not saying no, Kel. But I don't know how I could go through all of that again. I'd do it again. The words were so soft I wasn't sure I'd actually said them out loud, or if they were in my head. What? He asked. I'd do it all again. I'd go through all the pain. As near death as I'd come, I would have to be able to wake up one more morning in his arms. I'd trade all my tomorrows for one more night, for one more hour. Maybe his feelings didn't match mine. It was utterly possible he felt what he felt, but mine were more. He nodded, but again stayed silent. "You said you weren't saying no?" I prompted, grasping for straws. Maybe you shouldn't answer that. "I won't beg you to be with me. If it's what you want, you will decide so. You shouldn't beg anyone to be with you. You are too amazing for that. Not even me." "Are you saying you don't want me to beg for you?" "No. I'm saying anyone worth you will know it without you begging." It was hard to hear, because I felt like he didn't know it. "It doesn't feel that way right now," I said. "Maybe we should try to be friends for a while. You may be okay with friends with benefits or whatever this working things out is, but I can't do it. Maybe with someone else, but never with you, Hale. I love you. I don't think I'll ever stop loving you. And I really need to distance myself from you to get over those feelings. I thought I could have sex and it would give me some part of you, but I can't. We hurt each other a lot. It's hard to let it all wash away." Hale's voice was raw. It sounded like he'd been carrying this load for a long time. "I know." I tried to detangle myself from him. "Maybe we should get some sleep and talk in the morning," I said, not knowing if my heart could handle more. He tightened his grip on me, not letting me move an inch. "Can I stay?" Those 3 little words gave me so much hope. "Yes. But let's go back to my place." I fell asleep as close to Hale as I'd ever been. I didn't want to wake. If it was a dream, I wanted to stay in the delusion forever. I didn't want to go back to the version of hell I'd been stuck in for months. I woke up alone, empty bed next to me. I knew before I'd opened my eyes. It was a hollowing feeling. Tears burned in my eyes. I knew this was an eventuality, but none of it prepared me for the reality of waking up alone. I wasn't sure anything in life could have prepared me for losing the love of my life. Tears splashed down my cheeks. I wasn't sure how I was going to survive this. How did anyone expect me to go on? I would have to find a way, but at this moment I felt darker than the months we hadn't been speaking. That, it felt like a pause. This felt like the end. It had been terrible, but it had been open still. Talking it out had closed all those doors. I knew what he needed, and no matter my feelings or my mental health, it wasn't fair to put him through this again, because I knew I couldn't promise it wouldn't happen again, as much as I loved him. I didn't trust my mental illness. I didn't trust myself. I never had. He didn't deserve to share in my pain. It was my own fault. I created all of this. I pressed my eyes closed tighter. I curled into myself. I'd been doing better. I'd been building back, but this was a low blow. I knew I couldn't expect Hale to stay, but I'd hoped. There weren't enough drugs to get through this day. I needed to smoke a pound of weed, and for once, I was happy I had a day off. I reached for my phone. That wasn't where I'd remembered leaving it. I forced my eyes open. My phone wasn't on my nightstand. Odd. But there was a blue sticky note there. Strange. I rolled over and reached for it, but pulled my hand back before I touched it. I could tell as soon as I saw the writing. It was Hale's. Had he left me a breakup note? I sat up and paused. Maybe it was best not to read it. I closed my eyes again, trying to slow my breathing.
read the note. I could do this.
I reached for the note again and noticed another stuck to the lamp. Weird. Wait, there was another stuck to the headboard, and another, and another. There were a bunch of little blue notes stuck around the room, even one on Hale's pillow. I picked up the first, and the tears were back as soon as I read it. I clutched it to my chest. You are my favorite person in the universe. I reached for the one on the lamp. I don't tell you enough what you mean to me. Turning, I collected the one off the headboard and nearly lost it again. I'm not sure I could live without you, and I don't want to try. The pillow. I missed waking up to you. I pushed out of bed and found one next to where my feet touched the ground. You are worth fighting for. One laying on my phone on the dresser. I missed breathing you in. P.S. I turned off your alarm after checking with your trainer. I laughed through the emotion streaming down my face, rubbing a hand over my aching chest. I wasn't sure what all these meant, but I had hope for the first time in months. I grabbed the note on the back of the bedroom door. I don't care if we both quit tomorrow and move to the mountains to hide for the rest of our lives. Nothing is worth losing you. Not fame, nor fortune. I grabbed the doorframe to steady myself. I hoped he was still here. I walked out to find the coffee machine with fresh coffee in the pot, left on to stay warm. There was another note stuck to the top. I love you. Another nestled with the cups tucked so far in I almost missed it. I had an early call for a radio interview I forgot to tell you last night. I didn't want to wake you, but I didn't want you to wake up alone. This can't be over. Let's talk later. Tears poured down my face. I opened my phone to text him, seeing a text there from Hale. Hale. In case you missed the notes, I don't know how that would be possible, but I'm covering all my bases. I love you. I want to talk later. I hope you got some sleep. Hale. Seeing the time, you either hate me for leaving before you woke, or you slept. I really hope you slept. Hale. Mel canceled your trainer for today. I checked my watch. 10:30. I had slept late. I needed to go find Hale and kiss him. I reread all the notes as I drank my coffee. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. Coffee tasted like the sunrise, and I was excited to work. It had been nearly a year since I felt that way, maybe 6 months before Hale left Dubai. It had been a long time. Maybe not even then. I had been concerned about Hale leaving, which had weighed heavily on my mind through all of the shooting there. My phone vibrated again. Hale. I'm starting to wonder if you died in your sleep. Hale. You've read my messages, so you're alive. Hale. Mel said you might have changed your name and skipped the country. Hale. Does he need to do a welfare check? I laughed and typed back a reply. Kel, I'm alive. I love you. I want all the things from your notes. Kel, when will you be here? Hale, soon. I smiled and rubbed my fingers over his words like I could feel the emotion in them. I'd almost lost this. I was an idiot. You're not an idiot. Hale was standing there in front of me. I hadn't heard him come in. Did I say that out loud? I asked, getting a little warm in the cheeks. No, but it was written on your face. He pushed off where he leaned and crossed the space between us. You've been crying. I nodded, words leaving me. Why? I laughed. It wasn't funny, but my emotions were all over the place. I'd gone from accepting we were over to hope to seeing him again. It was a lot to process. I woke up alone. A crease formed in his brow. It's not your fault. I probably would have done the same, I assured him. You looked like you hadn't slept in weeks. I hadn't. Months, maybe. I wanted you to have some extra. Start to repair your sleep debt. Thank you. He brushed a knuckle across my cheek. I've missed you. I've missed you. I closed my eyes, realizing they hurt. They are going to kick your ass in makeup if you don't stop crying. You look like you smoked about 30 joints. I'm sober. I inhaled his scent, not knowing until this moment you could miss someone's smell. They'll assume. He pressed his lips to my forehead, and I collapsed against him. We need to make sure these 2 days we fix you up. Eating, sleeping, and all the sex care. So, lots of sex? I asked. As long as you're taking care of yourself. Yes. His arm slipped around my shoulders, holding me to him. I will try. If only for makeup. Better they think weed than them knowing the real reason. It's okay for you to feel things. I know. I was so glad in this moment of the height difference. I pressed my face into the hollow of his throat and let my tears flow. I wasn't sure if they were tears of relief or because of what I'd almost lost, or maybe they were happy tears. Baby, I can't hold it in any longer. Don't hold it in. But what can I do? He slid a finger under my chin and tilted my face up. Hold me. I want you to hold me. I want to convince myself this is real. He tightened his hold. It's real. I was worried you'd gone somewhere. But you're right here staring back at me. Do you think I'll ever feel comfortable in a relationship again? I hope you do. We have a lot to talk about. But I think we'll get there. What do we need to talk about? I asked. He let out a breath. Come sit with me.
31. Hale. He brought his coffee to the sofa. He pulled his feet up onto the sofa as he sat with his knees to his chest. How are we going to make this work? I asked honestly. I wanted a plan. I don't want to discuss if, I want to discuss how. Do you want to be with me? Kel asked. Of course I do. And I want you. More than I've ever wanted anything in my life. I didn't understand longing until I met you. I didn't understand struggle until we were bad. I didn't even understand pain until we weren't speaking. And I have depression. I didn't know how dark it could get. I know it'll only get darker because now I know what it feels like to be loved by you. I can't lose it again. I couldn't either. We'd both be miserable. I closed the space between us and wrapped my arms around him. I have no intention of going back to that. Are you sure you still want me after everything? He clung to my grasp, pressing his fingers into my shoulders like I could vanish at any moment. After knowing how I can be? Yes. I wanted to be able to comfort him, but comforting had been so entwined with sex that I wasn't really sure how to separate them. I wanted to curl up on the sofa and hold him while we talked. Then why do we need to talk? He asked, and I could see it was weighing on him. Like I said, because I feel like we need to work out how we're going to handle those situations in the future instead of letting history repeat itself. I'm fucking terrified of the consequences of not handling them now, I admitted to him, hoping he wouldn't take my words the wrong way. Consequences? he asked, frowning up at me. I felt all of his pain like a serrated knife, each jagged tooth cutting me deeper. What if we are bad again and you get worse? I'm scared. Say it. He pressed his lips into a line, and I couldn't tell if he was upset or angry. You know what I mean. I didn't want to say it. It felt like I was accusing him of something dirty. Why was it so hard to talk about? I need you to say it, he pressed. Kel, say it. His nostrils flared, and now I could tell he was getting angry. I'm terrified of you killing yourself. I know. He closed his eyes. If you know, why did you make me say it? I asked, emotion swelling in my throat, choking off my voice until it was barely audible. I'm worried about you like I've been worried about my brother for years. And it needed to be said between us. You can't be so scared of my mental illness that you can't say the words. How are we ever going to deal with it when it gets bad if you're too scared of it? I don't know, I admitted. I hid stuff from you. I will fully admit it. I told you I had depression. But I don't think you fully understood, and I left you in the dark. But I need you to not hide stuff from me either. You have to be able to say the words. You know what you're getting yourself into, and you have to be okay with all of it. It was the most honest I'd ever seen him. I knew he had a point, but I felt like a terrible person for thinking those things. It's not the word I can't say. I can say suicide all day long. What I have a problem with is you thinking I'm judging you. I don't want you to feel like I'm assuming or putting it on you. I don't feel like you're putting it on me. I don't feel that way right now, but I won't lie to you and say I've never felt it. And what if we have issues again and it pushes you there? I feel so fucking responsible. You can't. You cannot put that on yourself. It's one thing for you to worry about my mental health, but nothing is your fault. His eyes were red and puffy as he met my gaze. You aren't hurting me on purpose. Or at least I hope you aren't. Of course not. I cut him off. Never. Not even if I feel like you're hurting me. Exactly. He put a hand over my heart. I trust you. Thank you. I used a thumb to wipe away the tear on his cheek. So you can't go into each fight with those fears. Nothing will be resolved. You will baby me. We have to be able to talk to each other. We can't have kid gloves, and more than even our conflict, if you're too scared to bring up an issue when you feel like I'm fragile, what will that mean for us? You're going to resent me, and I can't bear you resenting me, Hale. It will break me. He curled his fingers into my skin, and I swear my heart beat for him. I don't know how to do this. Maybe you need to talk to someone too. I think you are dealing with a lot because of your brother and you're bringing it here. You came into this with feelings and we both have to be able to work them out. I don't know. Maybe I'm the worst person for you to be with because of all that. I hated saying it, but he deserved the truth. We all have baggage. But what matters is how we deal with it when we realize. You know, I might have had a horrible few months, but coming out of it, I have come to terms with a lot of parts of myself while I was bad, so if you don't think you can do it, tell me now. I want to do it. I want to do whatever it takes. Then you need to talk to someone too. I nodded. I will. You signed 2 more movie contracts? I nodded, feeling so sick about it now. I'm going to see if I can get out of them. Please don't. Kel, I know you go right into shooting another movie after this, and then, what, back here, then off again? You didn't sign anything while we weren't speaking. No, he said, soft and simple. Nothing. I couldn't focus on it. Just the one after this, and of course, a 4th season of Pirate Night. I don't know how we're going to deal with it. I admitted. My mind was going 1,000,000 miles a minute. I needed to back out of the movie. I didn't trust my gut with the last one, and I think I need to with this one. What, you're thinking of backing out of the Titanium sequel? I looked at my hands. Maybe. You cannot burn your career to the ground. There was anger in his voice. It's better than burning us to the ground again. I knew this would happen last time, and I ignored it. I pushed you to take the movie. You told me I should, but the decision was mine, and I had a feeling it wouldn't be good for us, and some things are more important than being a movie star. I'm over it." He frowned, and I could tell he was really unhappy with my answer. "You love what you do, yes, but I don't like what it's done to us. But more than that, the fucking tabloids and the fame, Kel, right now a quieter life with you sounds better to me. And then what? You resent me in a few years for your career burning to the ground?" There was so much pain in his eyes. "Like Rachel did? No. Then what the fuck do you want us to do?" I didn't mean to swear at him, but I was out of options. "I know what I need to do." It was such a simple statement and so soft. I waited for him to tell me. I knew he would. He took a deep breath and took another sip of coffee. I was patient. He would get there. "I know you're going to object." "Like you objected to my idea?" I asked. "It'd be fair, but I want you to hear me out." I waited. "I'm going to take time off for my mental health." It was the last thing in the world I'd expected him to say. What? "After Pirate Night wraps, I'm going to make an announcement that I've been struggling with depression for a long time, and I want to do more intensive care and work on myself. I'm going to give the movies notice before I make the announcement. How much, I don't know. I don't want it to leak terribly. But I'm sure my agent and publicist will fight over it until they reach some sort of consensus, and that's it. I'm taking time off. I don't know how much yet, but I'm going to take it until I feel better. Until we are secure. Until I don't hate my life every single day. I don't know when that's going to be, but to do it, I know I have to stop running from it and burying myself in a character." I was left speechless. "What are your arguments against it?" "I don't have any," I said with honesty. "What made you want to go that route?" "I don't want it to be me. I don't want it to be because you're scared of making me stop working. This is a lot, and there will be a lot of press around it." He sighed. "I won't lie to you and say it's not in part to do with you. But it's different than how you're thinking about it. Mel told me my first day back if I showed any signs of getting worse, he was going to push the whole shoot and make me go get help someplace. And he would have done it. He didn't care how much money it costs us. He could see I needed it. I maybe should have gone then." He squeezed my hand. "But he gave me a chance. He hired Reiner to come manage my weight and diet. And he made sure I was seeing David regularly, and then he checked in with David. He made me tell David that he could reach out to David, or David could tell him if I got bad again. I hated doing that, but he was right. He should have done that as the showrunner. I was bad, and hiding it. I've thought about it a lot. I've thought about it a lot in our cycles and through our disappointment." "What did you think about it?" I asked. "I thought I might have to have him send me. I was terrified of it. I didn't want to go. I didn't want the tabloids of the world to know my secret. I was angry about it happening. I was mad that the thing I loved was tainted by our relationship, that I couldn't get lost in Flint. I was mad even my favorite book made me think of you. I was a wreck. But the more angry and upset I was, I knew going someplace would have been the best place for me. If I'm that bad, I need to do it. I realized after we made up and I saw the light and your forgiveness in these." He held them up. Still in his hands were all the notes, a little crumpled, but there. "I realized I don't want my disease to kill me." He full-on had tears running down his face now. "What if we are bad, and I think it's over, and I spiral, and I miss this? We are going to have ups and downs. I can't expect to not. That would be unrealistic. So if I spend all of my time burying myself in my character and not dealing with myself, I could very easily end up a victim of my disease. I don't want to do that. To you or me." He pressed his forehead into mine, and I wrapped a hand around the back of his neck, holding him there. We were both crying now, tears streaming down our faces, mingling together on our chins. "Together or not, I don't want to lose you to depression either. I love you too much. and I will always love you. You deserve to feel better." He forced a smile through his tears. "I know. I'm trying. I want to get there. So, whatever it is, as long as I'm with you, I will do what I need to. I know there isn't a fix, but I want to feel better most of the time, and I have to stop the patterns I'm in to get there." We sat there face to face, holding each other. I whispered my love over his lips, and we mixed our tears. "Are you sure you're going to be okay with the news cycles?" "I have no idea, but there's nothing I can do about it, and thinking about it or fearing it won't help." He really had thought all of this out. "What next?" I asked. "Us."
32. Kel. I got up to make more coffee, bringing Hale back a cup as well. "What time did you leave this morning?" 5. I had a couple of spots Mel had set up for me to talk about the new season, since I am getting so much press for Titanium, and also a Skype call-in to a morning show as well. "How does all of that feel?" I asked, pulling my knees into my chest. I felt like we were picking up where we left off, but at the same time there was so much space between us. Miles of it. Could we grasp at the threads of who we were? Or did we have to create something new and start over? I guess I was struggling mentally with our place. I felt better about working through it, but it opened a whole new set of anxiety for my brain. It was so simple, and yet so complicated a thing. We had a lot to work through. It was daunting, but I had to trust him and I. We needed time, which at least we had, for now. What did happiness look like for me? Maybe I was measuring my relationship by the wrong barometers. Maybe I was measuring everything in life the wrong way. The change didn't scare me anymore. The possibility of not finding peace did. So I was going to change things until I figured it out. It feels weird. I guess I always wanted to get to this place, but I know now how to navigate it. I like the acting, but the rest is odd. I didn't think about the interviews and appearances that come with all of this. Even when I went with you to Rachel's premiere, I didn't soak in that would be me. I'll have a premiere for Rise of the Righteous. He lifted his shoulders, and I remembered feeling like that. It was a lifetime ago. It will get easier, like anything else. He turned his cup in his hands. I hope so. I hope we get easier. We will. And I had to believe that. This feels strange, he said. What do you mean? I asked. I guess we decided we want to move forward, but how? He still didn't look up. I don't know, Hale. I don't know if we can go back to the way things were. Finally, he glanced up. I want to. I don't know how, though. Are you having second thoughts? I asked. Not at all. It was a lot emotionally, and I'm working through thinking I lost you, only to be here. Me too. So I guess we might be all over the place for a little while, and that's okay, he replied, giving me a soft smile. What I know right now, Hale, is I want you, and I want to get better. Those are the most important things in my life, and I'm going to work on them. And they were. If other things fall into place later, fine. But if I have to choose because of my illness, I will choose you and happiness. That's all I can do. You don't think you'll miss it? Sure, I said. But I do think priorities are important. Can you handle more on your plate with priorities? Maybe. But I have to find my balance because of my illness. If that means stepping back from things that become less important, then it means that. You are my priority. I love my job, but if anything is going to come between us, I'd rather work on us than anything else." His voice seemed strained. "I know you think I'm trying to give up things for you, but I'm not. I'm trying to prioritize my life. I am trying to put my happiness first, our happiness first. What is success if all we have to go home to at night is an empty bed and a memory? I don't want that for either of us. I want us both balanced and not have to give up anything for each other." His voice was a soft whisper over my skin. "There will be balance. I need to find my balance for my depression, so I'm chasing it. I hope at the end of the day we fit still." I knew I wasn't making any sense, but I was trying to put into words all the things I felt. It was hard, almost impossibly so. I guess, do you think the universe knows?" "Knows what?" Hale asked, rubbing a hand down my spine. He'd never touched me this much before. I was sure it had something to do with the absence, which made me hate it and love it at the same time. I wanted to take comfort in that he'd missed my touch so much he couldn't stop now, but it kept reminding me of the pain I'd caused him, which made me hate myself a little more. If only I could stop with the self-loathing long enough to enjoy all of him. I hoped it would come in time. Time and comfort with him. I took comfort in the fact that he still loved me. He'd told me he would always love me, and every atom in my being wanted to believe that would be the case. I was working on it. I was a constant work in progress for him. I wanted to be better for him, for me too. But I wasn't as important as he was. Another part of the problem, I was sure, without saying it to my therapist. "Knows what?" Hale prompted again. "Do you think the universe has some order? I want to make sense of you. I want to think I deserve you. Actually, I know I don't deserve you. But I want to think it knows how much I need you." He laughed, but I could tell by his eyes that he felt my words, which was what mattered. "I think we need each other. You're not alone in this. You are like a gift from someone. I don't know what I believe in. I believe in us." A smile spread across my lips. "Even when I didn't. I'm not going to let that happen again. I'm not going to either. And I want to promise, but I can't. I will build back that trust. You haven't lost my trust. I accepted your apology." He stroked his fingers down my arm, giving me more comfort than he knew. "Accepting doesn't mean you've forgiven me. And I know the wounds are deep. They'll heal. I have the most important part." "You're going to make me cry." The moisture was already stinging my eyes. "It's all the truth. I am scared for what our future holds and how hard we are going to work to keep us both healthy and learn how to do it together. But there is no greater reward than this." His fingers skimmed over the small of my back. "What?" "This. Here and in bed with you. The quiet moments, the soft parts, the in-between. I enjoy it all, don't get me wrong, but what I enjoy the most is getting to hold you. I don't think anything could compare to this." "Okay, now I am crying." "Good. Let it out. We both need this," Hale said, his tone soothing. "I didn't think crying while touching each other was what most guys wanted." I laughed through the tears. "Jesus, relationships are weird." "I want you. Every part of you. And this is real.
I don't know what I did to get so lucky.
Me either, he whispered over my cheeks as he kissed my tears away.
Are you sure?
I asked. I've never been more sure of anything in my life, Gilchrist.
You said my name.
I say your name all the time, he said, and I could feel his smile on my cheek.
No. You said my full name.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Me too. Do I deserve a second chance when I screwed it up so badly the first time around?
It doesn't matter what we deserve. It matters what we can live with. And I can't live without you.
What if I fuck it up again?
I can't promise I will be happy about it. But what I can promise you is I'm going to keep showing up every single day. And when you need 90%, I have it for you.
What are you going to do when you need 90?
You give it to me every single day. I've never felt more love than I have with you. You do so much more for me than you know, Cal.
I don't deserve you.
You do deserve me. And I deserve you. And we aren't going to ever fucking let it get there again.
Promise?
I asked. I promise, he said.
Come here.
Hale glanced up at me with tears in his eyes. Yes?
No. Come here, please.
He scooted closer so his thighs were pressed into my ankles. I put my legs over him and scooted even closer.
Can I touch you?
I asked, not sure where we stood, but wanting to ask.
You can always touch me.
I slipped a hand around his lower back, but then I had an idea. I was getting up, pulling him by the hand. What? He asked.
On your feet.
I set my coffee aside and tugged with both hands. He closed his eyes but didn't push me away, eventually getting up. I slid a hand around to cup the back of his neck. He leaned into me and we swayed. We danced, and I felt like maybe, for once, I was home again, that I had a home with him. He pressed his soft lips under my ear.
I can't lose you.
I wasn't sure I actually heard him when I was the one feeling like I was pushing him away.
Why would you think you're going to lose me?
I don't see anyone else once I've been with you. It was impossible being around you, and then you touched me. His eyes closed and his tongue wet his lips. I chased it, unable to stop myself anymore. I went into this saying we'd talk before sex, but I wanted to tell him all the things I felt with my body, and my words wouldn't suffice tonight. His lips parted when mine grew near. How well we knew each other's bodies in such a short amount of time, better than I'd known Rachel's after a decade with her. We came together like a clash. I needed this night more than I'd ever needed anything in my life. His mouth was warm and our tongues twisted. I fisted a hand in his shirt, begging the universe to let me have this one thing. I could learn to be happy for him, couldn't I? If I wanted it badly enough.
I've missed you,
he said at my mouth. We swayed and kissed and held each other. I felt moisture on my cheeks, and I wasn't sure if it was his or mine. Probably both. I swallowed the taste of our tears, the taste of him, burning it into my memory.
You have no idea how much I've missed you.
How much I wish I could have crawled out of my hole and asked for his help. How much I wanted to hear his voice every day, but couldn't make myself call or answer the phone.
I want you naked. You can tell me no, but I want to feel you. I won't tell you no.
Before I finished speaking, he was tugging at my shirt, forcing it over my head. I lifted my arms, letting him pull it off. He drew his fingers over my skin, more worship than sexual. You know how lucky I am to be able to touch you.
I can't believe you still feel that way.
I felt so human. Not beautiful, but the expression on his face told me he believed it. I do. I know how lucky I am. The entire world knows how lucky I am.
I don't care who knows it. I know I'm the lucky one. You are too good for me,
I said. Then let me show you how I feel.
Show me?
I asked. With my mouth, he murmured, moving down my neck.
In any way you want.
Those are dangerous words, he said, a laugh blowing his breath over my skin.
Why are they dangerous?
I asked him. Telling me I can do anything I want to you? You don't see how that would be dangerous?
I don't see that it's dangerous at all.
It was the truth.
There isn't a thing you could do to me in love that I wouldn't feel.
He laughed and cupped my face to kiss me again. You're right. I would never do anything to hurt you. I want you to feel loved and taken care of.
I am trying to get back there.
It was as honest as I could be.
But I do feel loved by you.
Even after everything? Hale asked.
Yes,
I answered, and it was the truth. We went back to work refreshed, more refreshed than I'd felt in years. The built-in time off was helping. Mel had been right. 2 whole days was something one would never cut. I enjoyed time off, which was something I never thought I would. I got why we only had 1 scheduled day off for seasons 1 and 2. We were trying to do 2 seasons on a tight timeline because of my other projects, but this was better for everyone involved. I was looking forward to more time off with Hale. Real time, not stolen late nights and exhausted single days before going back to an 18-hour day. You look good, Mel said when I walked out of makeup. I feel good. Should I tell him? So days off aren't bad? He asked in a totally leading way. In my current state of mind, they're good. I was going to hold off telling him until I talked to Hale. I didn't want to jump the gun in case Hale wasn't comfortable with it. So, what did you do? Not too much. I was pretty lazy. Caught up on sleep. Hopefully he'd take my non-answer. He pressed his lips into a line. You mean you weren't fucking like rabbits the entire 2 days? What? I know you're back together. How? I asked. Mel laughed. Do you think I front-loaded making out and angry sex scenes because I'm an asshole? I knew you two needed to talk, and angry sex gets everyone talking. I held up my middle finger and walked a few paces away as a point. Don't fuck it up this time. I don't know how much angry sex I can write into the next season to fix your issues, he yelled after me. You're a fucking asshole, I called behind me. You're welcome. I'll take my thank you note as a gift card to a nice place. I turned back around and all I could do was fucking laugh. You really are a dick. Got you talking with your dicks, didn't it? I sighed. Thank you. Mel grinned. You two are too good to let space and time ruin you. But I swear to fucking God, if you both go off and do that again, I will be flying to wherever you are to kick both your asses until you talk. About that. Mel's brows went up. I am going to take time off after the season. For mental health. I don't know what that means. I have to give the movies lead time to replace me, so it might come out during filming. Mel gave a low whistle. What are we saying about you finishing this commitment? It all has to be worked out, I guess. Mel nodded. Pushing everything? Or dropping them? For how long? He asked. I don't know. Until I feel better. So maybe never. He seemed to take it well, and we fell into talking about the show and when I'd want to come back for another season. You have a problem with that? Mel gestured. Because I'll fire him if it's an issue. I've gotten photos of them hanging out outside of work. I looked over to find Hale laughing with Davis, and I smiled when I turned back. No, not at all. The guy was really nice to Hale when he was struggling. Took him out, listened to him, and pretended the guy Hale was sick over wasn't me. Turns out he knows, and most of the set does. Mel scoffed. What? I told you. Everyone sees the way he looks at you. I don't care if you're together or not. We all know what's between you two. He'd be stupid if he was trying to get between you. I think his intentions were pure. Are pure. They clicked on a friendship level. I like that you're secure enough in things with Hale to know that. I laughed. You know, even when we weren't together, I wasn't upset about that guy. It was bigger than one person. I can't be upset that someone finds Hale as amazing as I find him. I never took Hale as someone to move on so fast. It was him going out with Davis that made me realize eventually he would meet someone, and he would move on. Of course. But he's better with you. We are better together. I told Davis we fixed our shit. I hope that's okay, Hale said, coming up behind me and pulling me into his arms. I turned and hugged him back. No, I'm glad you did. Davis wants to know if we want to go out to the gay bar later. I looked at Hale, then to Mel. I told Mel I'd go get a drink with him tonight. Why don't you go with Davis? Why don't you two come with us? I glanced at Mel, who lifted a shoulder. Sure, why not? Hale smiled. Sure a gay bar is okay? I grinned. There are already rumors we're dating. Not going to get any worse with me at a gay bar. I think pictures of you two making out is more than rumors, Mel said. I rolled my eyes. Sure, but it's not like a gay bar does more or less. I mean, I guess people could be saying you two are really close and the gay bar could dash all their hopes of you being straight. I laughed. Right. I make out with all my best mates. Hale squeezed me harder. You better fucking not. Never. I thought before all of this that going back to how I was last season would be the dream. If only I could get back there. But standing here, I realized that I didn't want to go backwards. I wanted to move forward. I wanted to find happiness and a life and a balance, which meant rewriting, not reliving, the past. Forward together. Epilogue. Kel. Kel Christ King taking time off to deal with depression. How does it feel? Hale asked as we walked along the beach. We'd taken to sunrise walks before most people were out, for our privacy. We weren't staying away from the press permanently, but we decided it would be nice to escape to an island while the big news hit so we wouldn't be stalked at our home. It would give us some space from the news cycle. We'd also never taken a vacation together, and we loved that idea. So we'd picked a lovely and remote island to escape to for a couple of weeks, hoping the paparazzi wouldn't find us for the time being. Surreal. It felt a little like it was blaring at me from every direction that no matter how much I wanted to get away from it, I couldn't. What do you mean? Little worry lines formed in his brow. I was glad it was there. I needed to feel those things from him. He cared, and I mattered to him. What I was doing had purpose. Those things were important to recognize on my part. Taking the time to note them was helping me remind myself that I mattered. I hate everyone knowing. I hate feeling like I'm a failure. But it's also like a huge weight has been lifted with them knowing. It's not a secret anymore. I can be off. We can arrange our schedules together and never do this again. I feel like I can breathe. I was rambling. There were so many reasons. Ones I probably hadn't even considered yet. They'd come to me. So, as much as it sucks to be all over the tabloids, it's not the first time, and it won't be the last, especially if I'm dating the mega action hero Hale Evans. He snorted. I won't ever be Kel Christ King. You play Max Carter. People love that James Bond Born Identity shit. I don't think you get it. Those movies make money, and I've made a good career for myself, but people are obsessed with superheroes. It's different. When your movie grosses $2 billion, you'll see. Hale scrubbed a hand over my face. Maybe the rise of the righteous will, but titanium won't. Okay, baby. He narrowed his eyes at me. Wait and see. I think I know the business. He knocked his arm into mine as we walked. Is it weird to be back here? With a month off? I shook my head. This time we were in totally different places. I knew I was. I think we've come full circle in a sense, with the ending of another season and going into more filming in a month. But I feel like we are different people. I think our time off sucked before all of this, because we had the time apart weighing on us. Now, I know I'm going to Georgia. It feels different. And if I ever go back, I'll have you there. We'll be more stable. I'll be more stable. I'm working on things instead of putting my head in the sand until things get bad. If? He asked, growing more concerned by the minute. It was cute. It really was. I was steady enough for both of us for the first time in our relationship. I took his hands in mine. I might not want to go back. I don't need the money. I can just do Pirate Night and produce. I hadn't talked to him about it, but it had been in the back of my mind since we started to mend things. I'd thought about it a lot over the last few months, more and more as the announcement started to leak and as rumors started to hit. What? Maybe I want to be Mr. Hale Evans. Maybe I don't like who I am anymore. What? Do you even know what you're saying? You love your job. Confusion was written all over his face. That's not what I wanted at all. That's not what I ever wanted. How could I allow someone to give up who they are and what they love for me? I can't do it, Kel. It would break me. I couldn't handle the guilt. It's not on you. This is me. But you love your work. I don't want you to give it up for me. I'd rather quit. We can't both quit. I laughed. I do love it, and I will do some stuff, but my priorities have completely changed. While I was in the dark, I saw what I was losing by being there and not taking care of myself and splitting us up. I thought you were just taking a step back. He looked between our hands and my eyes, searching them. I know this isn't what you would have chosen for me. I gave him a smile. I knew I shouldn't have taken the titanium part. Now I owe them another 2 movies. I brought his hands to my lips and kissed over his knuckles. I told you to take it. We both did things, and we both thought we'd be okay, and I wasn't. I tried. We aren't going to make those same mistakes again. My gut told me not to. I should have listened. He stepped in closer, trapping our hands between us. I wouldn't have been okay with you not taking it. I didn't want to ruin your career with my issues. It had to be that way for us to get here. It was the hardest year of my life. But I learned so much. I think I needed to learn those things. As shitty as it was. I closed my eyes, holding back all the feelings. I was still processing them. Maybe I'd never fully get through them, but I was thankful. Thankful to be here with him. But Kel, this is your life. We've had this conversation. We've had many conversations. I stayed calm. I don't want you to give up your life for me. I thought this was a break, Hale. He looked into my eyes. We are going to be okay. I am going to be okay. I am not making this choice just for you. I am going to do what makes me happy. And right now, that's time off. We have another shot at this, and I am not going to make those same mistakes. I'm sure we will make other mistakes, but I think this made us stronger. He kissed my forehead. I think it did make us stronger. I know I'm not letting that happen ever again. I will cross oceans. I smiled. I don't deserve that, but thank you. You do deserve it. We both deserve someone who would chase us down to the end of the earth to help. There was so much conviction in his words. We do, I agreed. Do you believe that? He asked, this time tilting his head to kiss my cheek. I'm working on it. I hope the answer was good enough. I know, he whispered as he crept his way to my lips. We are going to work this time. I know. And I did. I felt like I was losing you last time. This time I feel steady in us. It does feel different, he agreed, which made me feel good. So good. It made me happy he could feel it. I wanted it to be as real for him as it was for me. Maybe, if I miss it enough, I'll get a part for myself in all the movies you do. We are building into all our writers' time together. If that adds production time, I don't give a damn. They'd never go for that. I lifted my shoulders. I don't need the money. I can drop out. They pushed my movies for my mental health break. I'm booked for a few more projects, but fuck everything else. I am coming with you when you film. You don't have to come with me, but I'm coming with you. That's half the time we have to spend apart. I know you have titanium. They can give me a damn role if they don't want me hanging out on set. That made Hale laugh. The light was back in his eyes. I'd missed it. Can you imagine the headlines? Kel Christ King demands part. This. I was holding on to this. This was what was important. This was what helped my depression. I had reasons to live, and I was going to fight for them. He kissed me, and I leaned into it. For the rest of the afternoon, we sat in the sun to read and lay by the personal infinity pool off the back of our villa. I felt better with him accepting all those parts of me. I felt free for the first time in as long as I could remember. I decided to look up the reactions to my mental health. I'd written up a post with my publicist, and I wanted to see what people were saying about it. Probably stupid, but my curiosity was killing me. Are you fucking kidding me with this shit? I was seething as I stared at my phone. What? Hale asked, walking over in his tiny swim shorts that I wanted to take off this very minute. I turned the phone around to show him the headline. It read, Kel Christ Vacations with Woman, with a picture of me on the beach talking to a fan. I wanted to bang my damn head against the wall of the rental. It's not even from this damn trip. This is from our house. Ignore that shit. Why is someone even sending it to you? They asked my publicist for a comment. Didn't you tell him to ignore all those? Recently I told him I might want to come out. His brows pulled together, forming the cutest crease between them. What? I know we haven't talked about it. I've been toying with the idea. I wanted to get my head around it before we talked. You know we never have to do that. They are rumors. I don't care. He slid his hands over my shoulders and down my arms. They mattered before. We both got to a terrible place. We aren't going to do that again. I want to come out, I said. Don't make a rash decision because of more lies. No, really. I've been thinking about it since we got back together. Let's post a picture of us. Right now. I don't want to wait. Kel, this is a little rash. Do you want to keep our relationship secret forever? I asked. I honestly don't care what anyone thinks. I don't care about being a secret. I don't care about never being out. After the time we spent apart, I only care about my own little bubble of happy. Fuck that, I said playfully. I want to be able to hold your hand and kiss you at your premiere. I want the things I could have when everyone thought I was straight. We aren't rushing into anything. I want to be able to kiss you when we win all types of awards. Hey, don't jinx us. I grabbed him by the back of the head and brushed my lips over his, before whispering over them. I'm not. You're extremely talented and deserve all of the awards. I'm not getting my hopes up again, he laughed. Well, you don't have to, but I am. I know what you deserve. He gave me a small smile. I kissed it. Get your phone out. I'm going to hold up the article on my phone while you snap a picture of us kissing. Kissing? I'm not dipping my toe out, gay, like we were flirting around with before. I want the world to know who I'm in love with. There are plenty of pictures of us holding hands and shit anyone could write off. Hale waited half a beat, then came around to sit behind me. If we are doing this, we are giving them a real image of us. He wrapped himself around me and pressed his face into the side of mine. In just our swimsuits? I asked with a grin. Scandalous. Can't ignore all this, Ken. He held up his phone. He nuzzled my neck, and I felt his lips on the sensitive skin there. I leaned into his kiss, eyes closed, and a smile on my lips. Then I felt his teeth tug at my earlobe, and I started to laugh. It was so natural as it felt to be with Hale. I hadn't even realized he'd taken a picture until he showed me, too focused on his mouth on my ear. Perfect. What do you want me to say? Or do you want me to post it? He asked. You post it to your feed and I'll share it to my story. Make sure no one misses it. He nodded, tapping on his screen. What should I write? Whatever you want. Don't tell me that. I'm going to put, he said yes to fuck with them. I laughed. You better not, unless you have a ring in those tiny trunks. All right, I won't. But one day. Promise? I asked. Yes. I can say it with all the certainty in me. Are you sure you want me to do this? Hale asked as his thumb hovered over the post button on Instagram. Forcing happiness doesn't work. You have to chase it. And when you end up on a path that doesn't exist, it's time to change the path. Change your life. Change your outlook. I'm not going to keep doing things that don't make me happy. I am going to relentlessly chase happiness with you. Do you want that with me? I asked. Of course I do, Kel. More than the universe. You make me happy. I plan on filling myself with that. I know I'm going to have hard days and weeks and months, but it doesn't change how I feel. How you make me feel. And this is chasing happiness? I nodded. This is chasing away my fear. This is chasing away the things Rachel did to me. This is not holding on to what my past was. We all have scars, but I'm not going to let them define us anymore. The smile spreading over his face was worth coming out. It was worth more. I wanted to make him smile like that every single day for the rest of our lives. My chest swelled, and I held my hands over my head, needing a few moments to process those words. Did you do it? Yes. I clicked on his profile to read what he wrote. I had no words. My knees were weak. A flush crept up my neck. I looked at him, and he lifted his shoulder. It's true. I had to read it again. This has been a long time coming, and I may not be the most eloquent with words, but I need to set the record straight. This is my boyfriend. But he's not only my boyfriend. He's the love of my life. He's everything I always hoped to find in a person, and all the things I didn't know I needed. There's a lot of trash on the internet, and rumors. It's part of my job to deal with them, and I don't believe it's anyone's business who I'm dating or who Kel is dating. But there are points in life we need to come out and say this is trash and this headline is. He's not vacationing with a mystery woman. He's sitting next to me. Kel and I are currently on vacation, enjoying a couple of weeks before I have to be on set to film the sequel to Titanium. And this kind of stuff is so dumb. We are happy and together. Maybe now that you can see this, us, you will stop giving money to these tabloids who prey on people's misery. True or not. I hit the share button. I didn't have anything as wonderful to say as Hale did. I sat there for a few moments, and then started to type. On vacation with my boyfriend. I showed Hale, and he laughed. I bet yours gets twice as many likes as mine, he said. I doubt it. People will talk about what you said. It's profound. It makes a point after all the shit these outlets have pulled with us and everyone else. Maybe it will make fans trust them less. How does it feel? Hale asked. It feels like I can finally be me with you. I love you, he said as he grabbed me again to kiss me. I whispered all the things he made me feel into his lips, knowing this time we were solid. Getting to someone is a journey. There are times you meet someone and the timing isn't right, but they light a fire there. The mark stays. Life happens. People aren't ready. They have unfinished business, complications, and then the worlds aligned, and we were lucky enough to come back together and make things the way they were meant to be. The timing tastes like magic, and we were both ready. I'd like to think it was because, in that first meeting, our souls intertwined. They knew before we did. Everything in life had led me to Hale. I wasn't going to let anything keep me from him again. Especially not myself. This concludes Rewritten by J.R. Gray. Narrated by Joel Leslie and John Solo. Copyright 2020 by J.R. Gray. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with J.R. Gray and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.